Chapter 111 Subduing Jin Buwan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhongyi. After hearing their assurances, Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. All Chen Fan wanted was for Jin Buwan and the other two to ensure the safety and undisturbed status of their families when he was away. Of course, Chen Fan didn't completely trust these three people, and he would also provide his family with an additional layer of protection. Then Chen Fan took out 2 sets of cultivation resources needed for the Golden Core stage, and 1 set of cultivation resources needed for the Nascent Soul stage. When the 3 of them saw these resources, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Then, a greedy look appeared in their eyes. They had expected Chen Fan to provide some cultivation resources, but they didn't expect him to offer so many. Each person has enough cultivation resources to advance them by 1 realm. Chen Fan smiled slightly as he looked at the greedy eyes of the 3 men. He wasn't afraid that they would be tempted by his wealth. Having more trump cards made all the difference. These are for you, 1 for each of you. Chen Fan pushed the cultivation resources next to them. All 3 were breathing heavily as they reached out and stored the resources into their own storage rings. Jin Buwan was the first to stand up and bowed deeply to Chen Fan, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, young Master Chen. I am willing to follow you." Jin Buwan was also shocked by the resources Chen Fan had provided and sincerely admired him. In this place where cultivation resources are scarce, how many people would be willing to give so many resources for others to cultivate? Even one's own master or elders wouldn't be able to give away so many resources for their cultivation all at once. After their initial shock at seeing that Jin Buwan had submitted to Chen Fan, Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi also spoke up, saying, "We are also willing to follow young Master Chen. We hope that you will not find us disrespectful." Now it was Chen Fan's turn to be unsettled. "I really just wanted to exchange these cultivation resources for their protection of my family. I never intended to subdue them. Are you really willing to follow me?" Chen Fan asked again to confirm. "We are all willing. Please take us in, young master," Jin Buwan, Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi said in unison. "All right, since you're all willing to follow me, then stay. However, what I hate most is betrayal. If I ever discover that any of you have betrayed me, I won't be lenient. Of course, I am not stingy with cultivation resources for my own people. I can provide you with all your cultivation resources in the future. The rest depends on your own efforts. We will never betray our young master," the 3 said in unison. "Here are 3 platinum longevity fruits. You can each have 1, which will increase your lifespan by 10 years, Chen Fan said, taking out 3 platinum longevity fruits. "You should know that things that can increase lifespan are currently very rare and expensive, mainly because they are extremely scarce." Chen Fan obtained something that increased his lifespan when he entered the first world, but he did not obtain anything that increased his lifespan in the subsequent 2 worlds. This shows how rare they are. Upon hearing that Chen Fan had taken out something that could increase lifespan, the 3 of them were filled with excitement and reached out with trembling hands to receive the platinum longevity fruit, knowing that their lifespans were already limited. Now that there is a longevity fruit that can increase lifespan, it's like having an extra life for them. For people whose lifespans are already short, adding 10 years to their lifespan is already a lot. If they cannot break through their current realm before the end of their lifespan, they may perish. Now that they have an extra 10 years of lifespan, they have an extra layer of protection. "Thank you for your great kindness, young master. We are willing to go through fire and water for the princess without hesitation," the 3 said in unison. "I don't need you to go through fire and water for me. Just protect my family when I'm not around," Chen Fan said calmly. "Yes, young master, please rest assured, I will definitely protect your family," Jin Buwan assured him first. The other 2 responded, "Please rest assured, young master." "All right, now that this matter is settled, I'll head back now. Remember, handle the Zhu family's affairs well." Chen Fan finished speaking and turned to walk out the door. "Don't worry, young master, I will handle the Zhu family's affairs well," Jin Buwan said. Then Chen Fan vanished in a flash. After Chen Fan left, the 3 of them sat down again and remained silent for a long time. Jin Buwan spoke first, saying, "Gentlemen, since we are also following the young master, we must do our best to complete the tasks he has proposed." Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi both nodded, indicating that they understood. "Then let's first introduce some policies that benefit the young master's family, making things more convenient for them." "Yes, doesn't your family own a shop? We can start from there. I think we should check the specific circumstances of the young master's family so that we can come up with the best policy." Jin Buwan, Qing Tian, and Huang Zhongyi discussed for a long time various preferential policies for Chen Fan's family. However, Chen Fan was unaware of these policies. At this moment, Chen Fan had already returned to his family's shop. By this time, order had been restored in the shop, and people were still coming in droves to buy resources. The main reason is that the resources in this shop are cheaper than elsewhere. Don't underestimate this small amount. Over time, it can be used to purchase other resources. After all, not all cultivators are wealthy, the majority are relatively poor. Chen Fan walked into the shop and saw that his parents were busy, so he didn't bother them and turned to go into the restroom. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei also saw Chen Fan, and after he entered the lounge, they helped him finish what they were doing. They followed him into the lounge. After Chen Fan went to rest, he found that his youngest sister, Chen Ru, was actually in the lounge, lying on the sofa and playing a game console with great interest. Chen Fan patted her little bottom last time. "Oh my!" Song Ru exclaimed in surprise, turned around abruptly, and saw Chen Fan looking at her with a smile. "Brother!" Upon seeing Chen Fan, the little girl cried out in surprise and rushed into his arms. Chen Fanzheng and Chen Ru hugged Chen Ru and vigorously rubbed her rosy little face. "Ouch! That hurts, you bad brother. You bully me as soon as you get back." Calmly pulling her hands away from Chen Fan's, she kept her red cheeks and yelled at Chen Fan in a cute but fierce way. Looking at Chen Ru's cute yet fierce expression, Chen Fan felt adorable and hugged Chen Ru, giving him a few hard kisses on the cheek. Chen Ru immediately yelled, "Bad brother, stinky brother. You drank so much and my face is covered in saliva, it's filthy. I'm not talking to you anymore." Chen Fan laughed heartily. Just then, Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei came in. Chen Ru immediately ran to Fang Bingwei to complain, "Mom, look, my brother has spit on me again." Fang Bingwei took out a handkerchief to wipe Chen Ru's face and said with a smile, "All right, go have fun." Chen Ru glared at Chen Fan before going off to play somewhere else. Chapter 112 Shopping Spree with the little girl. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei both looked at Chen Fan with worried expressions and said, "Xiao Fan, about the Lu family's young master." Seeing his parents' hesitant expressions, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about the Lu family anymore. They won't bother us anymore." "Is everything really all right?" Fang Bingwei said uncertainly. "Mom, don't worry, they won't bother us again," Chen Fan assured her. After hearing Chen Fan's confirmation, both he and Fan Bingwei breathed a sigh of relief, and their furrowed brows relaxed. To be honest, the Lu family has been haunting us for the past 10 days or so, and we are genuinely worried. "Xiao Fan, why did it take you so long to come back from the Infinite Tower this time?" Fang Bingwei asked immediately afterward. "You've entered a special world, and you can only come out after staying inside for a full year," Chen Fan explained. "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry anymore. According to the information I received, the time spent entering the Infinite Tower may become longer and longer. I wonder how much time has passed outside since I entered the Infinite Tower this time." "Not long has passed outside, 3 months have gone by," Chen Guotao said. "It seems the time allocation is still about the same. Xiao Fan, are you hungry? Mom will go buy groceries now. You can go back and rest for a while." "Mom, I'm not hungry. I already had breakfast when I came over." "Don't bother." Chen Fan quickly stopped her. "Mom and Dad, you go ahead with your work. I'll take my little sister out for a walk. We've already eaten lunch out. In the evening, we'll have a proper family gathering and go out for a nice meal. Eating out is such a waste of money. I'll prepare some dishes for dinner," Fang Bingwei said, trying to stop them. Chen Fan laughed and said, "Mom, don't worry about spending money. We earn so much money to enjoy life. We should spend the money we need to spend. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much money? Honey, just listen to Xiao Fan. That's right, we've earned so much money, we should enjoy life." Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei tried to stop them, and took the lead in persuading them. "Okay, then I'll do as you say." Fang Bingwei wasn't actually a stingy person, it's just that she came from a poor background, and suddenly being asked to spend money so lavishly was something she wasn't used to. She wanted to do everything herself. "Alright, I'll take my little sister out for a stroll first." With that, he picked up Chen Ru, opened the door, and walked out. Chen Ru was still holding a game console when Chen Fan picked her up and she exclaimed, "Wow." Upon seeing Chen Fan, he cried out in dissatisfaction, "You stinky brother, put me down." Where are you taking me? I'll take you out for a walk, stop playing games. After saying that, Chen Fan snatched the game console from Chen Ru's hand and threw it on the sofa. Chen Ru, whose game console had been taken away by Chen Fan, had her eyes light up when she heard that Chen Fan was going to take her out for a walk. She hurriedly asked, "Really? That's great. You're the best brother in the world." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Aren't I the stinky older brother?" No, you're the best brother in the world." Chen Ru shook her head like a rattle drum. "Alright, since you're so nice to talk to, I'll take you shopping first." Chen Fan put Chen Ru down on the ground, then took Chen Ru's little hand and walked towards the street. Throughout the day, Chen Fan took Chen Ru sightseeing and bought quite a few things, mostly clothes and toys for Chen Ru, and Chen Fan also bought some clothes for himself before entering the Infinite Tower. Chen Fan's family lived a very frugal life. Even Chen Ru rarely bought clothes and usually wore her older sister's hand-me-downs, and now that I have the ability, I should at least make it up to my family. When they got tired of shopping, they went to eat. Chen Fan spent the whole day going crazy with Chen Ru. This was the first time the little girl had played like this. Although Chen Fan's family's finances had improved, his parents were even busier. Since her older siblings are usually at school, Chen Fan's parents were worried about leaving Chen Ru alone at home, so they brought her to the shop. "When I'm busy, I simply don't have time to look after her, let alone take her out to play, so the little girl usually stays alone in the lounge playing games." After playing all day, Chen Ru was really tired. On the way back, she fell asleep on Chen Fan's back while being carried on his back. Chen Fan patted Chen Ru on the back affectionately, and they strolled back home. When he arrived home, his younger siblings and parents had already returned home from school and were all waiting for Chen Fan to come back. Little Chen Ru also woke up and, upon seeing her older brothers and sisters, happily pulled them along, beginning to show off her spoils of the day. When the other younger siblings saw that Chen Ru had bought so many things, they all looked envious, and then they looked at Chen Fan pitifully. Chen Fan smiled and said, "I'll take you shopping again when you're on vacation." Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong jumped up with joy upon hearing this, shouting things like "Long life, brother." When Chen Ru heard that they were going to buy more, she jumped up excitedly, indicating that she wanted to go to. At this moment, Chen Fan's parents, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei, came over and said, "Xiao Fan, you can't spoil them too much." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, it's just buying some things. With my current assets, buying some things won't cost much. We didn't have the money to buy these things before, so we couldn't provide them with a good life. Now that we have the means, we don't have to be so frugal anymore. We can buy them whatever they need. Of course, we don't need to buy things we shouldn't buy." Chen Fan patted his younger siblings on the head and said, "You can buy whatever you want, but you have to keep up with your grades and cultivation. We can play when we should play, and we have to study when we should study." "Yes," Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong bowed in response. Chen Ru followed suit, but her clumsy movements were quite funny, making the whole family burst into laughter. After resting for a while, Chen Fan took his family out for another big meal, then they went to see a movie before going home. It was past 10 p.m. when we got home. The kids were all tired, so they went to their own rooms to rest. Since they had to go to school the next day, after the little ones had all gone to rest, Chen Fan sat down in the living room with Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei. "Mom and Dad, from now on, you can just arrange for the staff to take care of things at the store. It would be best to find a capable person to be the store manager. You still need to improve your cultivation. I gained a lot of resources from entering the Infinite Tower this time, so you can all rest assured and focus on your cultivation. After all, strength is the foundation of everything, otherwise, even if we have wealth, we won't be able to protect it." Chen Fan spoke first, mainly because when he returned this time, he found that his parents' cultivation level hadn't improved much, they were basically stagnating. This couldn't go on. Chen Fan didn't want his family to leave him so soon. Chapter 113, Taking 1,000 zhang for self-defense. After listening to Chen Fan's words, Chen Guotao and his wife fell into deep thought. In fact, they were not very talented and felt that no matter how much they cultivated, they would not be able to achieve anything. That's why I put aside my cultivation and focused on managing the shop for Chen Fan, hoping to help my son take another step forward in my lifetime. However, what was unexpected was that Chen Fan's progress was too fast, and now the resources exchanged from outside were completely useless to him. Continuing like this is completely pointless, Xiao Fan, we know we're not very talented. Continuing to cultivate would be a complete waste of resources. We might as well leave it to your younger siblings, Chen Guotao said with a wry smile. Yes, Xiao Fan, our talents aren't up to par. Let's give the resources we left to your younger siblings. We're already very satisfied that we were able to raise you to adulthood, Fang Bingwei said. Mom and Dad, there are plenty of resources. I gained a lot of resources from the special world I entered this time. No matter what your talents are, these resources will be enough to help you reach the nascent soul stage, Chen Fan said earnestly. Nascent soul stage? The two exclaimed in disbelief. In their view, the foundation establishment stage was the highest they could cultivate to, so how could Chen Fan possibly reach the nascent soul stage? Fearing they wouldn't believe him, Chen Fan took out all 2000 plus storage rings and said, Mom and Dad, these are all cultivation resources. These 1000 plus rings contain first and second grade resources, these 700 rings contain third and fourth grade resources, and these 300 rings contain fifth grade resources. With so many resources, you could easily reach the nascent soul stage by simply piling them up. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei were almost driven crazy when they saw Chen Fan take out so many rings. They picked up the storage rings and checked them, and found that, just as Chen Fan had said, they were all filled with resources. Moreover, this storage ring is huge, more than 100 times larger than their existing storage rings. At this moment, they finally understood what their son meant by not being afraid of not having resources. With so many resources, even a pig could be built up to the nascent soul stage, let alone them. Why would someone compare themselves to a pig? However, what Chen Fan took out next left them speechless. Mom and Dad, this ring is full of cultivation manuals, of all grades, including even 9th grade ones. Of course, there are also some manuals on alchemy, talisman making, and array setting. You can select these cultivation techniques yourselves. Some of the lower grade techniques can be sold, but we shouldn't release the higher grade ones yet. We can release them later when we have even higher grade techniques. So many cultivation techniques? Chen Guotao and Fang Bian were surprised again. You should know that this entire storage ring is filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Although many of these techniques are repeated, there are still quite a few. Mom and Dad, each of you should choose a 9th grade cultivation technique to practice. Your younger siblings can also start practicing 9th grade techniques. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei simply nodded blankly, utterly astonished by the resources and cultivation techniques Chen Fan had provided. We can only sell low-grade resources and cultivation manuals. As for the higher-grade ones, we can only continue to sell them after we become stronger. Otherwise, we will still attract people like the Lu family. Chen Fan continued. Upon hearing about the Lu family, Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei's expressions clearly turned sour. Fortunately, Chen Fan returned in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then Chen Fan took out a lot of spirit talismans and gave them to Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei, saying, Mom and Dad, these are all 8th grade spirit talismans. You should carry them with you at all times. With these 8th grade spirit talismans, they will be useful to anyone who is not a terrestrial immortal. 8th grade spirit talismans, so many? Chen Guotao said, his lips trembling, his words barely coherent. Fang Bingwei's eyes widened, and her body trembled slightly. 8th grade spirit talismans are different from resources and cultivation techniques. Even if they can use these spirit talismans, once activated, they can unleash their terrifying power. Those cultivation techniques and resources require them to absorb and cultivate slowly, unlike spirit talismans. With these spirit talismans, even those at the tribulation transcending stage would be in serious trouble. This is an 8th grade diamond spirit talisman, the 8 trigrams golden bell talisman. Once activated, even a tribulation transcending cultivator cannot break through its protective shield for a short time. You and your parents should each take 1,000 or so for self-defense. I will give the younger siblings theirs separately. Keep these safe for now. 1,000 or so coins for self-defense. Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei were speechless. With 1,000 or so rank 8 spirit talismans on each person, the enemy probably wouldn't even have the desire to fight them. How could they possibly fight them? If you activate one Bagua Golden Bell talisman, it will take a long time for the protective shield to break. After it breaks, you activate another one, and so on. Eventually, the enemy's spiritual energy will be depleted, and they will no longer be able to break the Bagua Golden Bell talisman. This is a 9 Tribulation Thunderstorm talisman of an 8th grade diamond. Once activated, it's like a tribulation from the heavens. Even those in the tribulation transcending stage would have to host a feast. You should take 1,000 or so for self-defense.
Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were both dumbfounded.
They couldn't understand how Chen Fan had managed to acquire so many resources. The earlier resources were relatively normal, but the later ones became increasingly outrageous.
This is an 8th grade Diamond Ice Dragon Breath Talisman.
You should also take 1,000 or so for self-defense.
Its power is exactly the same as the 9 Tribulation Thunderstorm Talisman. This is an 8th grade, this is an 8th grade, these are 7th grade Spirit Talismans.
Although their effects are not as good as those of 8th grade ones, they are still effective for cultivators in the Mahayana stage. Take more of these 7th grade Spirit Talismans.
About 2,000 of each type should be enough. Let's take a few thousand of the 6th grade ones.
We can't use 7th or 8th grade Spirit Talismans to deal with some small fry, that would be too wasteful.
And then there are these formations.
We can set up several rank 8 formations at home and several in the shop.
That way, if anyone comes to cause trouble, we can just activate the formations.
As Chen Fan spoke, he took out many more arrays and tossed them to Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei simply accepted the items blankly and put them into their storage rings.
Finally, there's this 8th grade Diamond Teleportation Array. It's also a life-saving measure. If you encounter an invincible enemy, you can activate it and escape. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out over 1,000 grade 8 diamond teleportation arrays and distributed them all to Chen Guotao and his wife. After Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei received the teleportation array, Chen Guotao asked, are there any more? Fong Bingwei, ?
Chen Fan realized what was happening and said, also, these 2 storage rings contain 50 billion low-grade spirit stones and 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones respectively. After saying that, Chen Fan gave 1 ring to Chen Guotao and 1 to Fong Bingwei.
There really is?
Chen Guotao had just asked casually, numb to the fact that he hadn't expected it to actually exist.
Chapter 114 Teaching Younger Siblings Cultivation, Entering a New World. Moreover, it was so many spirit stones.
Chen Guotao felt that at his current rate of earning spirit stones, it would take him hundreds or thousands of years to earn that many spirit stones. No wonder the son said he wanted to give up his shop and devote himself to cultivation. At first, Chen Guotao and his wife thought they could help their son, but now it seems they can't keep up with him at all.
Xiao Fan, what is your cultivation level now? Fong Bingwei couldn't help but ask. Nascent soul.
Chen Fan slowly uttered the 2 words.
Nascent soul? Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise again. It's no wonder they couldn't be blamed. Chen Fan's breakthrough speed was simply too fast.
No matter how much they thought about it, they didn't dare to even consider the nascent soul stage. Keep in mind that Chen Fan has only entered the Infinite Tower 3 times, which, according to outside time, is less than 8 months in total. Breaking through from the mortal realm to the nascent soul stage in just 8 months, who can say that's not fast? Alright, Mom and Dad, you can handle these low-level resources as you see fit, but try to keep a low profile. Chen Fan stretched and said before going back to his room. Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei watched Chen Fan walk into their room, speechless for a long time, unsure how to describe their feelings. It seems the couple is destined to have a sleepless night. In the days that followed, Chen Fan took Chen Ru out to have fun. When Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong had holidays, he would also take them out to play or go shopping. I've been having a very happy and carefree time lately. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. After listening to their son's advice, Chen Guotao and his wife found a reliable person to be the store manager. They entrusted all matters in the shop to the shop manager, and would only seek help from Chen Guotao and his wife if there were things that couldn't be handled by the manager. During these 2 weeks, Chen Guotao and his wife chose to cultivate the 9th rank cultivation technique, Guiyuan Divine Art, as their main cultivation method. After 2 weeks of hard work, they both broke through to the 3rd level of body tempering, advancing 2 minor realms. After spending half a month playing with his younger siblings, Chen Fan began to teach them how to cultivate the returning origin divine technique. As for Chen Ru, it's not time yet. After several days of careful instruction from Chen Fan, Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong all comprehended the returning origin divine technique, they began formally cultivating the returning origin divine technique. 10 days later, everyone made breakthroughs. Chen Bing was the first to break through to the body tempering realm, becoming a true body tempering realm expert. Chen Ping and Chen Dong have also reached the late stage of the mortal realm, and it is estimated that they will be able to break through to the body tempering realm soon. Aside from eating and sleeping, Chen Guotao and his wife spent all their time cultivating In the past 10 days, they broke through another small realm and reached the 4th level of body tempering. 5 days later, Chen Ping and Chen Dong also broke through to the body tempering realm. At this point, Chen Fan gave them several thousand spirit talismans ranging from 6th to 8th grade, mainly for safety. He then gave each of them 100 million low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation resources, and instructed them to cultivate diligently, as he would check their cultivation levels. When he returned from the Infinite Tower. If their cultivation level remains unchanged, Chen Fan will take back the resources he gave them. Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong all expressed that they would cultivate diligently. As for Chen Ru, Chen Fan chose a top-grade magic weapon in the form of a necklace for her. This magic weapon also has a small space inside, containing thousands of Bagua golden bell talismans made of 8th-grade diamonds. Whenever she encounters danger, the necklace will trigger a mechanism to release the Bagua golden bell talismans to protect Chen Ru. As for offensive talismans, Chen Fan didn't give them to Chen Ru, mainly because he was afraid that Chen Ru would act recklessly and hurt his own people. He decided to give them to her when she was older. Anyway, with the Bagua golden bell talisman, most people couldn't hurt her. Chen Fan found that this top-grade magic weapon was quite useful, so he gave one to each of Chen Guotao and his wife, and also gave one to each of Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong. The next day, Chen Fan was preparing to enter the infinite world again, so he took his younger siblings out for a day of fun. After returning home, the whole family held a meeting, mainly to remind the younger siblings not to flaunt their wealth. Chen Fan was afraid that these little ones would get arrogant after having these resources and start showing off everywhere. Finally, Chen Fan gave each of them dozens of top-grade magic weapons for self-defense. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. As long as they don't do anything reckless and cause trouble for others, they will have no problem protecting themselves. Knowing that Chen Fan would be entering the Infinite Tower again the next day, Chen Guotao and his wife put aside their cultivation time and chatted with Chen Fan until late at night before going to rest. The next morning, Chen Fan, as usual, did not wake his family and quickly headed towards the Infinite Tower. As soon Chen Fan arrived at the Infinite Tower, paid the spirit stones, and stepped into the teleportation array. After a dizzying moment, Chen Fan felt his feet were already on solid ground. Chen Fan looked around and found himself in a desert that stretched as far as the eye could see, a golden expanse in all directions. According to the information Jin Bu-wan obtained, the nascent soul stage should correspond to the 5-star world. According to the time rules of the 5-star world, he should stay in this world for 1 year and 2 months, while nearly 4 months will have passed outside. Chen Fan suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly tried out his cultivation technique, void space. The space opened smoothly, and all the storage rings and talismans inside were there. Chen Fan was overjoyed, because the rule that prohibited bringing items into the Infinite Tower would no longer apply to him. In that case, I would be practically invincible in every world. Next, Chen Fan opened his amplification system to take a look. He hadn't seen the effects of the upgraded amplification system after breaking through to the nascent soul stage last time. A system that amplifies a billion-fold level 5 amplification multiplier, 100,000 to 1 million, randomly amplifies the quantity or quality of collected items by 100,000 to 1 million times. The quality can exceed 4 levels of this world. Sure enough, after the system upgrade, the amplification coefficient increased again, and now it can be amplified up to 1 million times. That is to say, if you randomly obtain a low-grade spirit stone, and it is amplified by 1 million times, you can obtain 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The quality can also exceed the current world's 4 levels, so wouldn't one's highest level be able to obtain 9th grade items? The 9th grade is considered the highest grade of item below the immortal grade. Once you acquire a spirit talisman of the 9th rank, you will be invincible below the level of an immortal, and even an earth immortal would be useless against you. I don't know what kind of world this is. The place I am in is a complete wasteland, full of sand. Chapter 115 The World Beneath the Desert. Chen Fan teleported more than 10 times, only to find himself still in the desert. Then, Chen Fan teleported dozens more times, but as far as the eye could see, it was still all desert, without even a single blade of grass, let alone any other creatures. Everything in sight was golden, and Chen Fan even wondered if this was a desert world. I really don't know what kind of resources this world might have, but it's impossible for the Infinite Tower to be a world without resources. Everything that exists has its reason, but we still have to find our own resources in this world. In the days that followed, Chen Fan wandered around this world for several days without discovering anything. Chen Fan calculated that at his current speed, he would have circled the earth several times already, but he still hadn't found anything, not even a single person. Chen Fan was starting to get impatient, mainly because he hadn't found anything and was still stuck in a world of only one color. as if he could never get out of this desert. Just as Chen Fan was getting anxious, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by out of the corner of his eye. Chen Fan was overjoyed and hurriedly chased after him, but the person had disappeared again after he caught up. Chen Fan stared at the spot where the figure had disappeared, wondering if he was seeing things. No, that's impossible.
I'm not seeing things.
I saw it clearly. So why did the person disappear? Chen Fan carefully examined the spot where the figure had disappeared and finally noticed something different at a sand dune. Normally, the sand on the dunes is smooth and flat, but now the slope of the dunes has a concave mark. It looks like a concave mark formed by a heavy object hitting it. Could it be that Chen Fan suddenly realized that the resources were underground? Without thinking further, Chen Fan rushed down the sunken sand dune. After rushing down a short distance, Chen Fan could feel the sand above constantly pressing in on him. He quickly erected a spiritual energy shield to block the sand outside. The further down you go, the greater the pressure becomes. However, this pressure is nothing to Chen Fan. After diving more than 20 meters, Chen Fan suddenly saw a light curtain appear in front of him, and it was this light curtain that blocked all the sand from the outside. Chen Fan stretched out his hand to test it, and the light screen did not block his hand at all. He passed through it directly without any discomfort. Chen Fan slowly passed his entire body through the light curtain. After entering the light curtain, Chen Fan found that there was no light at all, and it was completely dark in front of him, but it's still visible to cultivators, just very dark, like there's no color at all, like a black and white television. Chen Fan slowly descended to the ground, looked up, and could no longer see the light curtain through which he had passed. The area above him was completely dark. It seemed that the light curtain could not be seen from inside. Chen Fan then looked around and found that he was actually in a village. There were many houses around, all of which were pitch black, and the figure that had just entered had vanished without a trace. It could even be said that there was no one in the entire village. Chen Fan looked at the house next door, walked over, and pushed the door open. Squeak! The door made a chilling sound. Chen Fan went inside and found that there were no living people in the house, but there were several dead people, and it was unknown how long they had been dead. All that remained were skeletons. Chen Fan carefully examined the entire house, which had 2 bedrooms and a living room. 2 skeletons sat on chairs in the living room. There were 3 skeletons in the room, some sitting and some lying down. After observing for a while, Chen Fan came to this conclusion: these people were all killed instantly with a single blow, without any reaction or pain. The method was clean and efficient. No one knew what kind of being had killed these people who looked like ordinary citizens. Chen Fan went to look at the other rooms and found that they were basically the same as the first room he entered, with only a few skeletons remaining. No one knows what kind of being this village offended. That could have wiped out the entire village without the villagers even reacting. Judging from their positions, it seems that the entire village was wiped out in a single move without them even having a chance to react. Chen Fan found no useful resources in the village. Chen Fan left the village and headed towards the distant mountains, hoping to find out if there were any cultivation sects in those mountains. However, after traversing several mountain ranges, Chen Fan did not discover the existence of any cultivation sections. They did discover a city. Chen Fan arrived above the city and found that it was the same as the village they had encountered before. The streets were littered with bones, devoid of any life. Chen Fan landed in the city. Looking at the piles of white bones on the street, Chen Fan couldn't understand what kind of hatred or grudge could lead to the massacre of all the civilians here. It's even possible that they've wiped out everyone in this world. I wonder what kind of powerful being could wipe out an entire world with a single blow. Chen Fan walked around the city but found nothing. It seems that most of the people in these cities are ordinary citizens, and there is no trace of any cultivators. That's true. Cultivators rarely appear among mortals. When they do, it's usually only to take on disciples. Left with no other option, Chen Fan continued onward, hoping to find traces of cultivators. Chen Fan has been in this world for several days now, but he hasn't acquired a single resource yet. This time, instead of heading towards cities, the cost is being directed towards deep mountains and dense forests. It is said to be a deep mountain forest, but there is not a single living tree on the mountain. All the trees have withered and died, all the leaves have fallen, and the trunks are black, much like monsters with bared teeth and claws on the mountain. After several days of traversing mountains and valleys, Chen Fan finally saw some pavilions and towers in a mountain range. Chen Fan quickened his pace and arrived in front of these pavilions and towers, only to find that it was actually the location of a sect. At this moment, there was even an array covering it, making it not look so desolate. You can even see some green grass and trees, which shows that there is still spiritual energy nourishing it. Above its mountain gate hangs a crooked plaque inscribed with the words Qingyu sect. Chen Fan tried touching the array's light barrier with his hand and found that it was blocked, indicating that the array was still functioning normally.
Chen Fan punched the formation, and it shattered instantly, releasing the spiritual energy within. It seems there must be a small spirit stone mine within this sect, which has not yet formed a spirit vein, otherwise, the spiritual energy inside the formation would be even denser. Chapter 116. The bizarre humanoid puppet. Chen Fan slowly walked up the steps and looked around. He noticed that the once lush green grass and trees were now beginning to turn yellow. It's probably because the protective array barrier broke, causing the spiritual energy inside to slowly leak out, which is why these plants are gradually withering and turning yellow. This was not something Chen Fan should concern himself with. After a few flashes, Chen Fan had already arrived at the outer perimeter of Qingyu sect. It was deserted and quiet here, the only difference from ordinary cities being that there were no skeletons. Chen Fan arrived in front of a building, pushed open the door, and found the inside empty, as if there was nothing there. But Chen Fan soon noticed something different, as if something was watching him. Chen Fan looked around and quickly made a discovery. Behind a pillar, there seemed to be a dark figure. Watching him, Chen Fan slowly walked over, and as the figure drew closer, he finally saw what the dark shape was. It turned out to be a disheveled figure standing next to a pillar, staring at Chen Fan with empty eyes. When Chen Fan first saw it, he thought it was a dead person, but then he noticed that its eyeballs could still move. The man's gaze followed Chen Fan's movements and gradually focused on him. My fingers started moving, and slowly my whole body began to move, making a clicking sound. When Chen Fan was close enough, she suddenly drew a sharp sword and thrust it towards him. Chen Fan slapped him across the face, sending him flying, but this person seemed oblivious to pain, getting up and continuing to attack Chen Fan. Seeing the attacker approaching, Chen Fan snatched the sword from his body and chopped off his head. In one move, the headless figure slowly fell to the ground, and then a wisp of gray smoke slowly rose from its body, forming the shape of a human figure that bowed deeply to Chen Fan before disappearing. What's going on? Chen Fan watched the figure slowly disappear. He had killed him, and the man was thanking him instead. Chen Fan shook his head, unable to understand it at all. I'll stop thinking about it for now. Chen Fan turned and walked up to the second floor. As soon as he reached the second floor, a figure with a sword thrust at him. Chen Fan dodged to the side and kicked the man, who then fell forward to the ground. The man silently got up, grabbed his sword, and continued charging towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan snatched the sword from his hand and subdued him, but the figure struggled incessantly, yet how could it break free from its restraints? Looking at the empty eyes on his face, Chen Fan could sense that those eyes were pleading with Chen Fan to kill him quickly. This puzzled Chen Fan, who would beg someone to kill them. Are you from the Qingyu sect? Chen Fan asked. Seeing that Chen Fan had spoken, the man resisted even more fiercely, even going so far as to break his own hand in order to break free from Chen Fan's grasp. Click. The man broke free from Chen Fan's grasp, but the price he paid was that his arm was broken. His arm was broken, but no blood flowed out, and the man seemed to feel no pain as he continued to attack Chen Fan, holding the severed arm in his hand. Chen Fan watched as the figure, seemingly feeling no pain, charged towards him again. Ping Fan then cleaved the figure's head off with a single sword strike. The man fell to the ground, and a wisp of gray smoke rose up, forming a human figure that bowed deeply to Chen Fan before disappearing. Chen Fan stared at the fallen figure and the dissipating ash, lost in thought. The people here seem to be controlled by others, like puppets. If that's really the case, then the methods used to control these people are far too insidious. Just as Chen Fan was deep in thought about this, the person lying on the ground also changed. His clothes and flesh slowly turned to ashes and dust, scattering across the ground, until only a skeleton remained. Chen Fan sighed. It seemed that the physical body also needed the support of the soul. Now that the soul had been freed, the physical body would also dissipate. These people are probably already dead, but someone with great supernatural powers has trapped their souls in their bodies, turning them into puppets, preventing their souls from being reborn. The methods were extremely cruel and vicious. As long as no one broke the seal on the puppet, the person's soul would never be able to be reborn and would be trapped in this decaying body forever. Chen Fan searched the second floor but found nothing, nor did he obtain any useful resources. He also had no idea what the attic had been used for before. Helpless, Chen Fan had no choice but to turn around and go downstairs. He then went into the adjacent attic, which also had no resources. However, he still encountered puppets like the two people before. Chen Fan directly helped them get rid of the problem. It seemed that there were no resources to be obtained from the outer sect, so Chen Fan did not linger there any longer. We arrived directly at the summit. In the plaza at the summit, there were dozens of humanoid puppets, standing there like statues. The moment Chen Fan stepped into the square, those humanoid figures drew their swords and attacked him. Faced with these humanoid puppets, Chen Fan had nothing to say but simply went up and helped them free themselves.
and they would even thank him. Most of the humanoid puppets here were at the Foundation establishment stage, and Chen Fan easily freed them. Once the souls of these humanoid puppets perish, everything on their bodies will turn to ashes, including the storage rings and storage bags they wear. It's unclear how these humanoid puppets were made. They seem to carry a kind of poison that will corrode everything on their bodies as long as there is no soul present. Chen Fan had initially thought that these people, after being freed, would surely leave behind some items and resources, but now it seemed that there was no possibility of that. After dealing with all the humanoid puppets in the square, Chen Fan arrived at the largest palace above the square. This palace must be the main hall of the Qingyu sect. Chen Fan pushed open the door and went inside. Then one could see human-shaped puppets sitting above and on both sides of the main hall. The person at the very front should be the sect leader of this sect, and the people sitting on either side should be the elders of this sect. Chen Fan glanced at their general cultivation levels. The sect leader of the Qingyu sect was probably at the late Golden Core stage. The other elders were also around the Golden Core stage. When Chen Fan pushed open the door and entered, they all opened their eyes, their empty gazes fixed on Chen Fan. Chen Fan walked in unhurriedly. When these humanoid puppets saw Chen Fan coming, a look of struggle flashed in their eyes, but in the end, they all surrounded Chen Fan, and even drew their weapons. Without saying a word, he charged straight at Chen Fan. Chen Fan knew that this was not their original intention, but they had been turned into humanoid puppets by others and could only obey their commands. Chen Fan also brandished a magical flying sword and said, "Let me help you find liberation." Chapter 117 Morong Shue Shue. After saying that, he controlled the flying sword, and with a few whooshing sounds, he beheaded all the humanoid puppets. They fell to the ground, and then, as they rose into the air, they formed human figures, bowed to Chen Fan, and disappeared. Only the sect leader of Qingyu sect remained unmoved. He seemed to be trying his best to restrain himself, but in the end he could not resist being controlled and also drew his sword to attack Chen Fan. Chen Fan dodged the attack with a quick movement, then controlled his flying sword to circle around the attacker's neck. The sect leader of Qingyu sect collapsed on the ground, followed by a wisp of gray smoke that eventually formed a human figure. He bowed deeply to Chen Fan, pointed outside, bowed to Chen Fan again, and then disappeared. Although there were no words, Chen Fan understood what it meant. After dealing with the humanoid puppets in the main hall, Chen Fan headed to the adjacent palaces and freed the humanoid puppets there. Although he was helping them find peace, Chen Fan didn't overlook any place that might have resources. However, he didn't find any resources in several palaces and pavilions. Instead, he helped many of the humanoid puppets find peace. They found quite a few items, but they were all corroded. If you touched them, they would immediately turn to ashes. This frustrated Chen Fan greatly. He had been in this world for almost a week and hadn't gained any resources at all. Chen Fan's figure darted around the sect, basically exorcising all the humanoid puppets in the Qingyu sect, thus fulfilling the wish of the Qingyu sect master. Finally, Chen Fan followed the faint spiritual energy and found a spirit stone mine, but the mine was basically dry. Chen Fan went down into the spirit stone mine and saw that almost all the spirit stones had turned to ashes, with only a few still containing spiritual energy. Chen Fan could only reluctantly collect them, otherwise he wouldn't have obtained any resources since arriving in this world. Obtained 103 low-grade spirit stones, an increase of 200,000 times, for a total of 20,600,000 low-grade spirit stones. More than 20 million low-grade spirit stones. It's better to have some than nothing, right? Chen Fan emerged from the mine and sighed, feeling like he'd wasted his time. Next, Chen Fan continued forward, but found nothing on several more hills. This really upset Chen Fan. He felt like he was unlucky to have come into this world, and everything was going wrong. After walking for so long, Chen Fan decided to stop and rest for a day. Since he couldn't find any resources anyway, he might as well stop and relax. They found a decent spot with a nice view, lit a fire, and then took out some chicken wings and drumsticks to start barbecuing. Before entering the Infinite Tower, Chen Fan had prepared a lot of things and materials while shopping with his family. After grilling the chicken wings and drumsticks, Chen Fan took out a recliner and leisurely lay down on it, using his sword control technique to flip the chicken wings and drumsticks over. Then, controlling the seasoning bottle, he evenly sprinkled the seasonings onto the chicken wings and drumsticks, and immediately, the aroma filled the air. Chen Fan picked up a chicken wing, smelled it, and said, "Not bad, that's the taste." After saying that, he took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was grilled very well. Just as Chen Fan had taken a few bites, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching him at an extremely fast speed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the man and saw that he was wearing a leather jacket and pants, had a big butt, a protruding front, and a ponytail. His pretty face and big eyes were staring at the chicken wings and drumsticks on Chen Fan's barbecue grill. An unidentified liquid had already begun to trickle from her fiery red lips. She was definitely craving his chicken wings and drumsticks. The beautiful woman didn't say anything, but stared intently at the chicken wings and drumsticks on the grill. Chen Fan casually picked up a chicken wing and a chicken leg and handed them over.
Want some?
Chen Fan asked. The beautiful woman quickly took the chicken wings and drumsticks that Chen Fan handed her and couldn't wait to stuff them into her mouth.
So delicious.
The beautiful woman made a seductive sound as she ate. This left Chen Fan speechless.
If you're going to eat, then eat. Why are you making such noises? Ahem. Chen Fan coughed twice and asked, Beautiful lady, what's your name? Where are you from?
The beautiful woman took 2 more big bites of the chicken leg before answering, My name is Morong Shueshua, and I come from the Vermilion Bird Star region.
The introduction was very concise and clear.
After finishing, he took a few more big bites of chicken leg meat. It's clear that Morong Shueshua is a true foodie. She even forgets about the dangers when she has food to eat. I reckon as long as there's delicious food, they could sell Morong Shueshua off, and she'd even have to count the money for them.
Vermilion Bird Star region?
Chen Fan slowly pondered these words. While Chen Fan was in the Azure Dragon Star region, the 2 star systems are not very far apart, and I've heard there have been some minor skirmishes.
Do you know anything about this world? Chen Fan asked again.
Yes, I've heard the older generation talk about it, Morong Shueshua said while gnawing on a chicken leg.
Can you tell me about it?
Without any reaction, Chen Fan looked at Morong Shueshua, only to see that she had already finished eating the chicken wings and drumsticks in her hands, and was now staring at the chicken wings and drumsticks on the grill with a drooling face. She showed no intention of answering Chen Fan's question. Chen Fan immediately understood that she was trying to trade chicken wings and drumsticks for the answer. Chen Fan gave all the chicken wings and drumsticks on the grill to Morong Shueshua. Morong Shueshua happily accepted the chicken wings and drumsticks, then took a big bite before replying, According to the experience of our predecessors, this world must have offended some powerful figure. They wiped out everyone in this world and turned all the cultivators into puppets, imprisoning their souls inside their bodies. If no one rescues them, they will be stuck inside the puppets for their entire lives. The method to rescue others is also very simple, just kill them, and they will be freed. Well, Morong Shueshue's answer was essentially saying nothing, and the outcome was pretty much what Chen Fan had guessed.
Anything else? Chen Fan continued to ask.
Furthermore, the resources in this world are relatively scarce. Only some sects and holy sites may have some remaining resources, but these sects and holy sites are all covered by formations, and ordinary people simply cannot enter them.
Do you know where there are sacred sites of sects? I know one, but you can't get in at all.
That formation is too powerful, many people are blocked outside.
Can you take me there? No, I need to find other support.
Morong Shueshue shook her head like a rattle drum. Chen Fan looked at the chicken wing and drumstick that he was about to finish eating and said, I can grill 10 more chicken wings and drumsticks for you.
In exchange, you take me to that sect's holy land, okay?
Morong Shueshue shook her head again and said, no. After saying that, he threw away the bones he had left over and said, 20.
Okay, deal.
Let's hit the road now, Chen Fan said. Chapter 118 Valley Formation. No, you have to grill it for me first, I'm not full yet, Morong Shueshue refused again.
No, what if I finish baking it for you and then you change your mind?
Chen Fan also refused. Morong Shueshue rolled her eyes and said, why don't you bake 10 for me first, and I'll bake the remaining 10 for you when we get to our destination.
Chen Fan thought about it and felt it was feasible.
The main reason was that Chen Fan didn't want to waste time haggling with Morong Shueshue here. Chen Fan took out 5 chicken wings and 5 chicken legs again, placed them on the barbecue grill, and started grilling them. As Morong Shueshue watched Chen Fan grill chicken wings and drumsticks, an unidentified liquid began to drip from the corner of her mouth again. Chen Fan glanced at Morong Shueshue and said,
can you please be a little more mindful of your image? You're practically drooling. Don't get my barbecue grill covered in your drool. Go away from here.
Morong Shueshue wasn't angry when Chen Fan teased her like that. Instead, she looked curiously at the chicken wings and drumsticks in Chen Fan's hand and asked, where did you get these? They're not exactly fresh, but they're not too bad either.
Chen Fan was taken aback by Morong Shueshue's question.
Of course, he brought the chicken wings and drumsticks in from outside. Almost everyone knew that every time they entered the infinite world, their resources would be confiscated by the infinite tower, so he definitely couldn't say that he brought them in from outside. As far as I know, there are no living beings in this world, so where did you come from? Morong Shueshue asked, pointing to her lips. It's a secret, how can I tell you? Chen Fan couldn't explain where the chicken wings and drumsticks came from. He wanted to say that he found them in this world, but Morong Shueshue blocked him. So he had no choice but to say nothing and let Morong Shueshue guess for herself. Seeing that Chen Fan wouldn't say anything, Morong Shueshue didn't press him for details. After all, everyone has their own secrets. The two chatted casually for the rest of the time, but Chen Fan did most of the talking and Morong Shueshue answered. Unfortunately, Chen Fan knew too little about the infinite world, while Morong Shueshue happened to know more. So Chen Fan raised every question he could think of. Morong Shueshue was able to answer most of Chen Fan's questions, giving him a more comprehensive understanding of the infinite world. All right. Chen Fan handed the grilled chicken wings and drumsticks to Morong Shueshue, and then put away the barbecue grill and other equipment. Morong Shueshue took the chicken wings and drumsticks and took a bite without hesitation, her face full of delight. Chen Fan looked at Morong Shueshue, who seemed to have not eaten for 800 years, and said irritably, "All right, you've eaten. Now it's time to take me to that sex holy land." Morong Shueshue took another bite of meat and said, "Come with me." Then they headed in one direction, with Chen Fan following Morong Shueshue at a leisurely pace. Not long after, Chen Fan followed Morong Shueshue to a valley. Actually, it wasn't far from where Chen Fan was having a barbecue. If Chen Fan had just walked a little further, he could have reached the valley. Chen Fan was furious when he saw Morong Shueshue. He should have just come directly instead of letting Morong Shueshue lead the way. "We're here," Morong Shueshue said, taking a bite of chicken leg. "You're something else," Chen Fan said through gritted teeth. "What? You still owe me 10? Morong Shueshue pretended not to know what Chen Fan was talking about. At this moment, there are many people in the valley, all trying to figure out how to break the formation, but none of them have come up with any useful results. Some people tried to break the formation, but all of them failed. Some even coughed up blood due to the backlash from the formation. The people didn't react to Chen Fan and Morong Shueshue's arrival. Although there weren't many people coming, 2 or 3 would come from time to time, and they would leave if they couldn't break the formation. Therefore, there was nothing strange about Chen Fan and his group's arrival, nor was there any hostility towards them. Chen Fan glanced at the people around him, then at the formation. The formation enveloped the entire valley, emitting a faint white mist that obscured the view inside. This formation was like a figment of Chen Fan's imagination. He could simply teleport through it, but now there are so many people here, including more than 10 people in the late stage of the nascent soul realm and more than 20 people in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Entering in front of so many people would only cause more trouble, wouldn't it? Although I'm not afraid of being surrounded by these people, it's better to be a little sneaky. Why not just take everything quietly? Why make it so public? Making money in silence is the best policy. Seeing that these people couldn't break the formation in a short time, Chen Fan didn't need to be too anxious. So he took out the barbecue grill again and started grilling chicken wings and drumsticks for Morong Shueshue. Soon, the aroma spread, attracting many people to look in Chen Fan's direction. Seeing that everyone was focused on the barbecue, Morong Shueshue moved a few steps, blocking Chen Fan and the barbecue grill behind her, as if afraid that others would steal her food. Some people curled their lip in disdain upon seeing Morong Shueshue's actions, but the aroma still made me want to look over here. Chen Fan didn't pay too much attention when he poured it. He flipped it over and sprinkled the seasoning in one go. Soon, the chicken wings and drumsticks were cooked. Chen Fan handed them to Morong Shueshue. Morong Shueshue quickly took them, sticking out her pink tongue to lick each chicken wing and drumstick first, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. This left many people speechless. After finishing preparing the barbecue for Morong Shueshue, Chen Fan pretended to come to the edge of the formation, as if he was trying to break the formation. In reality, Chen Fan knew nothing about formations, he was just there to make an appearance. He looked around, sometimes frowning, sometimes sighing, acting as if he knew a lot about them. The others were not surprised to see Chen Fan like this. If this formation were so easy to break, it would have been broken long ago and would still be standing. Morong Shueshue also came over at this time. Seeing Chen Fan trying to break the formation, she asked curiously, "You also know about formations?" "I know a little bit." "Can you break this formation?" "Cannot cut?" Chen Fan ignored Morong Shueshue's disdain, sat down cross-legged, and half-closed his eyes, as if he were thinking. Seeing that Chen Fan was ignoring her and Chen Fan, Morong Shueshue wandered around looking at things, occasionally taking a bite of barbecue, looking quite carefree. Seeing Morong Shueshue's actions, Chen Fan wondered if she was on vacation. Everyone else was busy searching for resources, but she seemed to be on holiday. After taking a stroll, Morong Shueshue returned to Chen Fan's side and saw that Chen Fan was still sitting there motionless, somewhat bored. He kicked a stone on the ground, then squatted down in front of Chen Fan, staring at him with his big eyes. Chen Fan sighed speechlessly.
Chapter 119. Entering the formation. Super rewards. What are you doing? Chen Fan had no choice but to ask. I didn't do anything. Then why are you staring at me? I think you might be asleep. If you're bored, go out for a walk. Why are you staring at me all the time?
Chen Fan said helplessly.
It is a bit boring. I originally wanted to go out for a walk, but you brought me back here. Morong Shueshue thought for a moment and said, What do you mean I brought you back here again?
We made a deal, okay? Chen Fan ignored her and pretended to be thinking with his eyes half closed, but in his heart he was shouting, Miss, you should leave now, leave now. Seeing that Chen Fan was lost in thought again, Morong Shueshue didn't disturb him any longer and said, Then I'm leaving. She shifted her feet slightly, then turned to look at Chen Fan.
Helpless, Chen Fan could only wave and say, See you again sometime.
Morong Shueshue then turned and left. Satisfied, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Morong Shueshue leave. Fearing that she would continue to pester him, it would be difficult for him to act secretly. Chen Fan sat there for the entire afternoon, then stood up, shook his head with feigned helplessness, and turned to leave. The people in the valley didn't pay much attention to Chen Fan's departure. Many people who came here would leave after failing to break the formation. Instead of wasting time here, we should go out and look for other resources. Chen Fan hadn't gone far from the valley when he stopped here. He then disguised himself again, putting on a black cloak and a magical mask that could isolate his aura. Then he cast an invisibility talisman on himself, but in reality, the invisibility talisman has no effect on those above the Golden Core stage. Cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above are extremely sensitive to auras, but Chen Fan is different because he has a magical artifact that isolates auras. As long as there are no cultivators at the nascent soul stage here, no one will discover Chen Fan, because cultivators at the nascent soul stage can manifest divine sense, and any attempt to conceal themselves or isolate their aura will be easily detected with a single sweep of their divine sense. Chen Fan swiftly approached the array in the valley.
The people inside the valley didn't react at all.
In addition, the world was already dark, and if it weren't for the faint light emitted by the array in the valley, the surroundings would have been even darker. With a teleportation, Chen Fan entered the formation. The inside of the formation is a completely different world from the outside. Inside the formation, the trees are lush and the flowers are in full bloom, just like a paradise. Chen Fan passed through the surrounding trees, and suddenly the view opened up before him.
In front of him was a plain, which was covered with all kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines. Moreover, the quality of these spiritual herbs is not low, the lowest is grade 4, and some even reach grade 7, which is truly unbelievable. Moreover, the further into the valley one goes, the more 7th grade spiritual herbs and medicines there are.
Chen Fan is now walking very carefully, afraid of crushing all these spiritual herbs and medicines. When Chen Fan reached the deepest part of the valley, the spiritual herbs and medicines here had even reached the 8th grade. However, the center of the 8th grade was no longer spiritual herbs and medicines, but a pool of transparent liquid.
This is spiritual liquid? Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You should know that spiritual liquid is even rarer than top-grade spirit stones. Spiritual liquid is formed when spiritual energy is extremely concentrated.
It is easier to absorb than spirit stones. There's such a large pool of spiritual liquid here. No wonder the area is full of spiritual herbs and medicines. Chen Fan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement, but he couldn't contain his joy and wanted to laugh out loud. But Chen Fan suppressed his emotions as much as possible. He knew he couldn't wait here for too long, as no one could say for sure when the people outside would be able to break the formation. Therefore, Chen Fan had to act quickly and dig up all the spiritual herbs and medicines here first. Moreover, he couldn't touch the pool of spiritual liquid first, otherwise the formation would weaken without the support of the spiritual liquid, and the people outside would easily break through the formation. Chen Fan suppressed his excitement and began to dig up spiritual herbs and medicines.
Although he couldn't touch the spiritual liquid, he could move the 8th grade spiritual herbs around it.
Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond purple jade flower, the quantity increased by 200,000 times, obtaining 200,000 grade 8 diamond purple jade flowers. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond cold grass, quantity increased by 500,000 times, obtained 500,000 grade 8 diamond cold grass. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond top tier longevity grass, with a quantity increase of 300,000 times and a quality increase of 600,000 times, obtained 300,000 grade 4 immortal grass 9 tribulations life extending grass. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond cloud dragon flying grass, increasing the quantity by 700,000 times, obtaining 700,000 grade 8 diamond cloud dragon flying grass. Chen Fan was frantically digging for spiritual herbs and medicines, so much so that he didn't even have time to check the system's boosts. Obtained 1 grade 7 diamond fragrant cloud flower, the quantity increased by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 grade 7 diamond fragrant cloud flowers. Obtained grade 6 gold, achieved rank 5. Achieved rank 4. Chen Fan dug frantically for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally finished digging up all the spiritual herbs and medicines. The main task was to ensure that the medicinal properties of the herbs and medicines were not lost, which slowed down the digging speed considerably. There has been a systematic increase, and the quantity is definitely not lacking. There have also been dozens of quality increases throughout the process, but we haven't had time to look at them yet. Then came the main event. Chen Fan took out a gourd of the highest quality magic treasure type, which was perfect for holding the spiritual liquid. Chen Fan pried open the gourd's mouth, pointed the opening at the pool of spiritual liquid, and shouted, "Collect." The pool of spiritual liquid began to be poured into the gourd. As the liquid was collected by the gourd, the surrounding trees began to turn yellow, and the light of the array began to dim. After Chen Fan collected the last drop of spiritual liquid, 2 tons of spiritual liquid were obtained, an increase of 600,000 times, resulting in a total of 1,200,000 tons of spiritual liquid. Finally, all the spiritual liquid was stored in the gourd. Originally, the gourd only contained 2 tons of spiritual liquid, and there was still a lot of space left. However, after being amplified by the system, the gourd was almost full in an instant. They don't even know how long they'll need the 1.2 million tons of spiritual liquid. Right, Chen Fan suddenly remembered and quickly poured 1 ton of spiritual liquid into the pool. With the blessing of the spiritual liquid, the vitality of the entire valley was quickly restored, the withered leaves quickly turned green again, and the formation began to recover. Chen Fan dumped another ton, and the spiritual energy of the entire valley instantly returned to its previous state. Chen Fan had just thought that since there was a powerful formation here, he might as well go into seclusion here and break through to the late nascent soul stage, or even the out-of-body stage. Anyway, they can't break the formation that quickly, so I can cultivate without being disturbed. Chapter 120 Out-of-Body Stage. So Chen Fan sat cross-legged in the spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. Sure enough, the effects of the spirit liquid were different. Chen Fan had only used high-grade spirit stones to cultivate before, and he felt that the effect was excellent at that time. He secretly wondered how good the effect would be if it were a top-grade spirit stone. Unexpectedly, before even experiencing the effects of the top-grade spirit stones, I tried the cultivation effects of the spirit liquid first. Chen Fan activated the void technique, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from the spiritual liquid. His cultivation level soared, and 2 days later, Chen Fan felt that he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Sure enough, Chen Fan broke through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in no time at all. Keep up the good work and continue your training. Those outside the formation were now in a state of unease. They had been there to figure out how to break the formation. Then I realized that the power of the formation had suddenly weakened, which meant it was easier to break. So they joined forces to break the formation. Just as they had prepared the materials and were ready to break the formation's power suddenly increased. This frustrated them greatly, but since the materials were ready, they had no choice but to try to crack it anyway. However, after trying for a day, they still had no results. Just then, someone said, "Why don't we just use brute force to break it? With so many of us working together, we can directly deplete the energy of this formation and achieve the same effect. I also think we should use brute force to break it." The formation's power suddenly weakened just now. It must be because the formation is incomplete, causing it to be weak for a period of time. If we keep attacking like this, maybe the formation will run out of energy and we can break it directly. It's feasible. As long as we keep attacking, the formation needs energy to operate. "As long as the formation can't supply enough energy, we can break it in one blow," said one of the formation masters. The other array masters also thought it was feasible, so they began to organize personnel, dividing them into 4 teams. Each squad took turns attacking, but the effect wasn't very good at first. The formation's energy seemed to remain undiminished and it was still holding firm, but as their attack continued for longer, they soon discovered that the formation was indeed beginning to weaken. This gave them hope. They believed that such an attack was effective, so they began to attack the formation even more vigorously. As more and more people joined, the formation gradually weakened. What they didn't know was that it wasn't that their attack power was so strong, but that the formation was beginning to weaken. The real reason was that Chen Fan cultivated in the spiritual liquid and absorbed it. The spiritual liquid, which was originally full, began to slowly decrease after Chen Fan absorbed it. Although breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage didn't consume a lot of spiritual liquid, it still amounted to about 1%. 5 days passed after Chen Fan broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage, and he also reached the late-nascent soul stage. The effects of cultivating with this spiritual liquid were truly remarkable. The spiritual liquid is basically free of impurities, you just need to continuously absorb and refine it by circulating your cultivation technique. After breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, Chen Fan consolidated his realm for a while before preparing to continue cultivating. The main reason is that cultivating in this spiritual liquid yields excellent results, making it irresistible. It's like leveling up in a game. While others have to work hard to kill a monster to get 1 point of experience, Chen Fan is like he's cheating. He can get 1,000 points of experience from killing a monster and level up like a rocket. After breaking through to the late nascent soul stage, about 4% of the spiritual liquid was consumed. Now that Chen Fan is about to break through to the out-of-body stage, the energy required will probably be even greater. Sure enough, after half a month of cultivation, when less than half of the spiritual liquid remained, Chen Fan was shocked and had broken through to the nascent soul stage. What is astral projection? It means that the nascent soul can leave the physical body and travel the world. Once one reaches the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul can freely leave the body and possess others without experiencing a decline in their cultivation level, unlike the nascent soul stage where one can only passively possess others and whose cultivation level will drop. Reaching the out-of-body stage is equivalent to having an extra chance to save one's life. In the event of a fatal danger, one can leave the body with their nascent soul to temporarily save their life. Moreover, after reaching the out-of-body stage, the use of spiritual energy in heaven and earth becomes clearer and more intuitive, and even the power of spells is greatly enhanced. Chen Fan tried to separate his nascent soul from his body. Soon, a nascent soul the size of a fist emerged from the top of Chen Fan's head and looked around. Then the entire nascent soul flew up and looked around the valley. When Chen Fan's nascent soul arrived at the edge of the formation, he was surprised to find that many people were attacking the formation. Moreover, the formation does indeed appear to have lost a significant amount of power, seemingly no longer possessing even half of its original strength, but Chen Fan actually knew the reason. It was because he had absorbed half of the spiritual liquid in the valley during his cultivation, which weakened the power of the formation. The remaining half is about a ton. If Chen Fan hadn't absorbed that ton of spiritual liquid, these people probably wouldn't have been able to break the formation even if they attacked for 3 months. However, seeing that they were trying their best to attack the formation, Chen Fan felt he had to help them. So Chen Fan's nascent soul returned to his physical body, and he began to cultivate in seclusion again. The main purpose of this seclusion was to consolidate his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. After all, breaking through too quickly isn't a good thing. The fear is that one's mindset won't be able to keep up. After several days of consolidation, Chen Fan's spiritual energy became more rounded and full, and his body was more abundant. Having failed to break through any further realms, Chen Fan decided to use the remaining spiritual liquid to refine his body. Having just obtained so many spiritual herbs and medicines, I can easily refine medicinal liquids. After Chen Fan finished refining the medicinal liquid, he poured it into the spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid, mixed with the medicinal liquid, slowly turned into a bright green liquid. Then, he sat cross-legged again, immersing his entire body in the liquid, and began cultivating by circulating the void body refining technique. As Chen Fan continued his cultivation, the green liquid gradually decreased. Outside the formation, the number of people had exceeded 100, divided into 5 teams, attacking the formation without stopping. When one team's spiritual energy was exhausted, another team would take over, and those whose spiritual energy was exhausted would sit cross-legged to recover. Of course, the effect is also very obvious. The formation is weakening little by little as they attack. It is believed that the formation will be broken in a few days, which makes them attack the formation even more vigorously. At this moment, Morong Shueshue was also in one of the squads, and it would soon be her squad's turn to attack. When Morong Shueshue first returned here, she went to look for Chen Fan, but she couldn't find him. She thought that Chen Fan couldn't break the formation, so she left again. This fool won't stay a few more days. It seems this opportunity isn't for you now, Morong Shueshue thought to herself. Chapter 121 is this spiritual liquid. A few days later, Chen Fan's void body refining technique finally reached the third level. At this point, only a tiny bit of the green liquid remained, probably less than half a liter. Chen Fan felt the changes in his body and realized that he could now withstand even attacks from top-grade magic weapons. Chen Fan looked at the remaining green liquid mixed with a trace of black liquid, smiled strangely, and then used teleportation to leave the valley. Not long after Chen Fan left, the formation protecting the valley was finally broken by the group. The moment the formation shattered, everyone rushed inside, because the faster they were, the more resources they could obtain. They all flew with all their might into the valley, but when they rushed through the jungle and arrived at the plain, they were dumbfounded. The plain in front of them looked as if it had been plowed over, all the soil had been turned over, and the only place that hadn't been turned over was a small pond in the very center. Everyone rushed over, and saw that there was some dark green liquid in the small pool, emitting amazing spiritual power and wisps of medicinal power. Is this spiritual liquid? One of them asked with a hint of doubt. Judging from the intensity of the spiritual energy it emits, it seems to be spiritual liquid, but the color is wrong. It should be spiritual liquid, right? Whether it's spiritual liquid or not, let's put it away first. How do we divide it? When it came to dividing the spoils, everyone became tense, since there was only so much spiritual liquid. No one wanted to put in the effort but get nothing in return, so everyone started to be wary of those around them, creating a tense atmosphere. Just as the group was about to start fighting, one of them said, "I think there's still quite a bit of spiritual liquid left. How about this, we each take a drop first, and then we can distribute the rest one by one." Everyone agreed that this was a good idea, as everyone would benefit from it. Then how should the rest be distributed? Someone asked. Of course, it goes to whoever is stronger, one of the late-stage nascent soul cultivators said. In my opinion, in a battle of magic, the winner can get a drop, someone suggested. Sure, whoever wins gets another drop. Can. Everyone thought this was a good idea. After agreeing on how to distribute the liquid, the hundreds of people began to take one drop of the spiritual liquid each in an orderly manner. After each person took a drop of spiritual liquid, there wasn't much left in the pool. Those with lower cultivation levels realized they had no chance of winning, so they stopped competing. In the end, only a dozen or so late-stage nascent soul cultivators were left to fight for the last drop of spiritual liquid. After leaving the valley, Chen Fan found another place to set up a barbecue. He had just finished his seclusion and it was time to relax. Just as the barbecue was finished grilling, a figure flew in from afar. Chen Fan squinted at the approaching person and thought to himself, this is bad. It was too late to pack up the barbecue stall. What a coincidence! Morong Shueshue said with a smile to Chen Fan. What a coincidence! Are you a dog? Chen Fan said helplessly. You're the one who's like a dog. I was just passing by and saw you here, so I came. After saying that, Morong Shueshue unceremoniously picked up the food from the barbecue grill and started eating. Even if it's poisoned, you still eat it, Chen Fan said. What kind of poison? Morong Shueshue asked curiously, clearly not believing that Chen Fan had poisoned her. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly and said, never mind, you can eat it. It's not poisonous. Chen Fan was too lazy to argue with her and waste his breath, so he casually picked up the barbecue and started eating. By the way, I still don't know your name. What's your name? Morong Shueshue asked while eating. Chen Fan. Chen Fan? Morong Shueshue asked again, when did you leave the valley? Do you know that the valley's formation was just broken and there was actually spiritual liquid inside? Spiritual liquid? Chen Fan suppressed a laugh and said, I left not long after you left. When did you go back? I went back a long time ago to help break the formation, and I also got a drop of spiritual liquid. As she spoke, Morong Shueshue took out a small porcelain bottle, wrapped it with her magic power, and took out a drop of dark green spiritual liquid. When Chen Fan saw Morong Shueshue carefully putting the spiritual liquid back into the porcelain bottle as if it were a precious treasure, he almost burst out laughing. Then Morong Shueshue gave a brief account of what happened in the valley. When Chen Fan heard that more than 10 people in the late nascent soul stage were competing for the last spiritual liquid, he was deeply moved. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. You see, that was his bathwater. Although the effects of the spirit liquid were reduced, it still contained more spiritual energy than a top-grade spirit stone. As for the green one, it's a body-refining elixir prepared by Chen Fan. Taking it will also have the effect of strengthening the body, which is fine. That black stuff. How could Chen Fan possibly tell you that it was actually the filth expelled from his body? What are you laughing at? Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan's smile and couldn't help but shudder. It's nothing, I just remembered something funny, Chen Fan said with a smile. What's so funny? Tell me about it. It won't be funny if you say it out loud. TCH, stingy, Morong Shueshue said discontentedly, then picked up another skewer of grilled meat and took a big bite, chewing hard as if to vent her dissatisfaction. Do you know of any other sacred sites of sex? Chen Fan asked. Of course I know it exists, why would I tell you? Morong Shueshue said. You ate my barbecue. I'll spit it out and give it back to you. Then spit it out. Morong Shueshue really couldn't spit it out, and rolled her big eyes at Chen Fan, saying, 50 barbecues. 30. Chen Fan certainly couldn't let Morong Shueshue arbitrarily set the price. He had to reduce it at least a bit, otherwise Morong Shueshue would dare to ask for 100 next time. Although barbecue isn't expensive, grilling it is quite tiring. 45, 30.40, 35, 35 at most, I can't give you any more, Chen Fan conceded again. Deal, Morong Shueshue said happily. How did you know where the sacred sites of sex are? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. He knew that even if someone had been to the same world, they wouldn't necessarily tell others where there were resources. It's useless, because the world refreshes every time, resources are never in the same place, the world background is different, and the geographical features of the world are different, only the nature of the world is the same. Therefore, many people can prioritize understanding what kind of world they will encounter, what kind of problems they will face, and what issues they need to pay attention to. But they still need to find resources themselves. Like Morong Shueshue, she had a prior understanding of the nature of this world and its general background, but she had absolutely no way of knowing where the resources were. At most, all she knew was that the people in this world had been turned into puppets, and how to guard against these puppets. As for resources, she would have to find out and acquire them herself. Chapter 122 Barbecue at a sacred location. Therefore, Chen Fan was very curious about how Morong Shueshue knew that there was a sex holy land there. If he masters this method himself, he can go find the sacred sites of the sect on his own. You have to understand that it's very difficult to find someone like Chen Fan who is searching blindly, unless you're lucky enough to stumble upon one. Morong Shueshue replied while eating barbecue, it's a secret. Alright. Chen Fan didn't have the habit of prying into other people's secrets. Since Morong Shueshue was unwilling to tell him, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force Morong Shueshue to tell him, could he? Chen Fan had his own principles. Morong Shueshue smiled at Chen Fan's embarrassed expression and said, actually, it's not really a secret. It's just one of my talents. I'm quite sensitive to energy. You can't learn it even if I tell you. There are many people with talents like mine. After hearing Morong Shueshue's explanation, Chen Fan realized that it was Morong Shueshue's own talent, so even if Morong Shueshue explained it, he would not be able to learn it at all. Just like his own talent, the ability to sense danger, it's something that others can't learn. White talent came from opening treasure chests. Speaking of which, I haven't encountered any treasure chests since I passed the beginner stage. That's not right either. Last time I entered a special world, and there were no treasure chests in that world. I don't know if there are any treasure chests in this world. Do you know about the treasure chest? Chen Fan asked Morong Shueshue tentatively. Treasure chest? You mean the Heavenly Dao treasure chest? Tian Dao treasure chest? Yes, the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. It's said that these Heavenly Dao treasure chests are extremely rare and that they usually contain great opportunities. I haven't encountered one yet, Moron Shueshue said dejectedly. So there really are treasure chests, but are there none in special worlds? Or is it that I just haven't encountered any treasure chests yet? If there are treasure chests, can I draw talents again in the future? But that's all for later, we need to find the treasure chest first. Let's go! Moron Shueshue finished her skewers, clapped her hands, and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan also packed up the barbecue grill and said, let's go. Moron Shueshue led Chen Fan over several mountains, turning left and right haphazardly. If Chen Fan were to search for her, it would definitely be very difficult for him. After a day and a night of travel, they finally arrived at another mountain peak. At this moment, there were also a few people on the mountain peak, just like in the previous valley, all studying how to break the formation, except that this formation looks slightly weaker than the one in the valley. It's just a little weaker, but not by much. Chen Fan stepped forward, examined the formation, and confirmed that he could pass through it. However, now was not the right time. He had to wait until Moron Shueshue left before he could act. Chen Fan stared at the array, wondering how to get Moron Shueshue away. Ideally, she would leave on her own. Of course, Chen Fan could also pretend to be racking his brains to break the formation, just like last time, so that Moron Shueshue would get bored and leave on her own. Chen Fan glanced at the people studying how to break the formation, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. He could ask Moron Shueshue to help him find the sacred sites of the sects first, and once he had found them all, he could come back one by one and take away the resources inside. Anyway, these people won't be able to break the formation anytime soon, so I'll have plenty of time to get back. Even if some formations are broken, they will only be a minority. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at Moron Shueshue and found that she was also looking at him. Chen Fan touched his nose, coughed a few times, and then said to Moron Shueshue, why do you always bring me to places where even formations can't be broken? This formation is simply unbreakable. It's not my problem if this can't be solved. I was only responsible for bringing you here. You're not trying to renege on your promise, are you? Moron Shueshue stared at Chen Fan warily. Would I cheat? I just think this deal is unfair. Think about it, you just brought me here, and I'm supposed to grill 35 chicken wings and drumsticks for you, while I get nothing in return. Do you think that's fair? When Moron Shueshue heard Chen Fan say that, she nodded, feeling that it wasn't fair. Seeing that Moron Shueshue was thinking, Chen Fan quickly added, how about this, you just keep leading me around until we find a sect's sacred ground that can break the formation, and I'll roast 50 chicken wings and drumsticks for you. Of course, I can't let you work for nothing. For every sect's holy land you take me to, I'll roast 5 extra for you, regardless of whether you can break the formation or not. That's something we can consider. We need to find a sect or holy site that can break the formation to roast 100 of them, Moron Shueshue said. 100? Go rob me. Don't even think about having that many. Chen Fan said dramatically, taking 2 steps back. Then 90 it is. Moron Shueshue saw Chen Fan's exaggerated expression and offered to lower the price. Chen Fan shook his head repeatedly and said, no, definitely not. You know, I'm the only one in this world who has this ingredient, and there aren't many left. I can only give you 51 at most, that's all. And think about it, for every sect or holy site you lead me to, regardless of whether we can break the formation, I will roast 5 for you. So the more sects or holy sites you lead me to, the more I will roast for you. 80, that's the most we can go. Searching for sects and holy sites is exhausting, Moron Shueshue said through gritted teeth, as if she had made a huge decision. 52, that's really the most I can do. Chen Fan insisted on having 50 or so. Moron Shueshue stomped her foot and said angrily, we'll each compromise. 70, no less. If it's less, I'm not doing it. Seeing this, Chen Fan knew that this was Moron Shueshue's last offer, so he had no choice but to say helplessly, fine, you win. Moron Shueshue clapped her hands happily and said, okay, then you can start baking. What are you roasting? You haven't even taken me to the sacred ground of a sect that can break the formation yet. You said you'd roast 5 for me every time you found a sect's holy site, isn't there one here now? Chen Fan could say no, so he took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. Soon, 5 chicken wings were grilled. Chen Fan handed the chicken wings to Moron Shueshue and said, here you go, don't worry about stuffing yourself. Moron Shueshue happily took the chicken wings and said, how could I possibly overeat? This little bit isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap.
Chen Fan packed up the barbecue grill and asked, "Are we ready to hit the road now?" Morong Shueshue took a bite of the roasted chicken wing and said excitedly, "Let's go." After saying that, he took the lead and flew away. Chen Fan also secretly used his magic to make a mark here so that he could easily come back and find it later. After marking the spot, Chen Fan quickly followed Morong Shueshue. "What were you doing just now?" Morong Shueshue asked curiously. "Nothing much, just making a mark to see if the formation will loosen a bit when we come back later, just like over in the valley." "Maybe the formation here will loosen too." Morong Shueshue couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, saying, "You're overthinking it. If these formations were so easy to break, we wouldn't have a chance." Chapter 123 The Last Holy Land of a Sect. After traveling for several days, Morong Shueshue led Chen Fan to a cliff and stopped. There is also a protective array here, and there are quite a few people in front of the array, numbering over 100. However, the formation here is on the same level of strength as the formation in the valley, so breaking this formation is not that easy. The formation in the valley was weakened because Chen Fan took away all the spiritual liquid inside. Otherwise, it would have taken them forever to break the formation. Therefore, the formation here is not so easy to break. As usual, Chen Fan left a mark here and said to Morong Shueshue, "Let's go." But Morong Shueshue remained unmoved, instead looking at Chen Fan and saying, "Have you forgotten something?" Chen Fan had no choice but to take out the barbecue grill and continue grilling for Morong Shueshue. Once the barbecue was ready, Morong Shueshue received it and then set off with Chen Fan. After several more days of travel, Morong Shueshue brought Chen Fan to a city. The city had a large population, at least 1,000 people. Moreover, these people actually started doing business in the city, setting up stalls on 2 streets, and the streets were always bustling with people, with shouts and calls filling the air. "Come and see, 2 freshly grown grade 4 diamond candle shade grasses, on sale at a low price. Selling 10 grade 4 golden ice crystal grass plants. Come and take a look if you're interested. Don't miss out. A piece of grade 5 silver cold iron, the best material for refining ice attribute magic weapons. 1 grade 6 platinum ice soul herb for sale. The highest bidder wins." Looking at the bustling street scene and hearing the hawkers' cries, Chen Fan wondered if he had traveled through time again. "Weren't you going to find the sacred grounds of the sect? How did we end up here? Where is this place? Why are so many people gathered here?" Chen Fan asked several questions. "This is also a sacred site of a sect, right here in the city," Morong Shueshue replied. "Because this sect's sacred ground just happened to be located within this city, and there were also places to live in the city, these people cleared out the city and started setting up stalls here. Gradually, more and more people gathered here. Moreover, some people here are also waiting for the moment when the formation is broken, so they can enter the sacred ground inside the formation and make a fortune. Let's go, I'll take you to the Holy Land first." After saying that, Mo Rongshue led the way across the street. After passing through the bustling streets, we were almost at the inner city, which was the sacred place here. At this moment, there were also many people outside the formation studying how to break it. However, the formation here is clearly much stronger, and it would be very difficult to break through it. Without saying a word, Chen Fan took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. Soon, the barbecue was ready and given to Morong Shueshue. Morong Shueshue happily accepted the barbecue, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder with great satisfaction, indicating that Chen Fan had become sensible and didn't need her to remind him anymore. Chen Fan also marked the spot, saying, "This formation is even more powerful. I think it will be difficult to break. Let's leave. They must be much stronger now, otherwise so many people would have broken through long ago, and we wouldn't be here yet," Morong Shueshue said, her words slightly slurred as she ate her barbecue. "Then let's go. Let me tell you, I'm taking you to the last sacred site of a sect. If the formation there can't be broken, then it's over," Morong Shueshue said. Chen Fan frowned and said, "Didn't we have an agreement? Why are you suddenly quitting?" "It's not that I'm quitting, it's just that that's the last sacred site of the sect." "The last one? You mean there are only 5 sacred sites of sects in this world?" "Yes, do you think there are many sacred sites and sects?" Chen Fan thought about it and agreed. "It's impossible for a world to have so many sects and holy lands, otherwise, that world would be ridiculously powerful. Having 5 sacred sites of a sect is already a lot. Apart from the holy lands that Chen Fan emptied out at the beginning, there are still 4 left, which is not bad.
Alright then, take me to the last sacred ground, Chen Fan urged. Moro Shueshua wrinkled her nose and said, I can take you there, but let's make it clear first, when we get to that sex holy land, whether or not we can break the formation, you have to grill 75 skewers of barbecue for me. Okay, I'll grill 75 skewers for you, like a starving ghost reincarnated, Chen Fan agreed. You're the one who's a reincarnated starving ghost, Morong Shueshua retorted before leading Chen Fan out of the city. After several more days of travel, Morong Shueshua finally brought Chen Fan to a lake, where there were many people around the lake like the previous 3 places. They were all trying to break the formation. However, so far, the formation here is the most powerful, covering half of the entire lake. Inside the formation, there is a thick white mist, making it impossible to see what is inside. There were probably over 100 people here, all gathered in small groups discussing how to break the formation. Looking at the formation before him, Chen Fan said to Morong Shueshua, it seems that of the remaining 4 sex holy lands, this formation is the most powerful. I wonder if we can break it. That's true. I doubt we'll be able to break this formation even after we get out, Morong Shueshua replied. Is this really the last sacred ground of a sect? Are there any other places? Chen Fan asked again, unwilling to give up. Really, no. Morong Shueshua rolled her eyes and said, it's your turn. Chen Fan understood what she meant, so he took out the barbecue grill and started grilling, muttering to himself, eat, all you do is eat. You'll get fat. I'm naturally beautiful, I won't gain weight no matter how much I eat, Morong Shueshua said proudly. Chen Fan didn't reply to Morong Shueshua's words. He quickly grilled the skewers, flipping them and sprinkling seasonings. He finished dozens of skewers in one go. After handing the skewers to Morong Shueshua, Chen Fan continued grilling, going back and forth 3 times until all the skewers were finished. He then gave the extra 10 or so skewers to Morong Shueshua as well. It's delicious. Why were you so generous this time, giving me so much extra? Morong Shueshua asked between bites. I fed it to the dogs, Chen Fan replied casually. Morong Shueshua glared at Chen Fan, threw the bone she had left after finishing her meat at him, and said, you're such a straight man, not gentlemanly at all. Ignoring what Morong Shueshua said, Chen Fan asked, where are you going next? Stay here and we'll break the formation together. I'm not staying here. Who knows when this formation will be broken? I'm going out to find other opportunities. When are you leaving? Can I come with you? Okay. Once I lead you to your destiny, you have to keep grilling barbecue for me, okay? Then let's forget about it. TCH, stingy. Chapter 124. Innate talent fruit, immortal talent fruit. In the end, Morong Shueshua left, and Chen Fan still did not go with her. Chen Fan also wanted to avoid Morong Shueshua so he could act alone. Now Chen Fan needs to formulate an action plan. First, the lake is definitely the first target, followed by the cliff, then the mountain peak, and finally the inner city of the city. The reason why the inner city of that city was arranged to be the last was because there were just too many people in that city. If he were discovered, Chen Fan was afraid he would be beaten to death by them. Chen Fan looked around and saw that most people were studying how to break the formation, but a few people were also observing him. Chen Fan walked to the formation and punched it several times, but the formation did not budge. Instead, Chen Fan was blasted away by the formation and spat out several mouthfuls of blood in midair. Chen Fan landed on the ground, punched the ground several times, and then left dejectedly. Some people sneered when they saw Chen Fan being blasted away by the formation, thinking he was overestimating himself. What are all these people doing here studying the formation? It's wishful thinking for Chen Fan to break it all by himself. However, there are quite a few people like Chen Fan. Every few days, one of them will come, but they all come and go quickly. Therefore, these people were not surprised by Chen Fan's departure. After leaving this place for about several dozen miles, Chen Fan began to disguise himself, then put on the magical mask and affixed the invisibility talisman. That he returned to the lake once more and instantly entered the formation. Chen Fan's teleportation ability can now cover distances of tens of kilometers. After passing through the formation, Chen Fan's eyes lit up. The white mist was gone, and he could see an island in the center of the lake. There wasn't much on the island, except for a giant tree that grew in the center of the island, which basically covered the entire island. Chen Fan flashed to the top of the giant tree, which was covered with lush foliage like a giant umbrella, shading the entire island, and on this giant tree, there were also scattered white flowers and some red fruits. Chen Fan didn't recognize the tree or know its specific effects. But he had the system to help him. As long as he picked the fruit, he would have a general idea of the tree's effects. Chen Fan landed on a branch and reached out to pick a bright red fruit. The fruit wasn't very big, about the size of a grape. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, increasing the quantity by 300,000 times, and obtained 300,000 grade 9 diamond talent fruits.
The heavenly talent fruit, what is that?
Judging from the name, it should be a fruit that enhances one's aptitude. I'll ask Moron Shue when I get out. That woman knows a lot anyway. Although the tree is very large, it doesn't produce many of these heavenly fruits, only about 100 or so sounds like a lot, but compared to this giant tree, they are just a sparse number. However, there are quite a few small white flowers. A lot of flowers doesn't necessarily mean a lot of fruit. It's unclear how long it's been since anyone last visited this place, which is why it only produced a few hundred fruits. Chen Fan continued picking. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 grade 9 diamond talent fruits. Obtain 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, the quantity increases by 700,000 times, and the number of grade 9 diamond talent fruits obtained is 700,000 times. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond talent fruit, with the quantity increasing by 300,000 times and the quality increasing by 900,000 times. The current quality increase has reached its limit. Obtained 300,000 grade 4 immortal talent fruits. Chen Fan, who was picking fruit, was stunned when he saw the system notification immortal fruit. This is an immortal fruit. Could it be a fruit that grants the potential to become an immortal? This is defying the heavens. If I gave one to everyone in my family, wouldn't they all have the potential to become immortals? Chen Fan was excited just thinking about it. He had been worried that his family members were not talented enough and that he could only rely on resources to improve them. But if this immortal talent fruit was really the fruit he had imagined, then it would be amazing. Continue picking. Received 1 talent fruit, obtain 1 heavenly talent fruit, the quantity increases by 500,000 times, the quality increases by 600,000 times, and obtain 500,000 grade 4 immortal talent fruits. Get. Chen Fan turned the entire tree over and over again, finally picking all the heavenly fruits. As for the unripe ones, Chen Fan did not pick them. He has already gained a lot. He can leave the unripe things to future generations. He just doesn't know if there will be any future generations in this world. However, these are not things that Chen Fan should worry about. After harvesting all the heavenly fruits here, Chen Fan found that the formation here was no different from before, and its strength was still the same. Unlike in the valley, the formation's strength did not decrease after Chen Fan took the spiritual liquid. It seems that the formation here is related to this island, or even to this giant tree. As long as the giant tree doesn't fall, there's no way to enter the formation, so it will be very difficult for outsiders to break through it. Unlike the spiritual liquid in the valley, which Chen Fan could take away, how could he take away the giant tree here, uproot it and carry it away? Chen Fan wanted to pluck it and take it with him, but he couldn't guarantee whether it would survive. So, he thought it was better to leave it here. No matter what, this giant tree has given me so many natural fruits. If I were to cut off its life, I would be utterly inhuman. So it's better to stay here and give future generations some hope. Chen Fan carefully counted his harvest, a total of 62 million heavenly talent fruits and 1,200,000 grade 4 immortal talent fruits. The quality of the Tianzi fruit improved a total of 3 times during this harvest. The effect was fantastic. After packing his things, Chen Fan teleported out of the formation. Meanwhile, those outside the formation were still figuring out how to break it, completely unaware of what was happening inside. Chen Fan smiled to himself. You guys can keep studying it. I'm leaving now. Whether they can break the formation is one thing, but whether they gain anything after breaking the formation and entering is none of Chen Fan's concern. After leaving this place, Chen Fan began to head towards the cliff. He endured wind and rain along the way, and when he had traveled nearly halfway, he actually discovered a temple on a mountaintop. The temple was shrouded in a faint golden light array. When Chen Fan approached, he found that the temple was not very large. The temple only had 1 main hall and 1 pagoda that were relatively large. The remaining rooms are a few side halls. This formation is not strong, it is at most a 4th grade formation. Chen Fan teleported and appeared inside the temple. There were no humanoid puppets in the temple square. Chen Fan walked into the main hall, where a large Buddha statue was enshrined. Chen Fan did not recognize the large Buddha statue, but 3 monks wearing kasayas were sitting on the futon beneath it. As soon as Chen Fan stepped into the main hall, everyone opened their eyes. Chapter 125 Monks in the temple. The old monk in the middle did not move. but the two monks beside him suddenly stood up, bathed in golden light. It charged towards Chen Fan. These two monks were surprisingly at the late nascent soul stage. Two monks rushed towards Chen Fan from the left and right, raising their fists to smash towards Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan calmly stretched out his hands, grabbing and clenching the two fists that came crashing down on him. Then, with a powerful spin, he lifted the two monks high into the air before slamming them to the ground in a cross shape. With two loud bangs, the entire hall shook, and the ground cracked open, like pebbles thrown into calm water, spreading outwards from the center. Chen Fan picked up the two monks again and threw them out of the hall. His flying sword followed closely behind, beheading the two monks. Two bold figures floated out, bowed deeply to Chen Fan, and then disappeared. At this moment, Chen Fan turned around and looked at the old monk. The old monk looked kind and gentle, with a white beard. At this moment, looking at Chen Fan, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Amatba." The old monk didn't speak very fluently, probably because he hadn't spoken in a long time. This was also the first time Chen Fan had heard a local speak since arriving in this world. "Thank you for helping me resolve this karmic debt and achieve liberation." After a moment of contemplation, the old monk uttered these words more fluently. "No need to be polite, I will also help the master find liberation now," Chen Fan said, raising the sword in his hand. "Thank you very much, benefactor. In return, I would like to offer you a word of advice." The old monk stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. "The Holy Land of the End City offers no opportunities, only great terror." "What do you mean?" Chen Fan asked, puzzled. The old monk smiled but said nothing. "Explain yourself more clearly, what's so terrifying?" Chen Fan pressed again. However, the old monk did not answer, but quietly looked at Chen Fan and said, "Please, benefactor, send this old monk on his way." Chen Fan was speechless. "You haven't even answered my question yet, and you're already in such a hurry to leave." "Answer my question first, and then I'll give you a ride." "Please, benefactor, escort this old monk on his way. I am about to lose control," the old monk said through gritted teeth. No sooner had he finished speaking than he threw a punch at Chen Fan, who dodged it with lightning speed, saying, "Damn it, you old bastard, you have no sportsmanship." However, the old monk ignored Chen Fan's words and kept punching him. To Chen Fan's surprise, the old monk, who looked quite old, had surprisingly strong punches. Although the old monk cannot use magic, his physical cultivation level is not low. If an ordinary nascent soul cultivator came, they probably wouldn't be able to deal with him. However, when it came to body tempering, Chen Fan was not afraid of the old monk at all. The two exchanged blows, each punch landing with a resounding thump-thump. The force of their punches nearly tore the entire hall apart. Now the hall is broken in pieces, and the roof has several large holes. Chen Fan did gain something from fighting the old monk. At the very least, he gained a deeper understanding of his body refining techniques and a more profound comprehension of the empty fist. In the end, the old monk was defeated, and Chen Fan fulfilled the old monk's wish by performing a ritual for him. After burying the bodies of the old monk and the two monks outside, Chen Fan looked at the dilapidated main hall and guessed that there was nothing of value left inside. Chen Fan turned around and came to the pagoda. He pushed open the door of the pagoda, which had 12 floors. Chen Fan climbed up the floors one by one, but each floor was empty and had nothing inside. It wasn't until Chen Fan reached the 12th floor that he discovered something. In the very center of the 12th floor, there was a table with a box on it. Chen Fan walked over and brushed off the dust. Unexpectedly, the table suddenly crumbled into dust, and the box fell to the ground along with the dust. The box, made of some unknown material, did not crumble into dust like the table. Chen Fan stepped forward and picked up the box. The box wasn't very big, only about the size of a palm, and it had a layer of restriction on it. This restriction was not a complicated one, and Chen Fan easily broke it. Upon opening the box, Chen Fan found only 2 golden particles inside and took them out. 2 grade 8 golden relics were obtained, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, bringing the total number of grade 8 golden relics to 400,000. Buddhist relics? They seem to be of no use to me. For those who practice Buddhism, they might be invaluable treasures, but for Chen Fan, they are utterly useless. Although it's useless to Chen Fan, he can exchange it for other resources with some Buddhas, so he'll keep it for now. After putting the relic away, Chen Fan teleported out of the temple and continued towards the cliff. As for the sacred land of Moyang City mentioned by the old monk, Chen Fan guessed it was the city that Morome Shueshue had taken him to before. As for the rumors about no opportunity and great terror, that was not a problem for Chen Fan. With so many trump cards at my disposal, as long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be any problems.
I guess it's better to be careful. If things go wrong, I'll make a run for it. After several more days of travel, Chen Fan finally arrived at the sacred place on this side of the cliff. He wondered what this sacred place held. The previous two holy sites had been very rewarding for Chen Fan, so he still had high hopes for the next holy site. The formation on this side of the cliff is just as powerful as the formation in the valley. The people here have been here for about a month or two, but they have no way to deal with the formation and have made no progress. As usual, Chen Fan affixed an invisibility talisman, put on a magic mask, and instantly teleported into the formation. After entering the formation, Chen Fan found himself in front of the entrance of a large cave. Red light occasionally emanated from the cave entrance, along with wisps of heat. This is a volcano crater? Chen Fan looked at the huge hole and said uncertainly, not knowing what treasures might lie beneath. Chen Fan stepped into the cave. The cave was bright, but not in the light of daytime. It was a reddish glow, a deep, bright red. Even Chen Fan himself was completely red, like a boiled shrimp. Not long after entering the cave, there are steps leading down. The steps are spiraling downwards and hollow in the middle. Looking down, you can actually see lava bubbling and gurgling. If an ordinary person fell from here, their ashes probably wouldn't even be found. Chen Fan couldn't understand what resources could exist here that would make it a sacred place for a sect. The further Chen Fan went down, the higher the temperature became, to the point that Chen Fan himself felt quite hot. It's important to understand that cultivators are different from ordinary mortals. If cultivators can feel the heat, then ordinary people might burst into flames upon arriving here. Chapter 126 Lava Waterfall, Golden Red Fire Lotus. Despite the enhancement of his physical body, Chen Fan still felt the heat. Even a cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand the heat for long without activating a spiritual energy shield. This demonstrates just how high the temperature is here, which is comparable to that of ordinary volcanoes. Chen Fan reached the bottom and found that the temperature was even higher, just like in summer for ordinary people. Chen Fan was sweating profusely. Below is a platform. Standing on the platform, you are closer to the lava. Just like looking at the lake from the shore, there was another opening in the cliff next to the platform, leading to other places. Chen Fan walked over and looked at the opening, which turned out to be a staircase leading down. Chen Fan had always assumed that everything above was lava, and everything below must be lava too. He never expected that there would be areas below that weren't lava. The stairs no longer spiral downwards, but extend straight down along the cliff face. On the other side, lava was flowing down like a waterfall, crashing against the ground and splashing out various lava sparks that scattered in all directions. The scene was extremely spectacular. Chen Fan descended and soon reached a platform below, where the temperature was even more terrifying. Chen Fan had no choice but to activate his spiritual energy shield. When Chen Fan looked up from below, the scene was even more spectacular, with sparks of lava flying in all directions and occasionally bouncing towards him. The magma that was propelled toward Chen Fan was blocked by the spiritual energy shield, making a hissing sound. On one side of the lava waterfall, Chen Fan actually saw a golden red fire lotus. The fire energy emitted a faint golden red light, which blocked the lava that was launched towards the fire lotus. It was obvious at a glance that this was a treasure. Chen Fan wrapped his hand with spiritual power and slowly inserted it into the magma. Immediately, the protective barrier made a hissing sound. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. At this rate, he should have no problem picking the fire lotus. Chen Fan erected a spiritual energy shield and flew towards the fire lotus. The closer he got, the denser the splashing lava became. Having finally gotten close to the fire lotus, Chen Fan reached out to pick it, but unexpectedly, the fire lotus suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving his hand empty. Of the fire lotus that had disappeared suddenly reappeared on the other side, leaving Chen Fan astonished. He hadn't expected the fire lotus to move on its own. Could it be that this fire lotus has developed its own intelligence? Chen Fan continued flying towards the fire lotus, increasing his speed, and reached out to grab it. The fire lotus disappeared again, and then reappeared on the other side of the waterfall. Chen Fan refused to believe it. He thought, how could a plant like you escape my grasp? He teleported over and reached out to pluck the fire lotus, but the fire lotus disappeared again and reappeared on the other side. Chen Fan teleported again, this time at an even faster speed. The fire lotus was also moving very fast, and by the time Chen Fan appeared, it had already disappeared. When the fire lotus reappeared, it actually emitted a faint golden red light beneath the lava waterfall, blocking the lava waterfall. Chen Fan's spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, so he had to return to the platform to recover it. Now that the fire lotus is under the lava waterfall, it's even more difficult to pick. It's not that the lava waterfall is terrifying, but rather that
The Fire Lotus moves on its own at an extremely fast speed, no slower than Chen Fan's teleportation. Now we need to think of a way to stop the Fire Lotus from moving, but after thinking about it for a long time, we still couldn't come up with a good solution. I don't know any formations, otherwise I could just set up a confinement formation. Speaking of formations, I seem to have a lot of formation plates on me, but I don't know if I've ever entered any of them. Chen Fan searched through his storage ring but couldn't find any array plate that was imprisoned. They did find a formation plate with a slowing effect, and it was even isotribute, a 5th grade frost array, just in time to counter the Fire Lotus. Chen Fan threw the array plate towards the waterfall, cast the incantation, and activated the frost array. A sudden chill swept over the area, causing the temperature to drop considerably. Of the Fire Lotus, still at the bottom of the waterfall, was clearly uncomfortable and was swaying wildly. This caused the temperature to rise slowly, and the array plate was clearly unable to withstand the high temperature, and began to slowly melt away. It was estimated that the array plate would be completely destroyed soon, and sure enough, it didn't last long before it melted away. Chen Fan calculated the approximate time and realized that he would need at least 20 array plates like this to harvest the Fire Lotus. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably give up. The main reason is that crafting such an array plate is not something that can be done just by having it. It requires various materials, none of which can be missing, but Chen Fan is different. He holds tens of thousands of such keyboards in his hands, let alone 20, even 200. Chen Fan could easily throw them out. With a plan to deal with the Fire Lotus, it would be his for the taking. Chen Fan threw out 20 array plates in succession, completely surrounding the Fire Lotus, and infused each one with incantations, activating all the array plates. The Fire Lotus seemed to sense the threat as well, and swayed even faster. Chen Fan also clearly felt that the melting speed of the main plate was also accelerating, but 20 keyboards can't just disappear in a short time, and we dared not linger. He teleported away and appeared beside the Fire Lotus, reaching out to pluck it. However, the Fire Lotus immediately retracted, reappearing only a few steps away from Chen Fan. It seems that the frost array is effective against the Fire Lotus. Since it is effective, we might as well throw out a few more. Chen Fan threw out another 30 frost array plates, activating them, and the temperature dropped even further. The Fire Lotus seemed to sense a deadly threat, and its swaying speed became even more terrifying. Like a spring mechanism, swaying from side to side, the temperature it emitted was getting higher and higher, and Chen Fan dared not hesitate. He teleported over again and reached out to grab the Fire Lotus, but ultimately fell just short. Chen Fan refused to believe that 50 array plates couldn't imprison you, so he would bring another 50. The 20 keyboards that were thrown out first have also melted away. So Chen Fan took out another 50 array plates, inscribed them with spells, and threw them out. Chen Fan didn't believe that the Fire Lotus could dodge this time, so he teleported back to the Fire Lotus and reached out to pluck it. The Fire Lotus swayed wildly, trying to break free from Chen Fan's grasp. The hand, enveloped in spiritual energy, hissed and emitted a large amount of white smoke the moment it touched the Fire Lotus. Moreover, the force of the flickering flames was immense. Chen Fan felt like he couldn't hold on to it. It was as if he were holding a fish. Finally, Chen Fan exerted force, uprooting the Fire Lotus, and then swiftly teleported towards the platform. Chapter 127 The 4th Grade Immortal Medicine, Golden Crow Fire Lotus. When Chen Fan returned to the platform, the array plate and the magma had completely melted away. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Of the 3 Holy Lands, this Holy Land's resources were the most difficult to obtain, while the resources of the other 2 Holy Lands were easy to acquire. Obtained 1 Grade 9 Diamond Radiant Fire Lotus, with the quantity increased by 200,000 times and the quality increased by 700,000 times. The quality increase has reached its limit. Obtained 200,000 Grade 4 Immortal Medicine Golden Crow Fire Lotuses. There was an unexpected increase in quality. It was a one-shot kill. I wonder what the effects of this 4th grade elixir are like. I'll ask Moro Shue when I have the chance. After all, this woman knows a lot, so asking her is definitely the right thing to do. Surely this Holy Land has more than just this Fire Lotus? Chen Fan searched around again and actually found some other things. Some bright red stones were embedded in the cliff face, and Chen Fan pried one out. Obtained 1 Grade 7 Golden Fire Cloud Stone, the quantity increased by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 Grade 7 Golden Fire Cloud Stones. Since it's a 7th grade gold level item, this Fire Cloud Stone must be used for refining weapons. Although Chen Fan doesn't know how to refine weapons, he can still exchange them for other things, since they are, after all, 7th grade items. So Chen Fan began to carve the Fiery Cloud Stone from the cliff face. Obtained 1 Grade 7 Golden Fire Cloud Stone, the quantity increased by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 Grade 7 Golden Fire Cloud Stones. Obtained 1 grade 7 golden fire cloud stone, quantity increased by 300,000 times, quality increased by 400,000 times. Obtained 300,000 grade 3 immortal level flame dragon divine stones. Chen Fan extracted all the fire spirit stones he could, reaping a bountiful harvest. There are over 200 million gold grade fire cloud stones alone, and over 10 million immortal grade flame dragon divine stones. After mining all the available fire cloud stones, Chen Fan left the cave and teleported outside the formation, which was now on the verge of collapse. It's estimated that the formation will be broken soon, but that's no longer relevant to Chen Fan, who simply teleported away. Next, we'll go to the sacred site at the mountain peak. I wonder what kind of resources the sacred site at the mountain peak will bring to Chen Fan. I bet those people are still figuring out how to break the formation. Once I get there, I'll use a sneak attack and make all your efforts go to waste. Excited just thinking about it, Chen Fan quickened his pace. After several days of travel, Chen Fan finally arrived at the sacred site at the mountain peak, but Chen Fan was dumbfounded. The array in front of him was gone, and the mountain was in a mess. No way, the formation here has actually been broken. Looking at the ravaged mountain, there's probably nothing left on it. Chen Fan lost interest in staying there any longer. It seemed there were many capable people in the world. He wondered what level of array master could break the array in such a short time. Since the holy site here has been claimed by someone else, now only one holy site remains. However, the old monk had told him that the holy land of Moyang City offered no opportunities, only great terror, and he didn't know what kind of great terror it was. I should go and take a look first. With my current cultivation level, even if there is some great terror, I can still leave without any problem. I'll also look for Morong Shua and ask her something. Having made up his mind, Chen Fan headed towards the end of the city. A few days later, Chen Fan finally arrived in Moyang City. The streets were just as they had been the first time he had come. A constant stream of shouts and calls to buy and sell filled the air. Chen Fan noticed that there were even more people in the city now. Previously, 2 streets were full of people, and now the 3rd street was almost full as well. I never expected that the number of people here would increase so much in just over a month. Next, Chen Fan went to check on the sacred ground in the inner city. The formation was still the same as before, without any signs of weakening. As for entering the formation, that was Chen Fan's initial thought, but after hearing the old monk's words, Chen Fan hesitated again. After all, the old monk had no reason to deceive him, so he should be more careful. Besides, he had already gained enough from entering this world. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for the resources here. It would be a terrible waste to lose your life because of a moment of recklessness. You have to understand that the world Chen Fan has entered now must be at least a 4 or 5-star world. If he dies, he will lose about 200 years of his lifespan. Seeing that the formation wouldn't be broken so quickly, Chen Fan didn't plan to enter it. Instead, he found a house to settle down in and decided to stay there for a while to see if he could run into Morong Shueshue.so for the next period of time. Chen Fan settled down in Moyang City. During the day, he would go to the market to see if there were any good things and to see if Morong Shueshue had come over. At night, he would cultivate in his room. On a whim today, Chen Fan set up a stall in the market. As for what to sell, that was easy. Chen Fan simply took out some 4th grade spiritual herbs and medicines and a few 4th grade fire cloud stones. Unlike other vendors who hawk their wares, Chen Fan prefers a leisurely and carefree lifestyle, bartering only. He will only trade with vendors who have his eye on something. No amount of spirit stones will help if you don't value something. During his time setting up his stall, Chen Fan also got to know several other vendors around him and often chatted with them. Wang Dama, you haven't sold any of your grade 3 corpse demon flowers yet? If you ask me, you might as well just give them away, Chen Fan said to a pockmarked man across from him. Wang Dama said angrily, why don't you give yours away? I've never seen you sell any of yours. I'm going to switch to something different. You wouldn't understand if I explained it to you. You want to exchange for something different? Do you want to fly to the moon? With your stuff, how many grades do you want to exchange for, even 9th grade? Wang Dama said disdainfully. Chen Fan smiled and said, then it must be of a higher grade than yours. Mine is a 4th grade spiritual herb. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Wang Dama saw that Chen Fan kept bringing up the grade, and he knew that he would definitely lose. Who told him that the spiritual herbs he had were of relatively low grade? Low grade was one thing, but they were also particularly obscure. It would be a pity to throw them away, but he didn't need them anyway. This corpse demon flower is generally useless to ordinary people. Only cultivators who deal with corpses can use it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sell.
He just set up a stall here to see if there are any suckers. If there are, that would be the best. When Chen Fan saw that Wang Dama was no longer paying attention to him, he changed his target. Master Lu, what magical treasures have you crafted to sell today? Master Lu's real name is Lu Zitao. He claims to be an intermediate-level weapon refiner, but he can only refine some low-level magical artifacts, which he often sells or gives away here at half price. I only managed to forge 1 or 2 magical artifacts today, Master Lu said, his face flushed. As an intermediate-level weapon refiner, his success rate in refining magical artifacts was pitifully low. Chapter 128 Encountering Morong Shueshue. This has always been a source of pain for Master Lu. To this day, the only magic weapon he has ever crafted is when he was advancing to the intermediate level of a weapon refiner. Chen Fan didn't tease Master Lu too much, and then switched to teasing someone else. Of course, Chen Fan was also teased by others. Mainly because he had been setting up his stall here for several days and hadn't made a single sale, so it was inevitable that he would be teased by everyone. Just as Chen Fan was joking around with the vendors, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Morong Shueshue, I've finally waited for you. Chen Fan has been setting up a stall here for the past few days, mostly because of Morong Shueshue. Chen Fan immediately packed up his stall, preparing to talk to Morong Shueshue. The vendors nearby, seeing Chen Fan suddenly packing up his stall, all asked him questions out of curiosity. Brother Chen, are you closing up shop? Xiao Fanzi, I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Yeah, Xiao Fanzi, don't be like that. I'll just say less to you in the future. Chen Fan said, everyone, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, so I'll head back first and come back another day. After saying that, he cupped his hands in greeting to the surroundings and then quickly chased after Morong Shueshue. You can still hear the voices of several people coming from behind in the distance. Xiao Fanzi, did you find something good? Tell everyone. Yes, do you have any good news to share with everyone? Chen Fan ignored them and quickly caught up with Morong Shueshue. Morong Shueshue, it's been a long time. Morong Shueshue was strolling around the city when someone suddenly appeared beside her, startling her. After seeing that it was Chen Fan, she patted her chest in relief and complained, "You scared me to death. How did you suddenly appear next to me without making a sound?" Chen Fan ignored Morong Shueshue's complaints and continued to ask, "Where have you been for the past month? Any good news to share? Are we that close? 5 barbecues? 10, make a deal. I actually have a good place to go, but I'll tell you later, it's not convenient to say here." You know what? 2 sacred sites of sex have been deciphered again. Were you there at the time? Chen Fan asked knowingly, I know that the mountain peaks on the other side have been deciphered. When I got there, it was a complete mess, and I didn't get anything. Also, the sacred ground there has been deciphered. You're so unlucky. I happened to be on the other side of the mountain. A formation master and over 100 people broke the formation. I was involved and got a lot of good stuff, hee hee. After saying that, Morong Shueshue happily raised her hand and shook the storage ring in her hand. As for the other sacred site that was broken, it's the sacred site over there on the cliff. I heard that the formation suddenly weakened, and the people there joined forces to break the formation, and quickly broke it, Morong Shueshue said as she walked. But when they entered the Holy Land, they heard that they hadn't gotten anything. It seemed that someone had gotten there first. After they went in, they found that the cliff face was full of pits and craters. Later, it was said that many people had obtained 7th grade fire cloud stones from the cliff face. They speculated that someone must have entered the formation and hollowed out most of the fire cloud stones. I don't know who's so powerful, able to freely enter and exit that formation and dig out almost all the fire cloud stones inside. The people waiting there are cursing and saying that if they find out who it is, they'll tear him to pieces. Morong Shueshue gestured with her hands as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan smiled inwardly, thinking that those people would have to find him first. Chen Fan walked and talked with Morong Shueshue. Then, Morong Shueshue said, how about you grill some barbecue for me first, and then I'll tell you about a great place. The resources there will definitely surprise you. Chen Fan was speechless. He was truly impressed by Morong Shueshue.
The conversation suddenly veered towards food, however. I still have questions to ask her, so I'll just have to put up with her for now. So Chen Fan took her back to his residence and set up an isolation array. Then I took out the barbecue grill and started grilling. Before long, the fragrant barbecue was ready and handed to Morong Shueshui. Morong Shueshui took the barbecue and began to eat it with relish. Chen Fan took out some more skewers and continued grilling, asking Morong Shueshui as he did so, "By the way, do you know what the heavenly talent fruit is?" "A fruit of talent? You have a fruit of talent? Where did you get it?" Morong Shueshui stopped eating her barbecue and looked at Chen Fan with surprise, waiting for his answer. Seeing Morong Shueshui's surprised expression, Chen Fan said, "I don't have a heavenly talent fruit. I've only heard others mention it, but I don't know what it is, so I'm asking you." Upon hearing that Chen Fan didn't have the talent fruit and only asked what it was, Morong Shueshui said, "I knew it. How could someone like you possibly obtain the talent fruit? Even I can't get one, so there's even less chance you could." Chen Fan was speechless after hearing this. What kind of person am I? Why can't I get the talent fruit? I'm afraid the talent fruit I pull out will scare you to death. Tell me quickly, what is the heavenly talent fruit? Chen Fan asked, feigning curiosity. The heavenly talent fruit, as the name suggests, is a spiritual fruit that enhances a person's aptitude. It is said that with enough heavenly talent fruits, one can raise a person's aptitude in spiritual veins to the 9th grade. Isn't that amazing? However, the heavenly talent fruit is extremely rare and hard to come by. It is currently in high demand but not available in the market. It is very difficult to find even one. It can raise a person's aptitude in spiritual root to the 9th grade? That's amazing, Chen Fan said in surprise. He knew that his own aptitude in spiritual root were only at the 7th grade. Now that he had this talent fruit, it meant that his aptitude in spiritual root could be raised to the 9th grade. Not only myself, but also my family members, can all be promoted to the 9th rank, so what is there to worry about if they don't have the aptitude for cultivation? Seeing Chen Fan's surprised expression, Morong Shueshui smiled and said, "You must be amazing, but with your abilities, it's impossible for you to obtain the talent fruit. TCH, don't underestimate me. I'll bury you in the heavenly talent fruit when the time comes." "Ha, I'd be overjoyed if you could throw a heavenly talent fruit at me." Besides the heavenly talent fruit, are there any other spiritual medicines that can improve one's aptitude in spiritual roots? Chen Fan continued. It seems there aren't any more. The heavenly talent fruit is the only spiritual fruit in the cultivation world that can improve one's aptitude and spiritual roots. Of course, there are also some special rare and precious treasures, but these special rare and precious treasures can only improve certain special aptitudes and spiritual roots. Isn't there anything better? Of course there are. However, I once heard my grandfather say that in our Vermilion Bird Star region, someone obtained a celestial medicine. After taking it, his aptitude in spiritual roots were directly upgraded to the celestial grade, and he soared to great heights. It is said that he is now a golden immortal. Morong Shueshui said enviously. What kind of elixir is that? I don't know, even my grandfather doesn't know. Chapter 129. Setting off to explore ancient ruins. Chen Fan did not get the answer from Morong Shueshui. Judging from the effect of the system's enhancement alone, the immortal fruit in his hand must also be an immortal fruit that improves aptitude in spiritual roots. Then it's possible for me and my family to raise our aptitude in spiritual roots to the immortal grade. I wonder what the effects of cultivating with immortal grade aptitude in spiritual roots would be then. Chen Fan started chatting with Morong Shueshui again, albeit casually. By the way, do you know about the radiant fire lotus? When Chen Fan suddenly asked her question, Morong Shueshui was clearly taken aback for a moment before replying, "Where did you hear that from?" In Morong Shueshui's opinion, Chen Fan must have heard about the radiant golden fire lotus from somewhere again. I heard about it from someone else. Is this thing very precious? It's definitely precious. This is something that can make a person regenerate a spiritual root, and the lowest grade is an 8th grade fire spiritual root, and the highest grade is a 9th grade fire spiritual root. It can regenerate a spiritual root? Chen Fan was shocked again. It goes without saying how rare a treasure is that can regenerate a spiritual root. With this treasure, even a mortal without spiritual roots can develop a fire spiritual root of at least grade 8 simply by consuming one of these treasures. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they could ascend to the heavens in one step. The golden fire lotus he obtained had been amplified by the system and directly became the 4th grade immortal medicine, the golden crow fire lotus. Doesn't that mean that as long as he consumes this golden crow fire lotus, he can give birth to another immortal grade spiritual root? Chen Fan was eager to try both the immortal fruit and the golden crow fire lotus, but it wasn't the right time yet. He needed to find a safe place to take them with peace of mind, as there was no guarantee that something might go wrong during the process. Where did you hear about these treasures? I overheard someone talking about this while I was wandering around the city. Doesn't such an incredible treasure have any side effects? There will definitely be side effects. What side effects? Chen Fan was startled. If there were side effects, he would have to think twice. If the side effects were too severe, he would never take it. The side effects are excruciating pain and weakness for a period of time. This is considered a side effect? Isn't this a side effect? All right. Chen Fan felt that this was hardly a side effect. Compared to the excruciating pain and the period of weakness, the benefits were simply outrageous. Do you have any information about these two treasures? Morong Shueshue asked, looking directly into Chen Fan's eyes. I wish I had news about those two treasures, Chen Fan sighed. Really not? No. Chen Fan handed half of the barbecue to Morong Shueshue and asked, You just said you found a good place. Where is it? What kind of treasures are there? Morong Shueshue excitedly took the barbecue Chen Fan handed her and said, Let me tell you, I've discovered an ancient ruin in this world, and I bet there are treasures left behind from ancient times inside. But I definitely can't get in by myself, so I came back this time to find a few reliable people to go in with me. I'll take 50% of the treasures we get, and they can decide how to distribute the rest. I didn't expect to see you here. Well then, count me in too. Am I being generous? Ancient ruins? There's such a place? Are you looking for someone in this city? Do you know anyone? I know a few. Is it reliable? If they leak the information, then we might be out of a job. Of course it's reliable. Don't you trust my judgment? Morong Shueshue said with dissatisfaction. All right, when do we leave? I'll go find them first, and then confirm the time. Okay, let me know when you've decided on a time. The two chatted while eating skewers for the rest of the time, until Chen Fan was unwilling to continue grilling, and Morong Shueshue left hesitantly. A day later, Morong Shueshue came to Chen Fan's residence again. The time has been set. We'll leave tomorrow. The sooner we leave, the better, to avoid any unforeseen problems. Okay, where should we meet? It's right at the city gate. Be prepared. Okay, how many people are coming together this time? Including you and me, there are 6 people in total. After Morong Shueshue finished speaking, she wanted Chen Fan to grill some more barbecue for her to satisfy her craving. Finally, Chen Fan used the excuse that he was not feeling well and was not suitable for barbecuing to kick Morong Shueshue out. The next day, Chen Fan arrived at the city gate early in the morning. There were already a few people at the city gate who seemed to be waiting for someone. Chen Fan randomly picked a rock, sat on it, and waited idly. Before long, Morong Shueshue led a man and a woman out of the city gate and headed straight for Chen Fan. Chen Fan, why are you here so early? Morong Shueshue greeted Chen Fan upon seeing him. I haven't been here long, Chen Fan said, standing up. Let me introduce you. This beautiful lady next to me is Zhang Honggu, and this gentleman is Li Feifei. This is Chen Fan, he's really good at grilling barbecue. Chen Fan was speechless. Did he really need to introduce himself because he was good at grilling barbecue? Chen Fan cupped his hands in greeting to the two and said, Greetings, fellow Taoists. Zhang Honggu and Li Feifei also cupped their hands in greeting to Chen Fan, saying, Fellow Taoist Chen. Morong Shueshue glanced at the city gate and said, There are still 2 people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a bit longer. After the 4 chatted for a while, two more men came over together. Clearly, Morong Shueshue had informed everyone and knew how many people were going together. Then Morong Shueshue began to introduce herself to Chen Fan and the others. These two are Cuban Hua and Jin Chue Gue. She also introduced Chen Fan and the others to the two of them. After everyone had met, Morong Shueshue took the lead and set off towards the ancient ruins. On the way, the group discussed the distribution of the treasures. In fact, there was no need to distribute them at all. Morong Shueshue would take 50%, and the remaining 50% would be 10% each for Chen Fan, Zheng Honggu, Li Feifei, Gu Bawo, and Jin Shuegui. Everyone agreed to the allocation, and no one objected to Morong Shueshue taking 50%. After all, it was Morong Shueshue who discovered the ancient ruins, and it was already quite generous of her to take them along on the exploration. It's unclear whether Morong Shueshue intentionally gathered so many people for easier allocation. Chen Fan currently has the highest cultivation level among the six, allowing him to clearly perceive their cultivation levels. He discovered that apart from Morong Shueshue, who is in the mid-nascent soul stage, the other four are in the early nascent soul stage. It seems that Morong Shueshue is not stupid. She would not seek out people whose strength is comparable to or greater than hers. As for Chen Fan, in Morong Shueshue's eyes, she always thought that Chen Fan was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. After traveling for 4 or 5 days, the group arrived at a swamp. The swamp was covered by a thick gray fog, with very low visibility. In addition, the world was pitch black to begin with, so the visibility was even lower. If everyone hadn't been at the nascent soul stage, they probably wouldn't have been able to see their own hands in front of their faces. Even now, most people can only barely see things within 5 meters, but Chen Fan is different. Everything within his sight is visible. Although Chen Fan did not cultivate any supernatural abilities related to eyes, his high cultivation level, coupled with the effects of body tempering, meant that everything within his field of vision was visible. Chapter 130. Entering the ancient ruins. The swamp was full of potholes and mud pits, and bubbles would occasionally rise to the surface. After the bubbles burst, a wisp of gray smoke would rise, slowly forming a thick fog over the swamp. Morong Shueshue took out several beads that emitted a milky white light and handed them to everyone, saying, "These are luminous beads that I bought in the city. With these luminous beads, we can see further and avoid a lot of dangers." Sure enough, with the light of the luminous pearl, the darkness of the swamp was greatly dispelled. Places where visibility was previously only 5 meters could now be seen up to 10 meters away. After everyone used their magic to raise the luminous pearl above their heads, the visibility increased to about 20 meters. Everyone exclaimed that it was a wonderful item. Although this luminous pearl could not be considered a treasure, it was still a treasure in this world. Follow me. There is another illusion array in this swamp. It took me more than a month of exploration to figure out how to enter the array. You'd better stay close. If you fall behind, I won't be able to get you out. Whether you live or die will depend on your own fate. So you must stay close to me. Morong Shueshue gave instructions to everyone, and after everyone nodded, she took the lead and entered the swamp. No one dared to be careless, and they all lined up to follow Morong Shueshue's steps. This illusion array might be troublesome for others, but for Chen Fan, it's just a matter of teleportation. But since it's inconvenient to use his skills here, he has no choice but to obediently follow Morong Shueshue and the others. Not long after Morong Shueshue and her group entered the swamp, another group of 7 or 8 people flew over. One of the short, thin men said, "They disappeared in this area. There is a natural illusion array here, and it's not low level. It will probably take some time to break through it." One of the men, dressed like a scholar, said that he was actually an intermediate level array master named Zhang Shuhang. A man with a scar on his face asked, "How long will it take?" He was considered the leader of this group, with the highest cultivation level, at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and his name was Bashianhu. "It will take at least 4 or 5 days. In 4 or 5 days, the daylilies will probably be too cold. Is there a faster way?" After observing the formation for a while longer, Lu Shuhang said, "There's no other way. However, after observing it, I found that this formation is the only exit from here. We don't need to break the formation and do something that's both difficult and thankless. We just need to wait for them to come out here, and then we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop." Decepticon nodded and said, "Are you sure this is the only exit?" "I still have that much confidence." "Alright, we'll lie in ambush here. As soon as they come out, we'll wipe them all out."
Morong Shueshue led Chen Fan and the others through the illusion array quickly. After exiting the illusion array, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Although it was still a swamp, it was no longer like the outside world where poisonous fog would erupt. It was just a normal swamp. Morong Shueshue said, "Come with me. The entrance to the ancient ruins is not far ahead." I didn't dare to go in alone back then. After Morong Shueshue finished speaking, she led Chen Fan and the others to continue forward. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a small hill, which was also located in the center of the swamp. In one corner of the small hill, a strange door had been artificially erected. Morong Shueshue led everyone to the strange door and said, "This is the teleportation array. It can teleport us to the ancient ruins. I tried it last time, and the teleportation array can be activated. Just put the spirit stone into the slot to activate the teleportation array." After saying that, she took out hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and began to put them one by one into the grooves on the door. When Morong Shueshue put the last high-grade spirit stone into the groove of the teleportation array, the entire portal suddenly lit up with light. Zheng Honggu looked at the teleportation array with its lit screen in surprise and said, "This is a teleportation array. This is the first time I've ever seen one. This is the first time I've ever seen this. Can this formation really teleport us to ancient ruins? How will we get out then?" Gubahua asked with some concern. Upon hearing Gubahua's question, everyone nodded. What if they couldn't return after being teleported? They all looked at Morong Shueshue. This teleportation array is bidirectional, just like the bidirectional teleportation arrays I've seen before. It's just that the current bidirectional teleportation arrays are much simpler and more aesthetically pleasing than those from ancient times, but the function is the same. Morong Shueshue explained. "I'll go in first, so you won't have to worry. After all, I'll still have to come out eventually. As long as I can get out, I have no objections," Zheng Honggu said. "Can." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Chen Fan had no objections either. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Morong Shueshue was the first to walk towards the teleportation array. Her figure flashed on the teleportation screen and then disappeared. After exchanging glances, Zheng Honggu asked, "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go first," Jin Shuegue said. Seeing that everyone was hesitant after saying that, Jin Shuegue walked into the teleportation array and disappeared in a flash. After seeing Jin Shuegue leave, Gubahua followed him into the teleportation array, followed by Li Feifei and Zheng Honggu, and finally Chen Fan. After Chen Fan stepped into the teleportation array, he felt a sense of weightlessness. Before long, his feet were back on solid ground. Chen Fan looked around and found that Morong Shueshue and the others were already ahead. Unlike the dark outside world, this ancient ruin also possesses spiritual energy. Just like the normal world, however, everywhere here are ruins and collapsed palaces, now overgrown with weeds. Morong Shueshue said, "We are now inside the ancient ruins. Judging from these collapsed palaces and houses, this should be the location of some sect. It's just that we don't know why this sect has fallen into decline. We can explore these palaces to see if there are any treasures inside, but everyone be careful, there may be dangers, so we must stay together and never act alone." Everyone knew that it was best to travel together in an unknown area to avoid any unforeseen dangers, and to help each other. If you act alone, even if you encounter danger, there will be no one to help you, and you may end up paying the price with your life. Seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Morong Shueshue said, "Alright, let's set off then. When we find any treasures, we should gather them here with me. After we've explored the entire area, we'll divide them together. How about that?" "Can." The crowd answered. "May I offer a suggestion?" Chapter 131. I am actually an archaeologist. Just as everyone nodded in agreement to focus all the resources they gained on Morong Shueshue, Chen Fan spoke up. All eyes were on Chen Fan, and Morong Shueshue looked at him and asked, "What suggestions do you have?" Chen Fan coughed twice and said, "It's like this, I'm quite interested in things left behind by ancient ruins, especially the environment of the places where they were left behind. I really enjoy studying them. So, if I discover any resources, can I be the first to acquire them? In other words, I should examine all resources first before handing them over to Morong Shueshue. Of course, as a price, I am willing to give up my own 10% of the resources in exchange." After hearing Chen Fan's words, everyone was puzzled by his purpose. They certainly didn't believe that it was just for research. However, it's impossible for Chen Fan to secretly keep the treasure under everyone's noses unless he discovers it himself and secretly takes it away. However, Chen Fan was willing to give up his 10% in exchange, which meant that Chen Fan would gain nothing by entering this ancient ruin. Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan and said, "Chen Fan, you should think this through. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing." Although Morong Shueshue didn't know Chen Fan's purpose, she voluntarily gave up her 10% of resources in exchange for being the first to acquire a treasure. She knew that even if you were the first to acquire a treasure, it might not be yours. "I've thought it through very clearly. To be honest, I'm actually an archaeologist, and what I like to study most is the ancient cultivation culture." Morong Shueshue couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing Chen Fan's words. When everyone heard Chen Fan's words, they all scoffed. Anyone who believed Chen Fan was a fool. However, since Chen Fan has made such a request, everyone will agree to it, even if it's just for Chen Fan's 1% of the resources. Since fellow Daoist Chen specializes in the study of ancient cultivation civilizations, I think we should grant his request, Jin Shuegue said. Kubaho echoed, yes, there aren't many people as pure as fellow Daoist Chen anymore. We should support him. Li Feifei and Zhang Honggu also expressed their agreement. Seeing that the other four agreed with Chen Fan's suggestion, Morong Shueshue didn't say anything more. "Alright, since everyone agrees, let's redistribute the spoils. I'll take 52%, you'll each take 12%, and Chen Fan will take 0%. But all the resources you discover will be prioritized for Chen Fan to acquire, then handed over to me, and then distributed uniformly. What do you all think?" Morong Shueshue said, "Redistribute the resources," and then looked at everyone. "No objections. Can." Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all very happy to have gained an extra 0.2% of resources for no reason. After seeing that everyone nodded in agreement, Morong Shueshue said, "Alright, let's begin our exploration. Chen Fan, you come with me in front. Brother Li and sister Zhang will be on the left and right respectively. Fellow Daoist Jin and fellow Daoist Gu will bring up the rear so we can look after each other." The group quickly formed a formation and began to move forward. Before long, they arrived at a collapsed palace, but they found no useful resources inside. However, they did find 1 or 2 first-grade spiritual herbs. As previously agreed, Chen Fan was to pick these 1 or 2 spiritual herbs. In fact, Chen Fan really wanted to pick this grade spiritual herb, mainly because he had too many grade 1 spiritual herbs. Moreover, the first grade spiritual herbs are currently of no use to Chen Fan, but due to the agreed upon rules, Chen Fan has no choice but to pick them. Obtained 1 grade 1 diamond azure cloud grass, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 grade 1 diamond azure cloud grass. Obtain 1 grade 1 diamond sunflower, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, obtaining 200,000 grade 1 diamond sunflowers. All the herbs that gained amplification entered Chen Fan's void space. Chen Fan handed the 2 spiritual herbs to Morong Shueshue. Morong Shueshue was clearly somewhat disgusted, but she still put them away. The group continued their exploration and arrived at the second collapsed palace. Before anyone could even check, they suddenly felt the ground begin to shake. Everyone looked around in a panic, but found nothing. "Underground!" Chen Fan shouted, taking the lead in flying off the ground. Upon hearing Chen Fan's shout, everyone took off from the ground and flew into the air. Just as they left the ground suddenly cracked open, and a huge mouth emerged, opening and closing as it bit at the group in the air. But ultimately, due to insufficient strength, it fell back to the ground with a loud bang, crushing the already collapsed palace into ruins, leaving no trace of the palace. Only then did everyone get a clear look at the monster. The monster was entirely black, resembling a giant maggot, over 20 meters long, with more than a dozen eyes on its abdomen, each eye the size of a wash basin. Its chubby body could shake the ground with the slightest movement, and its enormous mouth was full of sharp teeth. When it opened its mouth, it was easily over 2 meters long, and swallowing several people whole would be no problem. When Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu saw the appearance of the giant maggot, their whole bodies went numb and their hair stood on end. It's absolutely disgusting. Not to mention the 2 women, Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu. Even Chen Fan and the other men would get goosebumps just looking at this thing. The maggot-like creature on the ground let out a huge roar at the people in the air, its mouth wide open. The roar was so loud that the people in the air were even knocked unconscious by the stench. Everyone had to cover their mouths and noses and fly higher because it smelled so bad. After everyone flew to a higher place, they felt a little better. "What the hell is this thing?" Chen Fan asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Only Morong Shueshue said with a look of disgust, "This should be a ghost-faced maggot from ancient times." Ghost-faced maggot? Everyone looked puzzled. Morong Shueshue shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure either. It's only mentioned in some ancient books that ghost-faced maggots are born only after a large number of high-level cultivators die. After they finish eating the cultivators' corpses, they will kill and devour each other until only one remains. Only then can they be called ghost-faced maggots." Everyone was clearly surprised by how these ghost-faced maggots were born. It was indeed quite disgusting. "So what do we do now?" Zhang Honggu asked, rubbing her arms. "Let's just fly away and ignore it," Li Feifei said. "No, we're being targeted by the ghost-faced maggot. It will keep following us, so we won't have any time to explore," Morong Shueshue said. "Killed him?" Chen Fan asked. "We have no choice but to kill it, otherwise it will keep following us," Morong Shueshue nodded. Zhang Honggu rubbed her arms and said, "Why don't you men go for it? I really can't bring myself to do this." Chapter 132 Ghost-Faced Maggot. The men were speechless. They didn't want to deal with this thing either. It was really disgusting. Look at that chubby body, the wriggling body, and the eyes, huge mouth, and sharp teeth on its body. It's definitely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, but no matter how disgusting it is, you still have to go. Chen Fan swooped down first, unleashing his empty fist, and the immense force of his fist shot towards the ghost-faced maggot without warning. When the ghost-faced maggot saw someone swooping down, it excitedly opened its mouth wide towards Chen Fan. But what it received was not Chen Fan's body, but a punch. The force of the punch slammed into the mouth of the ghost-faced maggot, creating a loud boom, and the maggot's body slammed heavily onto the ground again. Dust and debris swirled on the ground. The ghost-faced maggot emitted a sharp, mournful sound from the ground, appearing quite angry. Seeing that Chen Fan had started attacking, the others did not hesitate and began to use their spells to attack the ghost-faced maggot. The demon-faced maggot roared in fury as it was beaten. However, spells do not do much damage to the ghost-faced maggot, as its outer skin is extremely tough. As for why we didn't use magic weapons or artifacts, it's because they were all confiscated by the Infinite Tower when we entered. In this world, magical artifacts and magical weapons are extremely rare. Now, almost everyone is unarmed, so they can only use magic to attack the ghost-faced maggots. As for Chen Fan, he didn't want to take out his magical artifacts and treasures, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. The barbecue incident was already hard to explain to Morong Shueshue, and if he took out his magical artifacts now, it would be even more difficult to explain. Without weapons, our spells will hardly be able to do any effective damage to this thing, Kubaho said anxiously. "Yes, this thing's outer skin is basically immune to our spell damage. Although we can't fight back, the damage we inflict is extremely limited," Li Feifei said while attacking. Chen Fan remained silent, leaping down and landing on the fat body of the ghost-faced maggot, raining down punches upon it. With each punch, the fat on the ghost-faced maggot's body would tremble, and a large amount of green blood would spurt from its huge mouth. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Fan's ferocity. The ghost-faced maggot twisted its body frantically, trying to get Chen Fan off it. But Chen Fan's legs seemed to be rooted to the spot. No matter how much the ghost-faced maggot twisted its body, Chen Fan stood firmly on its body without moving. As it twisted its body, it was punched several more times by Chen Fan, and green blood sprayed out of its mouth like a heavy rain. The ghost-faced maggot was also in a hurry. It leaped into the air and rolled several times, trying to pin Chen Fan down. This forced Chen Fan to get off the ghost-faced maggot. Chen Fan then flew into the air and unleashed several punches, sending the ghost-faced maggot flying far away. The flying maggot sprayed blood all the way, much like a torrential downpour. Their entire bodies had shrunk. Seeing that Chen Fan was completely unable to fight back against the ghost-faced maggot, the others stopped their attacks and stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. They had always thought that Chen Fan was in the early stage of the nascent soul realm and that his combat strength was similar to theirs. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan's combat strength was so strong that he could easily beat up several of them by himself. Chen Fan flew towards the ground where the ghost-faced maggot had fallen, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the spot where the ghost-faced maggot was about to fall. Chen Fan watched as the ghost-faced maggot slowly enlarged before him, as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. But Chen Fan slowly stretched out his hand, preparing to throw a punch. The ghost-faced maggot also sensed the power of the small punches Chen Fan was about to deliver, and tried to twist its body in midair to change its falling direction. However, because its body was too fat, it could not gain any leverage in the air and had difficulty turning its body.
It could only watch helplessly as its body fell towards Chen Fan, letting out a sharp cry of sorrow. As Chen Fan watched the approaching ghost-faced maggot, the power in his fist was fully charged. This punch from the Void Fist would definitely be enough to give the ghost-faced maggot a hard time. Boom! Chen Fan punched the ghost-faced maggot, and ripples spread across its surface, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. Then Chen Fan's fist force pierced through the other side of the ghost-faced maggot, along with a lot of green blood in the soft tissue of the ghost-faced maggot. The ghost-faced maggot flew violently into the air, then crashed down hard, its body hitting the ground with a deafening sound. Before the ghost-faced maggot could react, Chen Fan delivered a powerful punch to its head, sending its head flying and spraying out a large amount of green blood. When the head of the ghost-faced maggot hit the ground with a thud, the people in the air were startled awake. They all looked at Chen Fan as if he were a monster, never expecting him to be so fierce. Morong Shueshue flew to Chen Fan's side in surprise and said, "Chen Fan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You killed the ghost-faced maggot, which was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, with ease." Chen Fan stumbled and almost fell to the ground, weakly saying, "Big sister, where did you see me looking relaxed? I used a secret technique." "Ha?" Morong Shueshue stepped forward and helped Chen Fan up, somewhat incredulous. "Real? Really, can't you see how weak I am?" Chen Fan said speechlessly. When Zhang Honggu and the others in the air heard that Chen Fan was so fierce after using a secret technique, they all showed expressions of understanding. That makes sense. How could someone at the nascent soul stage be this powerful, managing to knock the head off the ghost-faced maggot? Then you'll need to be weak for a few days after using this secret technique. Such a powerful technique must require a long period of recuperation, right? Zhang Honggu asked. Morong Shueshue rolled her eyes speechlessly. Who would ask such a question directly? Isn't that trying to find out someone's weaknesses? Why would someone tell you something so important? I should need to recuperate for about 10 days to half a month. I'll have to trouble you all during this time, Chen Fan said weakly. Morong Shueshue glared at Chen Fan. Was Chen Fan here to embarrass her? When everyone heard that Chen Fan would be weak for at least 10 days to half a month, different expressions appeared on their faces. Then can you still move around on your own? Morong Shueshue asked. Chen Fan sat down cross-legged and said, "Let me rest for a while. I will be able to move freely in a while, but I will not be able to use my magic power. However, you don't need to worry. I still have the ability to protect myself." "Alright, you can rest for a while." After saying that, Morong Shueshue sat cross-legged next to Chen Fan. The others also found a place to rest. Chen Fan looked at the corpse of the ghost-faced maggot and asked, "What use is this ghost-faced maggot's corpse?" "What's the use?" "The only useful thing about the ghost-faced maggot is its skin, which can be refined into a defensive magic weapon." "Then why don't you put it away?" "I don't want it. Take it or leave it. This maggot-faced corpse doesn't count towards the total resources. Does anyone want it?" Zhang Honggu quickly shook her head and said, "I don't want it." Li Feifei also shook her head. Then Jin Shueigui also said no. Cuba, however, expressed great interest and stepped forward. Chapter 133. The palace filled with cracks, but when Cubaho stepped forward, he was in an awkward situation. How was he going to get such a huge maggot back? There's nothing to store it in now, and it's so big that we can't move it at all. I was thinking of peeling off the outer skin, but unfortunately, I don't have a knife, so this is a bit difficult to handle. In the end, Cuba returned helplessly and said, "This thing is difficult to handle. Without a suitable knife, you can't even peel the skin off." Zhang Honggu quickly said, "Then forget it, this thing is really disgusting." Zhang Honggu was truly disgusted by this thing. As soon as she heard that Cubaho wanted to get away from him, she wanted to stay away from him. Now that Cubaho couldn't take the ghost-faced maggots away, she was happiest, because she didn't want anyone to be following her with the ghost-faced maggots. After resting for a while, Chen Fan stood up and said, "Alright, let's go and continue exploring." "Are you sure? Don't push yourself. You can rest for a while," Morong Shueshue said to Chen Fan. "Okay, let's go." "Alright, let's continue on our way." Everyone was excited when they heard that they could continue their journey. No one wanted to waste any more time here. Because of the arrival of the ghost-faced maggots, the palace had been completely reduced to ruins, and there was nothing left to explore. Moreover, with the appearance of the ghost-faced maggot, everyone became even more cautious. No one could guarantee that there was only one ghost-faced maggot here, or that there might be something else. They hadn't gone far when they discovered a spiritual herb garden. Although there weren't many spiritual herbs in the garden, their quality was quite high, with all of them being at least 6th grade gold level. The group counted and found there were about 10 spiritual herbs, 6 of the 6th grade gold type, 4 of the 6th grade platinum type, and 2 of the 6th grade diamond type. Chen Fan picked them all and gave them to Morong Shueshue. As for the amplified ones, they lay peacefully in Chen Fan's void space. Everyone was very satisfied with the harvest of 6th grade spiritual herbs. Even if there were no further gains, the trip would still have been worthwhile. Chen Fan and his group continued on their way and soon arrived at a relatively intact palace. Why was it considered relatively intact? Mainly because the palace had no defects, but it was covered with cracks, like a spider web. Chen Fan and his group had reason to believe that if they exerted even a little force, the palace could collapse.
Shall we go in? Zhang Honggu asked.
Go in, what are you afraid of?
Are we afraid of being crushed to death? Cubaho snorted. Everyone thought about it and agreed. They were all experts at the nascent soul stage, so why would they be afraid of a collapsing palace?
I just didn't want to get my clothes dirty, Zhang Honggu said, blushing. No one paid any attention to her words. Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan and said, "Why don't you wait outside while we go in to explore?" Chen Fan was speechless. They really did treat him like a patient.
I'm fine, let's go in together. Even if it collapses, it won't hurt me.
Seeing that Chen Fan had said so, Morong Shueshue did not insist further and led everyone into the palace. Upon entering the palace, the cracks became even larger. The first floor was relatively empty, with only a few tables and chairs. It was unclear what the palace had been used for before Chen Fan and his group cautiously began to walk up to the second floor. Stepping on the creaking wooden stairs, they felt as if the building could collapse at any moment. When Chen Fan and his group arrived on the second floor, they found that it was similar to the first floor, with some tables and chairs, but with a few more shelves and porcelain vases on them. According to the rules, Chen Fan was to retrieve it, and he did not stand on ceremony, taking it directly from there. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 6 diamond burst essence pill, quantity increased by 200,000 times. Obtained 200,000 bottles of grade 6 diamond burst essence pill.
Chen Fan opened the ceramic bottle in his hand and looked inside. He found 3 violent yuan pills.
Chen Fan handed the bottle to Morong Shueshue and said, "Not bad, 3 pills." Morong Shueshue took the porcelain bottle, opened it, looked at the pills inside, and nodded, saying, "A 6th grade diamond level vigorous yuan pill. After taking this pill, one's strength can be increased by 1 level, but after the effects wear off, the person who used the pill will be weak for half a month, just like when you used the secret technique." After speaking, she looked at Chen Fan. The others all showed interest after hearing about the effects of the pill, but Zhang Honggu was not interested in it. Chen Fan then picked up another bottle of pills. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 5 diamond azure profound pill, quantity increased by 100,000 times. Obtained 100,000 bottles of grade 5 diamond azure profound pill. Chen Fan handed the pills in his hand to Morong Shueshue and then picked up another bottle of pills. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 6 platinum pure essence pill, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, obtaining 600,000 bottles of grade 6 platinum pure essence pill. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 6 golden ice soul pill, quantity increased by 400,000 times, obtained 400,000 bottles of grade 6 golden ice soul pill. Chen Fan handed all the pills to Morong Shueshue.
Morong Shueshue took the pills and looked at them one by one.
Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she then spoke. "There are 4 grade 5 diamond azure profound pills. These pills have a calming effect, and taking them will make your cultivation twice as effective.
5 grade 6 platinum pure essence pills.
These pills can purify one's spiritual energy after consumption.
2 grade 6 golden ice soul pills.
These pills only work on people who cultivate ice attribute techniques, meaning they can increase the speed of cultivating ice attribute techniques." After Morong Shueshue finished explaining the effects of all the pills in one breath, she said, "Leave everything here with me first, and we'll distribute them together after we've finished exploring." Upon hearing about the effects of these pills, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Apart from the ice soul pill, which was useless to them, the other pills here would greatly enhance their abilities. No one had any objections to leaving the pills with Morong Shueshue. After packing up their belongings on the second floor, Chen Fan and his group continued towards the third floor, which was also the last floor. There were no tables or chairs on the third floor, only a shelf. But the shelf was crooked and empty. It seems that the items on this floor were visited and taken away as early as ancient times. As for the items on the second floor, they probably weren't interested, which is why they ended up being taken by Chen Fan and his group. The group had no choice but to fly out of the main hall to search for other resources. Chen Fan and his group continued forward, and soon another grand hall blocked their way. This hall was only 2 stories high, but it covered a large area. Moreover, the main hall was clearly undamaged. Chen Fan and his group entered the hall and found many rooms on both sides. They pushed open the door of one of the rooms. Inside, there was a bed, a shelf, a table, and 2 chairs. Everyone immediately understood the purpose of this main hall. It was clearly a place for the disciples to rest, or simply a dormitory. Chapter 134 Undergarment, Immortal Soul Technician. Fan and his group found nothing in the room, so they all left. After leaving this room, looking at so many rooms gave me a headache. Searching through each room one by one would take an unknown amount of time. Moron Shueshua looked at everyone and said, "How about this? There are so many rooms here. If we search together, it will take us a lot of time. We'll each search separately. Whatever we find doesn't need to be handed over to everyone to share. Everyone should keep what they find. As for what they get, that depends entirely on their luck and chance. What do you all think?" Moron Shueshua asked, looking at everyone after she finished speaking. "Can. Okay. Okay, but how should this area be divided?" Kubaho asked, looking at the rooms on both sides of the huge hall. Everyone assumed that the layout upstairs would be similar to that downstairs. Moron Shueshua said, "How about this? There are 2 floors in total. 3 people will be assigned to the upper floor and 3 people to the lower floor. Each person will be responsible for 1/3 of the rooms." "Okay, then let's divide the areas. Once everyone's area is divided, what good things they get will depend on their own luck." Moron Shueshua nodded and said, "Sister Zhang, Brotherly, and I will go to the second floor. Chen Fan, Gubawo, and Jin Shuegue, the 3 of you will search this floor. How does that sound?" Chen Fan nodded to indicate that he had no objection, and Gubawo and Jin Shuegu also indicated that they had no problem. "You can decide how to allocate this floor yourselves. Sister Zhang, Brotherly, let's go to the second floor." After saying that, Moron Shueshua led Zhang Honggu and Li Feifei to the second floor. After the 3 left, Cuba said, "Let's keep it simple. I'll search the middle rooms, and you can search the 2 sides. I think there are about 100 rooms here. 30 rooms each is just right. What do you think?" "Okay," Chen Fan said. Jin Shuegue nodded and then walked towards the east, indicating that he wanted to search the rooms in the east. Seeing that Jin Shuegue wanted to search the rooms on the east side, Chen Fan had no choice but to go to the rooms on the west side. As for Gubawo, he only needed to search the middle room. After dividing the area, Chen Fan and the others went about their respective tasks. Chen Fan pushed open the door of a room and went inside. He found that the rooms he had entered with everyone else were almost identical, with no difference at all. After searching the room for a while without finding anything, he moved on to the next room. Of the second, third, and fourth rooms yielded nothing. They were basically the same as the previous rooms, with nothing inside. Chen Fan searched until he reached the 15th room before finding a box under the bed. It wasn't a treasure chest, it was probably left behind by the room's owner. Chen Fan dragged the box out from under the bed, shook off the dust, and then opened it. When the box was opened, a riot of colors came into Chen Fan's view. Clothing, the box was filled with fabric and clothes. Chen Fan picked up a piece and looked at it. Obtain 1 green bib, increasing the quantity by 700,000 times, obtaining 700,000 green bibs. What the heck is a belly band? Looking at this whole box of belly bands, Chen Fan was speechless. Was this a room where a female cultivator lived? But why didn't she put all these belly bands into her storage ring? Chen Fan threw the bib back into the box, closed the box, and kicked it back under the bed. Then they went to the next room and searched several more rooms, but still found nothing. Come to think of it, cultivators all have their own storage bags and storage rings, so who would keep their valuables in their room? Chen Fan searched several more rooms, but found nothing. He was about to stop searching the last few rooms, but since he had already searched all the others, a few more wouldn't make a difference. I searched 3 more rooms, but still found nothing. Only 2 rooms remained to be searched. Chen Fan entered the second to last room, which was even more simply furnished. without any tables or chairs, only a bed and a shelf. There was nothing on the bed, but Chen Fan noticed a piece of metal on the shelf. Chen Fan walked over and picked it up. Obtained one fragment of the 9th grade diamond heavenly soul technique, with the quantity increased by 100,000 times and the quality increased by 900,000 times. Obtained 100,000 complete immortal soul techniques. It turned out to be a cultivation technique. Chen Fan quickly checked the specific effects of the technique and discovered that it was a technique for training the soul, and it was even a celestial level technique. Chen Fan was overjoyed. In addition to cultivating his magic and refining his body, he could now also cultivate his soul techniques. Of course, cultivating on all three fronts simultaneously will be slower than others, but from a balanced perspective, it's not a problem at all. With so many cultivation resources, cultivating on all three fronts simultaneously means there's no need to worry about falling behind others. However, now was not the time for cultivation. Chen Fan walked out of this room, opened the last room, and found that the layout of this room was completely different from the previous ones. It was filled with miscellaneous items, mostly tools used for farm work. It seems this used to be a storage room. Chen Fan searched through the clutter but found nothing. After searching all the rooms, Chen Fan returned to the lobby and found that Gubawo and Jin Shuegue had not yet returned, so Chen Fan sat down and waited for them to come back. Not long after, Gubawo returned, carrying several items in his hands. With a smile on his face, he greeted Chen Fan with a beaming smile, saying, "Fellow Taoist Chen, I didn't expect you to be here so quickly. Did you gain anything?" Chen Fan stood up and said helplessly, "Sai, we haven't gained anything. I have made some discoveries, fellow Taoist Chen, why don't you come and take a look," said Gubawo. "Since fellow Taoist Gu has invited me, then I will not stand on ceremony." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he went to Gubawo. Gubawo placed the items he had acquired on the table and counted them. There were a total of 4 items. Chen Fan looked at the 4 items: a bottle of pills, 2 gold forks, and a thumb ring. The pills should be grade 5 pills, but Chen Fan didn't know what they were used for. The 2 golden forks were actually low-grade magic treasures, and they should be a pair. The thumb ring was a low-grade magic artifact. No wonder Gubawo was so happy. Obtaining a magic weapon here would greatly enhance his life protection. Moreover, the pair of hairpins were a set, and their combined power would be no less than that of a mid-level magic weapon. Gubawo put everything away and said, "Fellow Taoist Chen, I'll refine these 2 golden hairpins first. Could you protect me while I do this?" Chen Fan was a little surprised when he heard what Gubawo said. This magic weapon was obviously for women. How could a grown man like him want to refine this magic weapon, especially a bald man like him? Chen Fan could imagine the scene of Gubawo pulling out a pair of golden forks to fight, and it gave him goosebumps. Chapter 135: The Strange Skeleton. Ahem, fellow Taoist Gu, why don't you keep it for now and see if they have any other gains later, then you can trade with them. Chen Fan's hint was quite obvious. It was truly unimaginable that a grown man would use a pair of gold hairpins as his secret weapon. No need. I don't have any weapons in this world yet. Once I refine this magic weapon, I'll have one to fight against the enemy, which will also ensure my safety. I'm very excited, said Gubawo, then sat down and began to refine the pair of golden hairpin magic weapons. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Chen Fan did not stop him. After all, everyone has their own ideas. If Gubawo needed magic weapons to arm himself, Chen Fan would not stop him. Worst, I'll just stop watching Cube and Joshua use his magic weapons. It's really an eyesore. Of course, Gubawo didn't devote all his attention to refining the magic weapon. Instead, he spared a sliver of his mind to guard against Chen Fan. Once you enter the infinite world, you can only trust yourself. Gubawo did not fully refine the hairpins, he only refined them slightly until he could control them. Gubawo then absorbed the hairpins into his body. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine after seeing it, and decided it was best not to look. Not long after, Jin Shuegue returned. Unlike Gubawo, Jin Shuegue was only carrying one item. When Jin Shuegue got closer, Chen Fan and Gubawo could see what it was. It turned out to be a bracelet. Gubawo asked with a smile, "Brother Jin, what treasure did you obtain?" Jin Shuegue said with a grim expression, "A low-grade magic weapon." He then held out his hand, and Chen Fan and Gubawo saw that it really was a low-grade magic weapon, and a defensive one at that. No wonder Jin Shuegue looked so pale. This low-grade defensive magic weapon was completely useless to Jin Shuegue. It might have been somewhat useful if it were an offensive magic weapon, however. This defensive low-grade magic artifact is probably not even as strong as Jin Shuegue's own spiritual energy shield. Kubaho didn't say anything, but patted Jin Shuegue on the shoulder to comfort him. Did you get anything good? Chen Fan shrugged, indicating he had nothing. Gubahua touched his nose and smiled, saying, I have an offensive magic weapon. Jin Shuegue paused for a moment after hearing Gubahua's words before saying, then congratulations, Brother Gu. Just as they were talking, Morong Shueshue, Zheng Honggu, and Li Feifei came down from the second floor. Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan and the others and said, so, did you all gain anything?
Chen Fan and Jin Shuegue remained silent, but Gu Bao chuckled and said, we've had some success. What about you guys?
Morong Shueshue spread her hands and said, nothing to show for it.
Zheng Honggu and Li Feifei also said they had no results.
It seems this is just where some lower-level disciples live. There's nothing of value here, Morong Shueshue guessed. Everyone nodded in agreement.
All right, let's not stay here too long and continue on our way. This ancient ruin looks quite large, and it will probably take several days to explore it completely.
Chen Fan glanced at the sky and said, why don't we rest here for the night and continue tomorrow?
We don't know if there will be any danger tonight.
The group looked at the sky outside and it was indeed starting to get dark. It seemed that this ancient ruin did not have daylight like the outside world. Morong Shueshue said, then let's rest here for the night.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
I think we should all go to the second floor. We all live in the same place, so if there's any danger, we can look out for each other, Li Feifei said. Good. Everyone went up to the second floor and found a place to stay next to each other. One room for each person. There wasn't much interaction among them. Everyone went back to their rooms to cultivate or rest. After returning to his room, Chen Fan began to study the Immortal Soul technique. After studying it for several hours, he actually made some progress. The first half of the night was very quiet and there was nothing unusual, but in the second half of the night, it suddenly started to get noisy outside. Chen Fan quickly sat up, walked to the door, and looked out through the crack in the door. Just then, skeletons crawled out from underground and began to gather in twos and threes, seemingly chatting.
Some skeletons sat cross-legged, seemingly meditating, while others went into
the storeroom, picked up farm tools, and began working. This is exactly like a portrayal of their lives. It seems that in ancient times, this sect also experienced an extremely fierce battle. Judging from the magnificent buildings and the vast area they occupied, this sect was undoubtedly enormous, which led to its demise, but such a massive sect was destroyed so easily, which shows just how powerful its enemies were. Chen Fan observed the skeletons and, finding that they didn't enter the rooms, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid these skeletons might enter the room, and then a fierce battle would be inevitable. Although these skeletons wouldn't enter the room, Chen Fan still didn't dare to relax. I wonder what's going on with Morong Shueshue and the others next door. Chen Fan didn't dare to say he was going to find them. He could only wait until dawn. As the tedious wait continued, dawn broke, and the moving skeletons began to burrow into the ground and disappear, leaving no trace of damage on the surface. When the day was fully lit, there were no skeletons left on the ground, as if they had never been there. Chen Fan opened the door, leaped down, and went to the ground to check. He found that there was really no trace of anything breaking through the soil, which was very strange. Just as Chen Fan was checking the ground situation, Morong Shueshue, Zheng Honggu, Li Feifei, Gubahua, and Jin Shuegu also flew down. Morong Shueshue asked first, so, did you find anything? No, Chen Fan shook his head. You all saw what happened last night.
It seems that the ancient ruins are not as simple as we thought, and the level of danger may be even higher, Morong Shueshue said. Chen Fan continued, moreover, we can't move around at night. We need to find a room to hide in. From what I've observed, these skeletons won't enter the room.
Everyone nodded solemnly. Chen Fan observed the ground for a moment, walked to the spot where he remembered a skeleton entering the ground, and then threw a punch. With a loud bang, dirt and grass flew everywhere, revealing a large crater in the ground. There was nothing inside the crater. Chen Fan then punched twice more, making the crater 7 or 8 meters deep. Finally, a skeleton was revealed. At first, everyone didn't understand why Chen Fan was bombarding the ground for no reason, but they understood after seeing the skeleton die. In other words, the skeleton really did crawl out at night, which is a bit eerie. If it were a ghost cultivator, that wouldn't be surprising.
The main problem is that this skeleton doesn't have any ghost cultivator aura at all. It seems to be moving purely on instinct.
The most bizarre thing is how the skeleton climbed up and down without leaving a single trace. Judging from the crater Chen Fan created, the soil here was clearly very firm.
yet these skeletons were able to crawl in and out without any sign of the soil being loosened. Chapter 136 Redistribution of Interests. It's impossible that these skeletons can burrow underground. Look at the skeleton in this pit. It has absolutely no cultivation level, it's just an ordinary skeleton. Could these skeletons be controlled by someone? If so, that person is quite terrifying. After covering the soil back up, Chen Fan said, these skeletons are a bit strange, as if someone is controlling them. We shouldn't linger here too long. Let's hurry up and finish exploring before we leave. I'm afraid something might happen if we stay any longer, Zheng Honggu said somewhat timidly. From the moment Chen Fan met Zheng Honggu, he noticed that she was extremely timid, and he wondered how she had managed to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Perhaps it was precisely because of her timidity and caution that she was able to avoid danger time and time again. Morong Shueshue nodded and said, okay, then let's continue on our way. However, we still need to find a place to hide for the night. I'm afraid that if these skeletons encounter us, we'll run into trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since no one could guarantee that the skeletons wouldn't suddenly attack after packing up, the group set off again. They passed by 2 remaining palaces but found nothing, which greatly disappointed them. It seems that when this sect was destroyed, someone came to clean up the battlefield and looted most of the good stuff. Chen Fan stopped and said, searching like this will take a long time and yield very little. I think we should go directly to the place most likely to hide the treasure. That way we can find it more effectively. After thinking it over, Morong Shueshue nodded and said, indeed, we can't keep searching like this, it will waste a lot of time. Let's prioritize finding the places where there is the most likely treasure. No one objected, since finding the treasure was the real goal. So, instead of searching through the palaces one by one, they headed straight for the very center, because the most central place is usually the most likely core area. This ancient ruin sect is quite large. It took the group nearly 2 hours to fly to the core area. The palaces in the core area were more severely damaged than those in the outer areas. Some were completely flattened, some were only half standing, and some looked as if they had been chopped off in half by a sword. In short, there were all sorts of shapes and sizes. This shows how fierce the battle here was back then. Everyone looked at the scene before them, feeling at a loss for what to do. The main problem is that most of the palaces have collapsed, so we have to dig things out bit by bit, otherwise you won't know whether there are any treasures or not. Morong Shueshue's eyes darted around as she said, the situation is a bit special right now. If we search together, we might find only a limited amount of things. I think it would be better if we searched separately, and whoever finds something keeps it. We don't need to share it together. After hearing Morong Shueshue's words, Chen Fan gave her a meaningful look, knowing that she had the talent to sense the energy of treasures. Now that Morong Shueshue has suggested splitting up the search, it proves that she has already discovered some great treasure. By proposing that everyone keep what they find, it's clear that she doesn't want to share the treasures she finds with others. Of course, Chen Fan didn't expose Morong Shueshue, and nodded instead. The others nodded in agreement. What you get depends on your own fate. Alright, let's split up now. We'll meet back here around dusk. If he's not back by then, we won't wait for him. However, I still don't want to remind everyone to go too far, so that if we encounter any danger, we can provide timely assistance. Does anyone have any other questions? Morong Shueshue asked after glancing at everyone. No, everyone else answered in unison. Chen Fan nodded, indicating that he had no problem either. Morong Shueshue nodded and said, if there are no problems, then let's each set off to find our own opportunities. Kubaho and Jin Shuegue flew out first, and Zhang Honggu also found a direction and left. Li Feifei also chose a direction and left, leaving only Morong Shueshue and Chen Fan at the scene. Chen Fan smiled and said, Morong Shueshue, you've got a good plan. They don't know about your talent, do they? Morong Shueshue rolled her eyes at Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, it's better not to say anything if you see through something. It'll be easier to meet again in the future. Do you want to come with me? Chen Fan shook his head and said, forget it, I'll go out and look for my own opportunities. I won't stick around eating your leftovers. Morong Shueshue was so angry she wanted to hit someone. What did she mean by saying that following her meant only being able to eat leftovers? Was she really that bad? Her kindness was being taken for granted. Whatever, I'm leaving. Morong Shueshue said angrily and left. Chen Fan watched Morong Shueshue leave angrily and smiled.
He said those words to provoke Morong Shueshue so that she would leave on her own. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Chen Fan chose a direction and began to explore among so many people. Morong Shueshue is exceptionally talented and must have found the most and best resources. He didn't know if others had the ability to find treasures, but Chen Fan himself was very clear about his own abilities, which were none. In fact, whether he could find treasures depended entirely on luck. The central area is basically in ruins, making it extremely difficult to find treasures there. To find treasure here, you first need to dig through the ruins, but even if you do, there's no guarantee you'll find treasure. Therefore, Morong Shueshue, with her talent, will definitely get good things here. But Chen Fan didn't envy her. He had his own advantages. Once he got the treasure, it would be hard not to get fat. Chen Fan flew south for quite some distance, and the others were long gone. Upon seeing a 3-story palace that appeared to have been split in two, Chen Fan stopped and decided to go inside to see if he could find anything. The palace was split in half, and Chen Fan flew directly into one half of it. The palace was filled with accumulated dust. Every step you took would send up a cloud of dust, so Chen Fan didn't dare to put his foot down. It could only hover in the air. The first floor consisted of some dilapidated tables and chairs scattered on both sides, covered with a thick layer of dust. There was no need to look at the first floor to know that there were no resources left, so Chen Fan went straight to the second floor. The second floor was also covered in dust, but compared to the first floor, there were still quite a few wooden cabinets on the second floor, though they were also covered in dust. Chen Fan waved his hand and used his magic to clean the dust off the wooden cabinet. The wooden cabinet then revealed its true appearance. It resembled the wooden cabinets found in traditional Chinese medicine shops, consisting of many small square cabinets. Chapter 137 is all pills for spirit beasts. Then, using magic, he pulled out all the small drawers, making it immediately clear whether there was anything inside. Sure enough, most of them were empty, but there were 1 or 2 drawers that did contain something. Chen Fan stepped forward and picked them up one by one to examine them. Obtained 2 grade 7 golden purple gold stones, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, and obtained 400,000 grade 7 golden purple gold stones. Obtained 3 grade 7 diamond dragon abyss stones, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, totaling 1,800,000 grade 7 diamond dragon abyss stones. These should be materials for refining weapons, but Chen Fan doesn't know how to refine weapons, so he doesn't know the properties of these materials. He'll find out by asking someone later. At this point, Chen Fan also realized that his knowledge of these materials was still too limited, and he needed to find this information about them to supplement his understanding. Otherwise, it would be a waste to have treasures but not know their value and just keep them in a ring. There were no more resources on the second floor, so Chen Fan went straight to the third floor. The third floor was also covered in dust, with a similar layout to the second floor, and there were quite a few wooden cabinets, but the third floor was a complete mess. Almost all the wooden cabinets had been opened, and they were all empty. Undeterred, Chen Fan opened the drawers that hadn't been opened yet. The result was nothing. Then, Chen Fan flew to the other half of the third floor, and it was the same, nothing at all. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Fan found that the cabinets inside were identical to those on the opposite second floor. He pulled them all out and indeed discovered some items. Obtained 1 grade 7 platinum turtle spirit crystal, the quantity increased by 500,000 times, obtaining 500,000 grade 7 platinum turtle spirit crystals. As for the first floor, there's no need to go there anymore. After flying away from the palace that had been split in two, Chen Fan continued southward. Along the way, all he saw were broken bricks and tiles, so there was basically no need to explore further. After flying for a distance, Chen Fan arrived at the foot of a mountain, where there were many buildings. Chen Fan flew directly up the mountain peak. The mountain peak was not small, and the buildings inside were rather strange, not like those that people lived in. These buildings are all single-story and quite tall. The walls are not solid, they are made of wood with small squares. The buildings on the mountain were not severely damaged, they were mostly intact. Chen Fan walked into one of the buildings, but it was empty and there was nothing inside. He didn't know what it had been used for before. Moreover, Chen Fan discovered that the mountain was basically filled with buildings like this, all of which were empty inside, with nothing inside. Finally, Chen Fan arrived at a building at the top of the mountain. It was a 3-story palace. Unlike the buildings below, Chen Fan walked in. Unlike the palaces below, this palace was no longer covered in dust, but only had a thin layer of dust. The first floor was also furnished with some tables and chairs, nothing particularly special. Chen Fan went straight up to the second floor, where there were many shelves filled with porcelain vases. Is this a medicinal pill? Chen Fan picked up a porcelain bottle at random. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill, quantity increased by 200,000 times. Obtained 200,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill.
Bone strengthening pill? Could it be a body refining elixir? Chen Fan had never heard of such a grade 3 pill. He opened the porcelain bottle and found 3 dark red pills inside, which smelled somewhat fishy and foul. Chen Fan felt nauseous. Was this really a pill meant for human consumption? Chen Fan put it into his storage ring and then picked up another bottle. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill, quantity increased by 100,000 times. Obtained 100,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. It's actually a bone strengthening pill. Chen Fan took it. Received 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond bone strengthening pill. Get. Chen Fan took down all the porcelain bottles from the shelf, and they were all filled with bone strengthening pills. Chen Fan looked at the shelves behind him. There were 5 shelves with porcelain bottles on them, and the rest of the shelves were empty. Could these 5 shelves all contain bone strengthening pills? He went to another shelf and picked up a porcelain bottle. Received 1 bottle of grade 3 diamond enlightenment pill, the quantity increased by 600,000 times, and received 600,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond enlightenment pills. This time it's not the bone strengthening pill, it's some kind of wisdom enlightenment pill, and I don't know what the effects of this wisdom enlightenment pill are for. Chen Fan rolled up all the porcelain vases on the shelf into his hands. Obtained 13 bottles of grade 3 diamond enlightenment pills, an increase of 100,000 times, totaling 1,300,000 bottles of grade 3 diamond enlightenment pills. Sure enough, each shelf represents a type of elixir, so 5 shelves here mean 5 types of elixir. Chen Fan went to another shelf, waved his hand, and put all the porcelain bottles into his ring. Obtained 15 bottles of grade 3 platinum beast blood pills, a 400,000-fold increase in quantity, totaling 6 million bottles of grade 3 platinum beast blood pills. This art style is off. These pills don't seem to be for human use. Are they meant for spirit beasts? Chen Fan then walked to the next shelf and waved his hand to put all the porcelain bottles on the shelf into his storage ring. Obtained 12 bottles of grade 4 platinum berserk pills, increasing the quantity by 300,000 times, totaling 3,600,000 bottles of grade 4 platinum berserk pills. Continue. Obtained 10 bottles of grade 5 golden bloodline pills, increasing the quantity by 500,000 times, obtaining 5 million bottles of grade 5 golden bloodline pills. It seems that all the pills here are indeed for spirit beasts, and this mountain should be a mountain for cultivating spirit beasts. This explains the strange buildings on the mountain peak. They were all used to raise spirit beasts. With so many pills for spirit beasts, shouldn't I find a spirit beast to try them out myself? Mythical beast. Speaking of which, I think I have a spirit beast, don't I? Big White, thank you so much. You only just remembered me. Big White, why didn't I see Big White the last few times I went back? My family didn't mention where Big White went either. Could it be that Mom and Dad cooked Big White? No, no way. Never mind, I'll ask Mom and Dad when I go back this time. After tidying up the second floor, Chen Fan went up to the third floor. The third floor was no longer a single hall, but was divided into several rooms. Chen Fan casually opened the door to one of the rooms closest to him. Inside, he saw a bed, a table, a few chairs, and a cabinet. This should be a place to rest. Chen Fan searched the room but found no resources. Chen Fan searched each room one by one, but found nothing. When Chen Fan arrived at the last room, he found that it was locked and there was a faint array in place. Chapter 138 The Egg of the Third Grade Immortal Beast, Azure Flame Phoenix. This was the first time Chen Fan had ever seen a room with an array formation when he entered the ancient ruins. This room was definitely not ordinary. Chen Fan first shattered the weak formation with a punch, then broke the lock with his hand, pushing open the door. I found the room spotless, as if it had just been cleaned. There was a cabinet and a long table in the room. Several items were placed on the long table, and each of these items was covered by an array. The outside has been locked and protected by arrays. This thing is also covered by its own array, so these things are not simple. Chen Fan doesn't understand formations, but he knows how to break them with force, or to put it simply, he uses brute force. Chen Fan walked to the long table and looked at the first item, which turned out to be a jade slip. Could it contain a cultivation technique? Chen Fan exerted a little force and punched the array protecting the jade slip. The array had been there for an unknown amount of time and was quite fragile due to lack of maintenance. It shattered instantly after being punched by Chen Fan, and the jade slip was taken out. Obtained 1 jade slip of the Spirit Beast Cultivation Manual, with the quantity increased by 200,000 times,
and obtained 200,000 jade slips of the Spirit Beast Cultivation Manual.
Chen Fan picked up the jade slip and examined it.
It contained the cultivation techniques for all spirit beasts. It records what kind of environment each spirit beast needs, what it likes to eat, what it dislikes, and so on. There are even detailed recipes for making pills specifically for spirit beasts. Chen Fan also found the uses of the pills he had just obtained on the second floor in this jade slip. The bone strengthening pill is used to enhance the bone strength of spirit beasts. Long-term use of the bone strengthening pill will greatly strengthen the spirit beast's bones. Bloodline pills can enhance the purity of a spirit beast's bloodline, and the effects become more pronounced with long-term use, potentially purifying it by as much as 30%. The jade slip also records many more powerful pills. However, those powerful pills require many rare and precious herbs and medicines. An ordinary person might not be able to gather enough to refine even one batch of pills in their entire life. Chen Fan thought about how he had a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines, and wondered if he could try to refine some pills. After all, he had so many resources, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. Once we get out, we need to find some jade slips related to alchemy to look at. For now, let's collect these resources. Chen Fan arrived at the second area shrouded by the formation and looked inside. There was a jade bottle inside, but he didn't know what was inside. Could it be an even more precious elixir? Chen Fan threw a punch, and the formation shattered with a crack, allowing him to retrieve the jade bottle. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 9 diamond true dragon essence blood, quantity increased by 800,000 times. Obtained 800,000 bottles of grade 9 diamond true dragon essence blood. The blood essence of a 9th grade diamond dragon is equivalent to the blood essence of a dragon in the late stage of the tribulation transcending realm. Furthermore, the Spirit Beast Cultivation Manual also records the wonderful uses of true dragon essence blood, which can be said to be effective for almost all spirit beasts, especially the Dragon Ascension pill made by combining true dragon essence blood with some precious spiritual herbs. After a spirit beast consumes it, it can truly enhance its entire aptitude and physical constitution, and may even achieve the effect of reverting to its ancestral bloodline. It can be said that this true dragon blood essence is a truly good thing, which made Chen Fan even more determined to learn alchemy. With so many resources at home, it's bound to attract attention sooner or later. I don't trust people I hire from outside, but the spirit beasts I've already raised are a different story. A spirit beast that has recognized its master will never betray its master, not even in death. After collecting the true dragon's essence blood, Chen Fan arrived at the third formation. He saw that the object inside the third formation was actually a piece of metal, but it didn't quite look like metal because it seemed to change shape from time to time. But it's as if this piece of metal is soft. Chen Fan threw a punch as usual, shattering the formation. He reached out and touched the metal, finding that it was exactly as he had seen and thought. This piece of metal is really soft, like dough that's been soaked in water. Chen Fan picked it up and squeezed it hard, finding that the metal really did squeeze to both sides, just like dough. Obtained 1 piece of grade 9 diamond flowing sand eternal gold, the quantity increased by 600,000 times, and obtained 600,000 pieces of grade 9 diamond flowing sand eternal gold. It was actually flowing sand eternal gold, which was also recorded in the secret manual. This flowing sand gold is not used to refine magical artifacts, but rather for spirit beasts to consume. Just a small piece can greatly enhance a spirit beast's defense. If a spirit beast of the metal element consumes it, the enhancement will be even more terrifying, and it may even achieve complete metallization, making it no weaker than some magical treasures. It should be noted that Chen Fan has only reached the level of a mid-grade magic weapon by cultivating the third level of the void body refining technique. Meanwhile, a metal attribute spirit beast could potentially reach the same level as Chen Fan by consuming just a small piece of this flowing sand eternal gold. The wondrous uses of this flowing sand gold are self-evident, and it can be given directly to spirit beasts without needing to be refined into pills. Chen Fan walked to the last formation and found that there was actually an egg inside. Is this a spirit beast egg? I wonder what kind of spirit beast egg it is, that it's protected by an array. I just don't know if it can still hatch after all this time. Chen Fan broke the formation and took out the egg, finding that it was quite large, at least the size of 2 palms. Obtained 1 grade 3 celestial beast azure flame phoenix egg, increasing the quantity by 700,000 times, and obtained 700,000 grade 3 celestial beast azure flame phoenix eggs. What? A rank 3 celestial beast, if they all hatch, wouldn't that be a veritable army of celestial beasts? I don't know if this mythical beast egg can hatch, and I also don't know what the conditions are for hatching it. The cultivation techniques for this celestial beast egg are not found in the manual for cultivating spirit beasts. I don't know if Morong Shueshua knows. I'll have to find an opportunity to ask her.
Chen Fan put away the fairy beast egg, looked around the room, then walked to the wooden cabinet, pulled it out, and found quite a few things inside. The most common items were medicine bottles, and Chen Fan picked up a porcelain bottle at random. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 7 golden beast pill, quantity increased by 200,000 times, obtained 200,000 bottles of grade 7 golden beast pill. The 1000 beast pill appears to be an advanced version of the 100 beast pill. Chen Fan opened the porcelain bottle and looked inside. There were 10,000 beast pills inside. He put the pills away. He then picked up another bottle of pills. Obtained 1 bottle of grade 8 diamond dragon building pill, quantity increased by 800,000 times, obtained 800,000 bottles of grade 8 diamond dragon building pill. Grade 7 platinum dragon soaring pill, grade 7 diamond phoenix cry pill, grade 8 diamond fire spirit pill. Chen Fan collected several bottles of pills, all of them grade 7 or 8. After collecting all the porcelain bottles, only 2 items remained in the cabinet. A cow horn and a bag, like a storage bag. Chapter 139. Each person's gains. Chen Fan picked up the ox horn. Obtained 1 grade 8 silver fire ox horn, quantity increased by 100,000 times, obtained 100,000 grade 8 silver fire ox horns. Chen Fan examined the fire ox horn closely. Overall, it was no different from an ordinary ox horn, except that there were faint red lines on the horn's pattern. This fire ox horn should be usable for weapon crafting. It's a very good material for it. Then, Chen Fan picked up the bag and looked at it. It was no different from an ordinary storage bag. Obtained 1 grade 7 diamond spirit beast bag, quantity increased by 400,000 times, obtained 400,000 grade 7 diamond spirit beast bags. This isn't a storage bag, but a spirit beast bag, meaning it's for carrying spirit beasts. Chen Fan opened the space and found that it was quite large, seemingly big enough to hold several spirit beasts. Regular storage bags and storage rings cannot hold living beings, but spirit beast bags are different. They can hold spirit beasts. Speaking of which, the spirit beast egg I just obtained shouldn't be able to fit into my storage ring, unless it's a dead egg. Eggs that can't be hatched can be put into the storage ring. Could it be that the egg can't be hatched? Chen Fan hurriedly opened all his storage rings, only to find that the egg was nowhere to be found. No way, it's gone. Chen Fan flipped through the pages again, but still found nothing. No. Chen Fan then looked into his void space and found a large pile of eggs placed there. As expected, storage rings cannot hold living beings. The fact that one's own void space can contain living beings means that one's void space is quite advanced. It seems that the void space is not just a space for storing items. There is still much to be studied about this void space. Chen Fan put away all the spirit beast bags. When the immortal beasts hatch, he can use the spirit beast bags to put them into the spirit beast bags. If they were all released during a fight, it would probably scare people to death. Just thinking about it is exciting. This was the last room. After searching the room, Chen Fan saw that it was getting dark and prepared to head back. First, we'll meet up with everyone, and then we'll see where we can camp for the night. Chen Fan flew back to the place where everyone had parted ways at an extremely fast speed and found that some people had already returned. Morong Shuashua and Zhang Honggu were already waiting there when Chen Fan flew down. Morong Shuashua stepped forward and asked, "How was it, Chen Fan? Did you get anything? We found some pills for spirit beasts. How about you guys? What's your haul?" Morong Shuashua smiled and said, "I've gained a little something." Chen Fan refused to believe that Morong Shuashua had only made some gains. With her talent, she wouldn't have made a fortune, but she certainly wouldn't have fared too badly. However, it is a principle that everyone understands: one should not flaunt one's wealth. Morong Shuashua was certainly not foolish enough to tell others about her gains. Of course, it can't compare to Chen Fan, who's a cheat code. Just those third-grade immortal beasts alone are definitely worth the trip. Zhang Honggu also raised her arm, showing off the jade-colored bracelet in her hand, and said, "I got a mid-grade magic artifact bracelet and a bottle of 5th-grade pills, not bad." Chen Fan looked at the bracelet on Zhang Honggu's hand. It was pretty good, of good quality, and her hand looked nice too. Chen Fan glanced at the sky and asked, "Have they not returned yet?" Morong Shuashua shrugged and said, "No, they have no sense of time at all. It's almost dark, and we still need to find a place to stay. If they don't come back soon, we're not going to wait for them. I've already found a place to stay. We'll go there when they get back," Chen Fan said. Just after Chen Fan finished speaking, 2 figures rushed towards them from a distance. Both men, including Cuban Huo and Jin Shuegue, looked very happy, clearly having made a considerable haul. After the 2 landed, Cuban Huo was the first to bow and say, "Sorry to have kept you all waiting."
Jin Shuegue also cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Morong Shueshue said to Gu Bahuo and Jin Shuegue, "Judging from your expressions, you've made quite a haul."
Gu Bahuo and Jin Shuegue exchanged glances. Gu Bahuo chuckled and said, "It's not much, just a little. Everyone, please don't worry about what you've gained." Morong Shueshue chuckled and said, "I didn't gain much either, I'm definitely no match for the two of you."
Chen Fan said, "I only found a few bottles of pills for spirit beasts." Zhang Honggu raised her hand and said, "I only found a bracelet." Looking at everyone's performance, they all smiled at each other. Everyone understood what was going on, no one would really reveal all their gains. As for what they had gained, everyone knew perfectly well in their hearts. After chatting for a while, everyone became anxious as it was getting dark and Li Feifei, the only remaining person, still hadn't returned. "What's up with Brother Li? It's so late and he's still not back," Q Baho muttered. Morong Shueshue also looked into the distance and then said, "Let's go to the place Chen Fan mentioned first. We can't wait here any longer, otherwise we might all encounter danger when it gets dark. As for Brother Li, we'll set up a signal along the way. If he can make it back, he'll come looking for us based on the signal." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, in this infinite world, no one would risk their life for someone they had no connection with. "All right, let's set off now. We should make it to our destination in time." Chen Fan said and flew off first. Morong Shueshue and the others didn't dare to delay any longer and followed Chen Fan out. The group sped along and finally arrived at the palace on the mountain before nightfall. "We've arrived. We'll rest here tonight. There are many rooms on the third floor, and they're quite clean. Let's go to the third floor." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he went up to the third floor first, and everyone else hurriedly followed. Upon arriving on the third floor, Chen Fan went straight to the last room, opened the door, and said to Morong Shueshue and the others, "I'll stay in this room. You can choose any of the other rooms." Morong Shueshue wrinkled her nose and said, "Why do I have to stay in the same room just because you're staying here? Go to the other room. All the rooms are the same. I've already cleaned this room, so I'll stay in it. I don't believe it. I want to see if there's anything different." "Then see for yourself." Chen Fan stepped aside, gesturing for Morong Shueshue to see for herself. Actually, after Chen Fan ransacked the room, there was nothing different about it except that it was relatively clean. Chen Fan was just too lazy to clean the other rooms. Seeing Chen Fan step aside, Morong Shueshue quickly went over to look at the room and found that there was nothing special about it, except that it was relatively clean. "Humph, since you've already cleaned it up, then you can have it," Morong Shueshue said generously. Chen Fan was speechless. What did he mean by "give it to me"? This was the room I chose in the first place. Did I need you to give it up? Chapter 144 Mountain Peaks. Morong Shueshue chose a room next to Chen Fan's, and the others also chose their rooms one after another. After closing the door, Chen Fan sat down cross-legged and began studying the Immortal Soul technique again. He only needed to explore it for a few more days before he could begin cultivating it. As Chen Fan continued his research into the late hours of the night, sure enough, noises began to appear outside again. Chen Fan drove to the window and looked out through the crack. Sure enough, more skeletons crawled out of the ground and began to move. But on this mountain, the skeletons that crawled out were not just humanoid skeletons, there were even more skeletons of various mythical beasts, and these skeletons were moving around in the open space as if they were still really alive. The skeletons kept making a ruckus until dawn, when they finally began to crawl back into the ground and disappear. After all the skeletons had crawled underground, Chen Fan, Morong Shueshue, Zhang Honggu, Gu Bahua, and Jin Shuegue opened the door and came out one after another. These skeletons are really strange. I think we need to get out of here quickly. I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, something bad will really happen, Zhang Honggu said. Frowning, Jin Shuegue nodded and said, I also think we should leave as soon as possible. This place gives me a bad feeling. Cuban Jose didn't seem to care and didn't comment. Chen Fan said, then let's finish exploring today and leave tomorrow. Morong Shueshue nodded and said, okay, everyone should stay put and make sure to get back here before dark. Everyone nodded. I wonder how Brother Li is doing. Oh well, let's just ignore him, Morong Shueshue said, frowning. Then let's set off, Chen Fan said, and then took the lead, flying off in a certain direction. Morong Shueshue and the others also flew out. This time, Chen Fan changed direction. Instead of flying aimlessly, he headed straight for a distant mountain peak. Chen Fan discovered that the center of this ancient ruin was surrounded by 4 mountains, and these 4 mountains must also hold some secrets, and they must have an extremely important position within it. Just like the mountain that Chen Fan first discovered, it was clearly a place specifically for raising spirit beasts, and there were even eggs of third-grade immortal beasts among them. Its status in this ancient sect must be extremely high, otherwise it would be impossible to put such an important thing there. Therefore, Chen Fan dared to conclude that the other 3 mountain peaks must also have extremely important status or secrets. Chen Fan moved towards the mountain peak with incredible speed, even using teleportation midway. Since he had decided to leave tomorrow, he didn't have much time left and had to speed up his progress. Before long, Chen Fan finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. He flew up the mountain and found that there were no buildings on the mountain, which looked like an ordinary mountain. We continued upwards until we reached the summit, but we didn't see any buildings. It felt like an ordinary, barren mountain, and the spiritual energy there was weaker than in other places. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and that my previous visit to that mountain peak where spirit beasts were raised was just a coincidence? Undeterred, Chen Fan explored the mountain again, but still found nothing. He even went into some caves, only to find them to be nothing special. It seemed he had really guessed wrong. Chen Fan climbed back up to the mountaintop and looked down at the center of the ruins. Everywhere he looked, there was only devastation and broken walls. Looking from here, you can see how prosperous and vast this place used to be. Unfortunately, it must have offended some unknown entity, which led to its eventual destruction. This further strengthened Chen Fan's resolve to become a strong person. Chen Fan looked around the mountaintop. When he reached the back of the mountain, he saw several thatched huts not far from the summit. If a thatched hut appears elsewhere, it might be quite ordinary, but if a thatched hut appears here, then something fishy is definitely going on. And Chen Fan flew to the front of the thatched huts. At a glance, there were a total of 5 thatched huts arranged in a semicircle. There is a well in the middle of the thatched hut. Although the thatched hut looked somewhat dilapidated, perhaps even worse than the ruins in the center of the site, it had stood there for a long time without any signs of collapsing. Chen Fan arrived at the outermost thatched hut and gently pushed open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Inside the thatched hut, there was an alchemy furnace, a futon, a table, and 2 cabinets. Chen Fan first went to the alchemy furnace and took a look. The furnace was quite large, almost as tall as Chen Fan himself. The alchemy furnace was carved with a vigorous pine tree and some ethereal clouds. Chen Fan reached out and touched the alchemy furnace, feeling a cool sensation. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond pine cloud furnace, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 grade 8 diamond pine cloud furnaces. I had been thinking about learning alchemy, but I didn't expect there to be a ready-made alchemy furnace. Chen Fan put away the alchemy furnace and looked at the table. There was a book bound with paper on the table. Chen Fan walked over and reached out to pick it up and examine it, but to his surprise, the entire book turned to dust the moment he picked up a corner. Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, then he realized that the book wasn't some kind of magic weapon, and after so many years, it would definitely have weathered away. There was nothing on the table except for the books. Chen Fan then rummaged through the 2 cabinets and found some things inside. These should all be some kind of spiritual herbs and medicines, but so many years have passed and they have been neglected. So many of them have withered and weathered away. Chen Fan had no choice but to leave the thatched hut and go into the thatched hut next to it. Once inside, Chen Fan found that the thatched hut was really clean, with nothing but a table and a futon. After leaving the empty thatched hut, Chen Fan entered the central thatched hut, which, like the ones next to it, contained absolutely no resources. Chen Fan then went to 2 other thatched huts, but again, no resources remained. After this trip, Chen Fan only managed to obtain an 8th grade alchemy furnace, which left him somewhat disappointed. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. It should be at the same level as the mountain where I used to raise spirit beasts. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? But then again, something doesn't seem right. The 8th grade alchemy furnace in that thatched hut is hard to explain. Even a thatched hut has an 8th grade alchemy furnace. There should be even more good things here. Chen Fan stood in the middle of the thatched house, looked around, and then fixed his eyes on the well in the middle. Logically speaking, cultivators shouldn't need wells at all, so it's rather strange that this well is here. Chapter 141 The Stone Chamber Under the Well. Chen Fan walked over and peered into the well, only to find that there was no water in it, but this well looks very deep, like a gaping maw that could swallow a person whole. 10 meters beyond the well, it was pitch black and you couldn't see anything at all. Chen Fan used an 8th grade Bagua golden bell talisman on himself, and then jumped down. The deeper Chen Fan went into the well, the colder it became. It took him quite a while before he finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. The well must be at least 100 meters high. After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, Chen Fan found that the bottom of the well was quite wide, and there was no problem even if dozens of people stood there. Chen Fan looked around the well and found a stone door on one side with two round door knockers that occasionally flashed with lightning. It seems that the door knocker is also a magical artifact. At each end of the stone door stands a jade lion, which also emits a hazy halo, indicating that it is also a magical artifact. Moreover, there are fine patterns carved on the door, and halos of light flicker on and off on these patterns, which should be a formation. Judging from the formation's rank, it's not low, it's at least a rank 7 or higher. With the door knocker magic item, the jade lion magic item for protection, and the array for blocking, it seems that what's inside is extremely extraordinary. Of course, none of this could stop Chen Fan, he could simply teleport through the void. However, Chen Fan also wanted to take the two door knocker magic items and the pair of jade lion magic items for his own use. He thought that if he could take these two items back and install one of them in front of each door, it would have a good effect. However, let's go inside first and see what's inside. The fact that it's guarded by so many things means that what's inside must be extraordinary. Could it be a treasure vault? Chen Fan instantly teleported into the room. As soon as he entered, he sensed that the spiritual energy here was several times greater than outside. Before us was a passageway, large enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through together, with many glowing stones embedded in the stone walls on both sides. The passageway was made brightly lit, as bright as day. This passageway must be at least 100 meters long. Along the way, the stone walls are inlaid with these glowing stones, each one like a light bulb with a wattage of hundreds of watts. After getting used to it for a while, Chen Fan started walking towards the end of the corridor, his footsteps making a thump sound in the corridor. After a distance of 100 meters, Chen Fan quickly arrived at the end of the passageway, where it forked into 2 sides, left and right. The passageways on both sides are also hundreds of meters long, and are the same as the passageway in front, also inlaid with glowing stones. Which way should we go? Chen Fan was having trouble making choices again, so he simply stopped choosing and headed straight for the left aisle. At the end of the passage, another stone door blocked Chen Fan's path, but it was just an ordinary stone door, and Chen Fan pushed it open with a little force. The moment the stone door was pushed open, a chilling wind blew in, and Chen Fan couldn't help but shrink his neck. The wind was truly cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. Chen Fan peered inside and saw a rather spacious stone chamber with an altar in the center and a square offering table on it. There were 3 incense burners on the offering table, and inside the burners were a few incense sticks that had not completely weathered away. However, Chen Fan estimated that if he touched them, these incense sticks would weather away completely and crumble into ashes. Of this incense burner, however, should be a magical artifact, because the cave has abundant spiritual energy. Over the years, it has been nourished by enough spiritual energy and has the potential to evolve into a magical treasure. Next to the offering table were 5 small flags, each a different color: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. These 5 colors correspond to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, these 5 small flags are arranged in a regular pattern, forming a small 5-element spirit gathering array, which makes the spiritual energy of this place much denser. Chen Fan then looked around the stone chamber and discovered that there were quite a few stone doors, probably more than 100, and all of them had inscriptions on them. Chen Fan walked to the nearest stone gate and saw that it was engraved with the words 115th generation ancestor. What did this mean? Could it be that someone was buried inside, and that he was the 115th generation ancestor of this sect? The 115th generation? How long has this sect been passed down? You know, cultivators have very long lifespans. To be able to pass down for over 100 generations, it must have been over 1,000,000 years. This shows how powerful this sect was at its peak, but such a powerful sect was destroyed just like that. And moreover, there may not be any legacy left behind. Otherwise the ruins wouldn't have waited for Chen Fan and his group to explore them. I wonder if there are any burial objects in this place where the sect's ancestors are buried. Should we go in and take a look? In the end, Chen Fan decided to go in and take a look. He placed his hand on the stone door and pushed it open with a click. Behind the stone gate was another stone chamber, in which 3 stone coffins were placed. Chen Fan walked to one of the stone coffins, reached out his hand, and gently pushed open the coffin lid. Inside the stone coffin was a desiccated corpse, dressed in a white robe. The entire body was withered, like the black bark of a dried-up old tree. Inside the stone coffin, besides the mummified corpse and the white robe, there were no other burial objects. After closing the stone coffin lid, Chen Fan clasped his hands together and bowed several times to show respect for the deceased. After all, the dead are the most important, and as the one who disturbed the deceased, it was only right for him to be OW'd. It seems that these dead did not have any burial goods. That makes sense, as powerful cultivators from sects usually do not leave behind any burial goods after they die, because anything useful is usually left to the sect's descendants, unless it is a powerful, independent cultivator who, unable to find a suitable disciple, leaves their legacy in the tomb, hoping for the arrival of a destined person. Since there were no burial goods, Chen Fan didn't disturb the peace of these elders and quietly left the stone chamber. There were no resources in the large stone chamber that Chen Fan needed, so he didn't take any more. Since the left side is all tomb chambers, then the right side can't be the same, right? Could this be the burial grounds of this sect, where all the important figures are buried? Chen Fan had intended to leave the stone chamber, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he headed to the right. On the right, another stone door blocked Chen Fan's path, but Chen Fan pushed it open as usual. When the stone door was pushed open, there was no cold wind blowing in. Instead, a surge of spiritual energy rushed in. Chen Fan looked into the room and was immediately taken aback. Inside the stone chamber were 3 jade tables, each over 10 meters long. But what surprised Chen Fan was not the 3 jade tables. Chapter 142 Huge Gains. What truly surprised Chen Fan were the items on the jade platforms. Each platform held more than a dozen items, all of which were shrouded in array formations and restrictions. Chen Fan was familiar with the things covered by these array formations and restrictions. Isn't this the same as the things in the palace on the mountain peak where spirit stones are raised? These are all things shrouded in formations. How could they not be precious? Chen Fan rubbed his hands together, feeling like he was about to strike it rich. Chen Fan first looked around the stone chamber again and found that the walls of the stone chamber were inlaid with top-grade spirit stones, and even the top and bottom of the stone chamber were inlaid with spirit stones. Chen Fan strongly suspected that these spirit stones were not inlaid, but rather came from a top-grade spirit vein mine, and that this stone chamber was dug out from this top-grade spirit stone mine. All of this was done to nurture the things inside, which shows how precious the things in this stone chamber are. Thinking of this, Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. The things here are definitely more valuable than those on the mountain where spirit beasts are raised. Putting aside the items on the jade platform, the top-quality spirit stones alone here represent a huge gain. Although Chen Fan had more precious spiritual liquid is something that is used up quickly, and he couldn't very well use it to trade for other things. But spirit stones are different, they can be traded. Spirit liquid, on the other hand, can be used by oneself and one's family. It is easily absorbed and has good effects, unlike spirit stones, which require slow absorption and have a slow effect. However, let's finish collecting everything on the jade platform first, and then deal with these spirit stones. Chen Fan arrived at the first jade platform and looked at what was shrouded in the formation. He saw that it was a piece of metal material that was shimmering with starlight. Chen Fan clenched his fist and slammed it down on the formation with a little force. With a muffled boom, the formation did not break, but its light dimmed slightly. Chen Fan punched it again, and cracks began to appear in the formation, but they quickly healed. Chen Fan delivered a third punch. The formation finally shattered. The formation here was quite complete, and with sufficient spiritual energy to support it, it remained incredibly strong despite the erosion over the years. However, it was still no match for Chen Fan's 3 punches from the farmer. Chen Fan picked up the metal block that was shimmering with starlight. Obtained 1 piece of grade 8 diamond star essence iron. The quantity increased by 300,000 times, and the amount of grade 8 diamond star essence iron obtained increased by 300,000 times. An 8th grade diamond, not bad, right? Not quite 9th grade, Chen Fan thought to himself. If others knew what Chen Fan was thinking, they would definitely scold him. 8th grade is already very good, okay? 9th grade is the best material in the cultivation world. Only immortal grade materials can compare to 9th grade materials. However, in the cultivation world, it is very rare to find materials of the celestial grade. Only the celestial realm has materials of the celestial grade or higher. Therefore, in the cultivation world, 9th grade materials are very precious, and only Chen Fan, who is well fed, does not know the hunger of the starving. After tossing the star essence iron into his storage ring, Chen Fan arrived at the second formation. Looking inside, he saw another stone, which should also be an 8th grade material. The formation shattered after taking 3 punches from Chen Fan's farmer's paw. They took out the dark stone. Obtained 1 grade 8 diamond Qingyin stone. The quantity increased by 200,000 times, obtaining 200,000 grade 8 diamond Qingyin stones. Again, it's an 8th grade material. Chen Fan guessed that everything on this jade platform should be of the 8th grade. Sure enough, Chen Fan then harvested only 8th grade materials from this jade platform. Obtained 500,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond spirit soil, 100,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond meteorite, 600,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond fire crystal, 200,000 pieces of grade 8 diamond black crystal. After collecting everything from the Jade platform, Chen Fan had acquired a total of 13 types of materials for grade 8 diamonds. With the increase in quantity, these materials for grade 8 diamonds had become commonplace and were no longer considered precious to Chen Fan. Everything is the same. When there's a lot of it, it becomes less precious. Of course, for outsiders, the material of an 8th grade diamond is still very precious, but it is not so precious to Chen Fan here. Then Chen Fan went to the second Jade platform to start harvesting, still starting with the farmer's 3 punches. Obtained 1 grade 9 platinum 3-star stone, the quantity increased by 300,000 times, obtaining 300,000 grade 9 platinum 3-star stones. Obtained 1 piece of grade 9 diamond profound gold true iron, the quantity increased by 800,000 times, and the amount of grade 9 diamond profound gold true iron obtained increased by 800,000 times. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond in condensation grass, increasing the quantity by 500,000 times, obtaining 500,000 grade 9 diamond in condensation grass. Sure enough, the items on this Jade platform were mostly 9th grade, including materials for refining weapons and materials for refining pills. On this second Jade platform, another 15 kinds of materials were harvested. Then we arrived at the third Jade platform. The second Jade platform was full of 9th grade resources, and the items on the third Jade platform, no matter how bad, would still be 9th grade. Using the old method, Chen Fan broke the formation and came into view a spherical ore, which he picked up. Obtained 1 immortal grade 3-star origin crystal, increasing the quantity by 600,000 times, and obtained 600,000 immortal grade 3-star origin crystals. It's actually a 3rd grade immortal level item. I just don't know what the star origin crystal is used for. Chen Fan knows too little about these cultivation resources. After this trip, Chen Fan decided that he would make sure to brush up on his knowledge of resources, otherwise he wouldn't know what resources he might encounter. Chen Fan then broke through the formation and acquired resources. Obtained 1 mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Sun Mirror, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, and obtained 100,000 mid-grade spiritual treasures, the Heavenly Sun Mirror. It was actually a spiritual treasure, and a mid-grade one at that. This was the first time Chen Fan had ever obtained a spiritual treasure. Chen Fan held a round, golden mirror with a sun-like pattern engraved on the bottom of this. Should be an offensive spiritual treasure. I can refine it myself once I leave the ruins. We should continue collecting resources now. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond void stone, with the quantity increased by 700,000 times and the quality increased by 600,000 times, obtained 700,000 grade 4 immortal void stones. After collecting so many resources, the quality has finally increased again, and a 4th grade immortal item appeared immediately. Continue. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond celestial phenomenon overlord body technique jade slip, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, and obtained 200,000 grade 9 diamond celestial phenomenon overlord body technique jade slips. It's a 9th grade body refining technique. This is good, my family can practice it. Let's continue. Chapter 143 Top Grade Spirit Stones, 990 billion inch. Obtained 1 immortal grade 1 divine soul flower, the quantity increased by 700,000 times, obtaining 700,000 immortal grade 1 divine soul flowers. Obtained 1 piece of grade 9 diamond purple gold iron, the quantity increased by 100,000 times, obtaining 100,000 pieces of grade 9 diamond purple gold iron. Obtained 1 grade 9 diamond ice core grass, increasing the quantity by 400,000 times, obtaining 400,000 grade 9 diamond ice core grasses. As Chen Fan punched, he collected resources. Most of the items were 9th grade, since immortal grade items were relatively rare in the cultivation world. I obtained a total of 12 kinds of resources on the third Jade platform, including 2 kinds of immortal grade resources, which were enhanced by the system. The remaining resources are all grade 9 diamonds. After collecting the items from the Jade platform, I touched it and thought it must be a nice item, so I kept it. Acquired 3 grade 4 platinum warm Jade platforms, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, and obtained 300,000 grade 4 platinum warm Jade platforms. I didn't expect this Jade platform to be a 4th grade item. After all, it's an item used to store things, and a 4th grade item is already quite good. I'll use it to store things in my own home in the future. After collecting everything in this stone chamber, it's time to collect all the top grade spirit stones here. With so many top grade spirit stones, Chen Fan certainly couldn't dig them out one by one. He used the same old method, directly using his fists, only this time he used a little more force. For a moment, the stone chamber was filled with rumbling sounds and billowing smoke and dust. When the sound stopped, Chen Fan waved his hand and used his great magic to disperse the smoke and dust. The original stone chamber has been expanded dozens of times and is now nearly 20 meters deep. Among the scattered stone fragments are spirit stones, including top-grade, high-grade, and mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Fan swept all the spirit stones back into his storage ring. We obtained 320,000 mid-grade spirit stones, an increase of 100,000 times, bringing our total to 32 billion mid-grade spirit stones. 630,000 high-grade spirit stones were obtained, an increase of 600,000 times, bringing the total number of high-grade spirit stones obtained to 378 billion. Obtained 1,100,000 top-grade spirit stones, a 900,000-fold increase in quantity, and obtained 990 billion top-grade spirit stones. This top-grade spirit stone mine is truly exceptional. It produces mostly top-grade spirit stones. I've made a fortune from this operation. For a long time to come, I won't have to worry about resources and can focus on cultivation. However, if there are any good things, I will definitely try to get a share. After all, resources are something that you can only use a little at a time, and no one will complain about having too many resources. Even if you don't need it yourself, your family members will. If your family members don't need it, your subordinates will. In the future, you'll definitely need a lot of resources to build your own power. Chen Fan looked around the stone chamber and found that there were still quite a few spirit stones on the rock walls, but he didn't plan to collect them. There weren't many left anyway, so he decided to leave them there. Chen Fan leaped onto the passageway of the stone chamber, closed the door, and then ran to the passageway, prying off many glowing beads. Obtained 200 grade 2 diamond luminous beads, an increase of 600,000 times, for a total of 120 million grade 2 diamond luminous beads. Unexpectedly, this luminous pearl is actually a second-grade item. This luminous pearl is much brighter than the luminous pearl that Morong Shueshue gave. The luminous pearl that Morong Shueshue gave was just an ordinary luminous pearl, while this is a second-grade luminous pearl, which is incomparable. Chen Fan happily exited the passageway, and then instantly teleported back into the well. After looking at the door knocker and the jade lion, Chen Fan smiled wickedly. These are nice items. I'll take them. Chen Fan approached the jade lion and reached out to touch it. Unexpectedly, the jade lion came to life and slapped at Chen Fan with one paw. Wow, it can actually move! Chen Fan exclaimed in surprise, calmly dodging the jade lion's claws that came slapping at him. After Chen Fan dodged the attack of the jade lion, the two jade lions began to transform into two white lions, which pounced on Chen Fan one after the other. The speed was extremely fast, but Chen Fan was even faster. After dodging the attacks of the two white lions, Chen Fan slammed his fists into the heads of the two white lions with two loud thuds. The two white lions were slammed to the ground by the powerful fist, making a loud thud and sending dust flying everywhere. The two conjured white lions tried to stand up and continue attacking Chen Fan, but Chen Fan wouldn't give them the chance and stomped them to the ground again. The two white lions struggled incessantly, but Chen Fan's feet seemed to be welded to the lions' heads, remaining completely still. After struggling for a moment, the two conjured white lions turned into wisps of white mist and disappeared into the jade lion. Chen Fan walked over, and the two jade lions stopped attacking him. Chen Fan waved his hand and put the two jade lions away. Obtained 2 basic magic items, the jade lion, increasing the quantity by 200,000 times, and obtained 400,000 basic magic items, the jade lion. After finishing with the jade lion, Chen Fan went to the stone gate, intending to take action against the door knocker. The door knocker seemed to sense the danger as well, and began to flash with lightning, as if threatening Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled and reached out to grab the door knocker. The door knocker instantly emitted lightning and struck Chen Fan, but Chen Fan ignored it and continued to reach for the door knocker, the lightning striking his hand with a crackling sound. However, it did not cause any harm to Chen Fan. Chen Fan grabbed the door knocker, which shook violently, trying to break free from Chen Fan's grasp, but it had no effect. Chen Fan's hand was as if it were welded to the door, remaining completely still, while the door knocker emitted even more lightning power, striking Chen Fan, but it had no effect. Chen Fan used even more force to pull off the door knocker, and it stopped moving. He then pulled off the remaining door knocker in the same way. Obtained 1 pair of basic magic item lightning rings, increasing the quantity by 100,000 times, and obtained 100,000 pairs of basic magic item lightning rings. Done. Chen Fan happily accepted the pair of door knockers. He thought it would be cool to install a pair of these lightning attracting rings on all his doors from now on. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, he looked back at the empty stone gate, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, then took out a bunch of lightning-attracting rings and reinstalled them on the stone gate. He then took out a pair of jade lions and placed them on top, so he wouldn't feel embarrassed anymore. Chen Fanfei climbed onto the well and found that it was getting dark. There was no time to go to the other two peaks. He had to hurry back to the peak where he kept the spirit beasts. Chen Fan quickened his pace to hurry back. He didn't want to spend the night in the wilderness with a bunch of skeletons. Chapter 144 The Skeleton's Abnormalities. Preparing to leave when Chen Fan returned to the mountain where he kept the spirit beasts, he found that everyone else had already returned. When the others saw Chen Fan return, they greeted him but didn't ask how his haul had gone. They then returned to their own rooms, mainly because it was getting dark and it was safer to stay in their rooms. Moron Shueshue said to Chen Fan, "I thought you weren't coming back." "Shut your mouth. You're the one who jinxed things," Moron Shueshue said, closing the door behind her. Chen Fan also went back to his room, closed the door, and continued to study his immortal soul technique. Just like before, the skeleton army was out and about again at midnight. This time, Chen Fan didn't care what the skeleton army was doing outside. He continued studying the immortal soul technique in his room, and had almost finished. He should be able to start cultivating it once he left this ancient ruin. The night passed quickly, and in the morning, everyone got up, left their rooms, and gathered together. "So, should we head out today, or continue exploring?" Cubaho spoke first. "It seems that Cubaho must have gotten quite a lot of good stuff yesterday and tasted the sweetness of success, and now he's starting to hesitate about whether to leave Zhonghonggu. However," said more rationally, "I think it's time for us to leave. I noticed something strange about the skeletons from last night. They started slowly approaching the house, and some even went into the lobby on the first floor. I'm afraid they'll start going upstairs tonight." "Is that so?" Chen Fan asked, frowning, because he had been studying the immortal soul technique all night and hadn't paid any attention to the movements of these skeletons. "I never expected that something would happen if I didn't observe for just one night. It seems that I was not careful enough. If I had missed such important information, I might have been killed." Moron Shueshue chimed in. "Yes, the skeleton changed last night. I think it's time to leave. If we die here, everyone knows what the consequences will be. Not only will we not be able to take back what we got here, but we'll also lose lifespan. That would be a huge loss." Jin Shuegue remained silent. He seemed to support Gubahua, who could leave whenever he wanted and continue exploring whenever he wanted. Cubanho said in a low voice, "Fortune favors the bold. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you go into a treasure mountain and come back empty-handed, you might regret it later." Moron Shueshue frowned and said, "You'll have to be alive to take it. I'm not staying any longer. If you want to stay, that's fine with you." After Moron Shueshue finished speaking, she flew away on her own. It seemed that she planned to leave this place now. Zhang Honggu followed Moron Shueshue without any hesitation. She was also the one who most wanted to leave this place. Chen Fan glanced at Gubahua and Jin Shuegue, and saw that the two of them were unmoved. Gubahua even smiled and said to Chen Fan, "Brother Chen, why don't we all stay and continue exploring together? Yesterday we discovered a huge treasure inside a mountain peak. We couldn't dig it out yesterday because of time constraints, but we'll definitely be able to today. Once we get this treasure, we won't have to worry about resources for a long time." It seems that Chen Fan wasn't the only one who discovered the secret on the mountain peak. Gubahua and Jin Shuegue did as well. If Zhang Honggu and Moron Shueshue hadn't reminded him, Chen Fan might have stayed behind to explore the mountain peak with Gubahua and the others. However, with Moron Shueshue and the others' reminder, Chen Fan felt that he didn't need to take that risk. He understood the principle that a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. If there's something you can't resist and it ends up costing you your life, then it's definitely not worth it. Chen Fan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'll pass. I wish Brother Gu and Brother Jin all the best. Farewell." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he flew away. "Coward," Jin Shuegue muttered. Of course, Chen Fan heard this too, but he didn't mind. Just like Moron Shueshue said, you have to be alive to take it. Even though the sects in these ancient ruins were so powerful, they were still destroyed. However, even though the sects were destroyed, their resources were not completely plundered. It felt as if the person who destroyed this sect had left in a hurry and never returned. Otherwise, these things would never have survived until now, waiting for Chen Fan and his group to come and loot them. Chen Fan's guess was that the people who came to destroy this sect did destroy it, but while looting the spoils, they encountered an even more powerful being, so they hurriedly withdrew and never
Return. In other words, there is a possibility that an even more powerful being exists. From the beginning, Chen Fan believed that these skeletons were controlled by someone, which means that the person controlling the skeletons might be that more powerful being. Moreover, they might be members of this sect. Otherwise, why would they control these skeletons to continue what they did in their previous lives? This powerful person was unwilling to accept the destruction of his sect, and a strong obsession arose within him to continue controlling his disciples to carry on the affairs of his previous life. Now that Chen Fan and his group have come in to plunder their belongings, how could that powerful person remain indifferent? If they continue to stay here, the consequences might be unimaginable. Chen Fan quickly caught up with Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu, who were flying ahead. When Morong Shueshue saw Chen Fan follow her, she turned around and looked at him, saying, "I thought you would stay with them." "I'm not someone who doesn't value their life," Chen Fan replied. "I feel we should leave here before tonight, otherwise we might really run into trouble." "Why do you say that?" Morong Shueshue asked, puzzled. In her opinion, leaving this place was not wrong, but there was no need to rush. "I have a feeling that the person controlling the skeleton is about to wake up. We came in here and took what belonged to him, so he will definitely not let us leave here easily. The skeleton's anomaly last night speaks for itself. If we don't leave here tonight, I reckon we'll have a hard time getting out." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he quickly left and Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu exchanged a glance, somewhat puzzled as to why Chen Fan was in such a hurry. However, Zhang Honggu was also a little anxious after hearing Chen Fan's words, and said, "Let's leave as soon as possible, I'm also a little worried." Morong Shueshue nodded, also feeling it was necessary to leave quickly, so she and Zhang Honggu also ran at full speed to chase after Chen Fan. The three of them sped along for more than 2 hours before Chen Fan suddenly stopped. Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu also stopped, looking at Chen Fan with puzzlement, not understanding why Chen Fan suddenly stopped walking. Morong Shueshue asked, "Chen Fan, what's wrong? Why did you stop?" Chen Fan did not answer Morong Shueshue's question, but pointed in a direction. Chapter 145. The terrifying person. Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu both looked in the direction Chen Fan pointed. They were immediately stunned. They actually saw Li Feifei, whom they hadn't seen for the past 2 days. However, Li Feifei was already dead at this time. His body was tattered and he was basically no longer human. If it weren't for his tattered clothes, you probably wouldn't recognize him as Li Feifei. Morong Shueshue hesitated and asked, "Is this brother Li?" Chen Fan said, "We'll know once we go and take a look." After saying that, he flew over, and Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu followed closely behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan flew over to the mangled corpse and examined it carefully. The corpse had many tiny blood holes, each smaller than a fingertip. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and their faces were so unrecognizable that it was impossible to tell who they were. Chen Fan said, "It seems to be Li Feifei without a doubt." Zhang Honggu said, "How could he have died here? He probably couldn't find a safe place to shelter at night and was surrounded and killed by skeletons. He probably escaped from over there to this place and died here," Chen Fan said, pointing to several places in the distance that had been bombarded by magic. Morong Shueshue nodded and said, "That should be the case. It seems that these skeletons are quite powerful. Brother Li was ambushed and killed here so quickly. Where did the materials for the magical artifacts that Li Feifei had gone?" Zhang Honggu asked again. "They must have been taken away by the skeletons," Chen Fan suddenly said, sending chills down Zhang Honggu's spine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Honggu couldn't help but shudder and exclaimed, "Skeletons can recycle things? Who knows?" After Chen Fan finished speaking, he flew away, and Morong Shueshue followed closely behind. Zhang Honggu glanced at Li Feifei's corpse again, shuddered once more, and hurriedly followed Chen Fan and Morong Shueshue away. Chen Fan and his group traveled at breakneck speed without stopping, not daring to linger for even a moment, nor did they stop to rest. Even traveling at this pace, it was nearly evening before they reached the teleportation array at the exit. Meanwhile, Gu Bawo and Jin Shuegue were in a cave on a mountain peak trying to break the formation. After a day of research and exploration, they finally succeeded in breaking it. They opened the stone door inside the cave, and when they saw what was inside, their eyes lit up. They discovered that the cave contained a large number of magical artifacts and treasures, even spiritual treasures. Once they obtain these items, their combat strength will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, with so many magical artifacts and treasures, even if they cannot use them all themselves, they can exchange them for a lot of resources. We won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Cubaho laughed heartily and said, "There is indeed a great opportunity here. With these magical artifacts and treasures, we will have all the resources for cultivation in the future." Ha ha ha.
Jin Shuegue laughed excitedly. It's a good thing Chen Fan didn't stay, otherwise we would have had one more point.
That's short-sighted of him. Brother Jin, let's distribute the things here now.
Gu Bahua first showed his disdain for Chen Fan, and then said to Jin Shuegue.
Good.
Jin Shuegue replied happily. Nothing could excite him more than a prize. However, just as they were about to enter the cave to distribute the magical treasures, a bone-chilling cold suddenly struck them, freezing them instantly. The chill made it impossible for the two of them to move, as if it had frozen their blood and bones. It's not just like that. To be precise, it froze the blood and bones of both of them. Both of them showed fear in their eyes, and in no time, their consciousness seemed to freeze. It just then, footsteps and some clicking sounds came from outside the cave. The two tried to turn around, but they couldn't turn their necks at all. They could only hear the footsteps getting closer and closer, and the chill was getting stronger. The footsteps stopped behind them. They knew there was someone behind them, but their bodies were frozen, and they couldn't turn around at all. They had no idea who was behind them. The terror in their hearts intensified. They were now powerless to do anything that the people behind them might do to them. Just as their fear reached its peak, a head suddenly appeared in front of them, nearly scaring the soul out of them. When the two of them finally saw the human head, they were utterly terrified. Suddenly, a head popped out, with only a few sparse white hairs on its head. Its eye sockets were sunken, and its eyeballs were completely shriveled, as if it had no eyeballs at all. Its nose was gone, completely withered, leaving only two empty nostrils, from which wisps of white, cold air occasionally escaped. There were no lips left on their mouths, revealing white and black teeth. Every time their mouths opened and closed, a foul, cold breath would spray onto their faces. It felt as if their souls were frozen. Now, they were filled with immense regret, wishing they had left with Morong Shueshue and the others, but it's too late to regret it now. Sometimes, you have to bear the consequences of your choices, and the consequence of the choice they made was death. Once the person was fully standing in front of them, they could finally see his entire physique and appearance. His body was like a skeleton, with all the flesh and blood shriveled up, leaving only a layer of black skin covering the bones. This doesn't look like a human at all. It's like a demon crawling out of the deepest hell. He stretched out a pair of claws that emitted a ghostly light, slowly reaching for the heads of the two men. However, the two men could not move an inch and could only watch helplessly as the dark claws reached for their heads. The terror in their eyes was beyond words, and they were filled with remorse. With a snap, the two heads were severed from their bodies, but no blood spurted from their necks because their blood had completely frozen. The man threw out the heads of Gu Bahua and Jin Shuegue, and then casually crushed the two frozen corpses into powder. The man slowly turned around and ordered the large group of skeletons at the cave entrance. There are 3 more bugs. Chase them. After receiving the order, the skeleton army all began to chase after Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan and his group breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the teleportation gate that was now right in front of them. They had finally arrived at the gate, but it was already dark. Morong Shueshue stepped forward and began to install the spirit stones into the grooves one by one. However, when there were only a few left to be installed, they felt a cold current coming over them. Morong Shueshue felt as if her hands and feet were frozen, and her movements slowed down. Zheng Honggu was in even worse shape. She seemed frozen solid, unable to move an inch. Chen Fan was the only one feeling slightly better, but it was unclear how long he could hold on. Chapter 146 Encountering an ambush. Chen Fan roared, "Here we come." After saying that, Chen Fan took a step forward and came to Morong Shueshue's side, picking up the spirit stone and stuffing it into the groove. The chill behind him was getting closer and closer, and even Chen Fan felt his body shivering from the cold. Chen Fan had to speed up the filling of the grooves with spirit stones, and Morong Shueshue also picked up spirit stones and filled them with spirit stones, her hands trembling. Zhang Honggu also wanted to help, but the problem was that she could barely move. She had to call out to Morong Shueshue, "Xiaoshue, come help me, I can't move." Morong Shueshue heard Zhang Honggu's call, turned around and looked at Zhang Honggu, who was standing motionless not far from the teleportation array. Just as he was about to go help Zhang Honggu, Chen Fan grabbed Morong Shueshue's hand and shouted, "Don't worry about her for now, activate the teleportation array first, otherwise none of us will be able to leave." After hearing Chen Fan's words, Morong Shueshue no longer cared about Zhang Honggu and stuffed the last spirit stone into the groove. The teleportation array emitted light, but the chill behind it intensified, accompanied by a series of eerie, cacophonous laughs. "You cannot escape, ha ha." At this moment, Morong Shueshue was completely unable to move, and her eyes showed terror. Zhang Honggu was even more distressed. Needless to say, the terror in her eyes was palpable, and with tears in her eyes, she pleaded with Chen Fan and Morong Shueshue in a trembling voice, "Save me, please save me."
Morong Shueshue is barely able to save herself, how could she possibly save her? Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan and said, I can't move, what should I do? Chen Fan walked to Morong Shueshue's side, picked her up, and threw her towards the teleportation array. Morong Shueshue let out a scream and disappeared in front of the teleportation array. Then Chen Fan quickly arrived in front of Zhang Honggu, picked her up, and teleported to the teleportation array. The teleportation array flashed, and Chen Fan disappeared immediately afterward. Just as Chen Fan's figure disappeared into the teleportation array, the person who killed Gu Baowo and Jin Shuegue arrived. Watching Chen Fan and the others disappear into the teleportation array, he gritted his teeth and let out a sharp roar, damn it! He really didn't expect that Chen Fan could still move despite his chill, which allowed Chen Fan and the others to escape. Given his current status, he has no way to leave this place and can only feel resentful. After experiencing a moment of weightlessness, Chen Fan, carrying Zhang Honggu, finally arrived at the teleportation array at the foot of a small hill in the swamp. Chen Fan took a step forward, throwing Zhang Honggu to the ground, and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. If they had been any slower, they might have actually been left there. When Morong Shueshue saw that Chen Fan and Zhang Honggu had come out, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she came out earlier, she was worried that Chen Fan and the others would not be able to come out. Thankfully, I'm out now. How are you all? Are you all right? Morong Shueshue asked as she stepped forward. Chen Fan shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Zhang Honggu was still lying on the ground. When she saw Morong Shueshue asking a question, she slowly got up and said, It's okay, Chen Fan. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I might have died in there. Although dying inside doesn't mean you're truly dead, the lifespan deducted is still a significant amount, especially for those who don't have much lifespan to begin with. Chen Fan waved his hand. Saving Zhang Honggu was just a side thing. If it really came to a life or death crisis, Chen Fan wouldn't have saved her anyway. Morong Shueshue frowned and said, It seems that Gu Baowo and Jin Shuegue are probably in grave danger. They were too greedy. Zhang Honggu nodded silently. They almost didn't come out, let alone Gu Baowo and Jin Shuegue. Let's go back first. It's not safe to stay here. Who knows if they'll come after us? Chen Fan said. Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu's expressions changed upon hearing Chen Fan's words. Yes, who knows if that person will come after them? If he really does come out, wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed here? Morong Shueshue said anxiously. Then let's go quickly. The three dared not linger and hurriedly followed Morong Shueshue out of the illusion array. Once outside, none of them had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Fan sensed danger immediately and hurriedly reminded Morong Shueshue and Zhang Honggu, Be careful, there's an ambush. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he teleported and appeared in the open space in front of him. Morong Shueshue reacted quickly, and somehow managed to dash out at an incredible speed, but Zhang Honggu was not so lucky. Having just escaped death, she was now in danger again. More than a dozen spells and magical artifacts came crashing down from all sides. Before Zhang Honggu could even react, she was blasted into pieces, without even having time to scream. After Zhang Honggu died, a lot of resources fell out and were scattered around the swamp. I didn't expect you guys to be so clever, but do you really think you can escape? A strange laugh rang out, and then 8 figures surrounded Chen Fan and Morong Shueshue. One of the scarred men chuckled and said, You're surrounded. Just surrender and hand over all your resources, and we might spare your lives. Meanwhile, another man dressed as a scholar looked at Morong Shueshue with a lewd expression and said, This little girl is not bad. You can leave her to me. I can ask for less resources. After saying that, he lewdly stroked his chin, his lustful eyes roaming freely over Morong Shueshue's body. Those around him, upon hearing what the scholar-looking man said, burst into laughter and began to tease him. Master Lu, are you sure you can handle this? Yeah, Master Lu, I'm afraid your physique isn't up to par, huh? Master Lu, do you need our help? Ha ha ha. Morong Shueshue was so angry when she heard the scholar's attire that her face turned red, and the teasing of the people around her made her anger level soar even higher. Scarface Tyrant then spoke up, It seems Master Lu is quite the ladies' man. When we distribute the resources later, you'll get 10% less. Is there anyone else who wants to get a smaller share like Master Lu? Hearing what the others said, they all shook their heads. Compared to women, they needed resources to improve their strength. After all, with strength, what kind of women couldn't they have? Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Decepticon was a little disappointed.
His regret was that he couldn't get more resources.
Hurry up, don't waste any more time.
Tyrant shouted at Chen Fan and Morong Shueshue. Chen Fan ignored Bashianhu's shouts and said to Morong Shueshue, "Leave that scarred man to me.
Can you handle the rest?"
Chapter 147. Where is our brother Ba? Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Morong Shueshue's eyes lit up, and she asked, "You can handle that scarred man?"
Chen Fan nodded and said, "Sure, can you handle the rest?"
Morong Shueshue said, "As long as you can hold off that scarred man, I have no problem."
Chen Fan looked at Morong Shueshue with some surprise.
He had only wanted to test Morong Shueshue's abilities, but he hadn't expected that she could actually handle the others. It should be noted that among the remaining 7 people, 2 were at the late nascent soul stage, while Morong Shueshue was only at the mid nascent soul stage, and she was dealing with all 7 of them at the same time, which surprised Chen Fan. It seems that Morong Shueshue is also a peerless genius. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is nothing to her. Actually, these 8 people were nothing to Chen Fan, but Chen Fan wanted to hide his true abilities. Some things should be kept hidden, as they could be used to save his life in critical moments. Chen Fan nodded, then took a step forward and charged towards the Tyrant Tiger. Seeing Chen Fan move, Tyrant Tiger revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You're courting death. Hand this man over to me, and the woman over to you." After saying that, Tyrant also charged towards Chen Fan. The remaining 7 people surrounded Morong Shueshue with lewd expressions. Chen Fan smiled slightly as he watched the Tyrant Tiger charging towards him. He didn't use any magic power, but instead relied solely on his physical strength to throw a punch at the Tyrant Tiger. Before the fist arrives, the wind from it blows first. The Decepticons, confident in their strength, threw a punch without dodging, but the Decepticons regretted it as soon as they threw half their punches. Chen Fan's fierce fist wind was already upon them, and the immense power made the Tyrant feel that it was unable to resist. He abruptly pulled back his fist, which was halfway through its swing, and crossed his arms to block his chest. However, the fist slammed hard into Decepticon's hands, and the enormous force sent Decepticon flying. With a whoosh bump, the Decepticon crashed to the ground with a loud thud, sending dirt and dust flying everywhere. Just as the 7 men were about to attack Morong Shueshue, they saw a figure fly past them and crash to the ground. They all believed that the Decepticons had already dealt with Chen Fan. "I didn't expect Brother Ba to be so quick, taking down that kid with just one punch. That kid looks all show and no substance. He was taken care of by Brother Ba with a single punch.
Who gave him the courage to challenge Brother Ba?"
The group was chatting away, completely unaware that the Brother Ba they were talking about was lying motionless on the ground, clearly seriously injured. The Decepticon lying on the ground, hearing these people still boasting about themselves, felt utterly devastated. "Can't you guys even look back?
What the hell are you bragging about? If you want to brag, don't drag me into it.
Can't you see I'm lying on the ground unable to move? Having such incompetent teammates is a disgrace to my life." Decepticon was about to utter a few curses, but no sound came out. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained many pieces of internal organs. However, after spitting out this mouthful of blood, he was finally able to make a faint sound.
"You bastards, hurry up and run with me, what are you still smug about?"
However, his voice was too soft and was completely drowned out by the boasting of the others. The Decepticons probably wished they could just smash their heads against a block of tofu and die. Morong Shueshue was also startled, thinking that Chen Fan had been defeated by the tyrant so quickly, but when she turned to look in the direction of the Decepticons, she found Chen Fan standing there in midair, looking at her with a disdainful expression. Morong Shueshue was a little confused. Was Chen Fan really that strong? Despite having the cultivation level of the early nascent soul stage, Tyrant was instantly defeated by Chen Fan in one move. When Chen Fan saw Morong Shueshue looking over, he smiled and said, "Alright, the rest is up to you." Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, the 7 people all looked towards the source of the sound. They saw that Chen Fan was still standing there unharmed, but Ba Tianhu had vanished without a trace. One of them stammered, "Little kid, how are you still here? Where's brother?"
The others stared at Chen Fan in bewilderment. How come Chen Fan was still standing there perfectly fine?
Where was our brother Ba? Could it be, was that Brother Ba who just flew by? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Fan gestured with his lip, indicating the large crater created by the tyrant, and said, "Your brother Tyrant is lying there resting." At this point, the 7 had no choice but to believe that their sworn brother had been killed by Chen Fan. Seeing that the 7 people were still in a daze, Morong Shueshue ignored them and rushed directly towards Lu Shuhong. He appeared in front of Lu Shuhong with incredible speed, his hands flying, unleashing several powerful slaps that pressed down on Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang was still in a daze when the slap came down, and he realized what was happening, but it was too late. Several large slaps sent Lu Shuang flying. He screamed in agony as he split into several pieces in midair, blood splattering everywhere. In fact, Lu Shuang was most proud of his mastery of formations. His combat strength was not that great at all. He relied mainly on formations when fighting others. Just now, the 7 of them surrounded and killed Morong Shueshue, thinking it would be a piece of cake, but Lu Shuang didn't even set up a formation. Morong Shueshue was furious at his harassment and insults, so she would definitely target Lu Shuang first if a fight broke out. The remaining 6 people only came to their senses after hearing Lu Shuang's screams. However, Morong Shueshue had already launched her attack, prioritizing the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators were not pushovers either, and they engaged in a fierce battle with Morong Shueshue. The remaining people were very wary of Chen Fan's presence and did not join the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators in attacking Morong Shueshue. They all looked at Chen Fan warily, ready to run away at any moment. He could kill a nascent soul stage cultivator in one move, so killing them wouldn't be easy. Even the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators who were fighting with Morong Shueshue didn't dare to use their full strength against her. If Morong Shueshue hadn't kept harassing them, they would have run away long ago. Morong Shueshue fought with the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators for quite a while, causing the surrounding swamp to churn with mud and splash with water, accompanied by continuous booming sounds. Morong Shueshue was also formidable. She, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, forced 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators to retreat steadily, partly due to Chen Fan's watchful eye from the sidelines, but no matter what, it's still a genius for someone in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm to overpower 2 people in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Seeing how fierce Morong Shueshue was, the remaining people all had the intention to retreat. They exchanged glances and understood each other's meaning. As if they had planned it in advance, several people rushed out in all directions, ignoring the 2 who were still fighting Morong Shueshue. Chapter 148. Preparing for seclusion again. However, it was completely useless, as Chen Fan captured them all at an extremely fast speed. The 2 who were fighting Morong Shueshue panicked when they saw that the others had abandoned them and fled. They wanted to break away from the battle and run away as well. As a result, Chen Fan captured those people without lifting a finger. A sense of despair arose in his heart. He knew that there was no way to escape and that he could only fight to the death. He stopped worrying about the consequences and started fighting Morong Shueshue to the death, and surprisingly, he was able to fight her to a standstill. Chen Fan tossed the group aside like dead dogs next to Bashianhu. Bashianhu was utterly speechless at these idiots and didn't even bother to speak, pretending to be unconscious with his eyes closed. Chen Fan abandoned the group and ignored them, instead watching with great interest as Morong Shueshue fought back and forth with the 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Chen Fan acknowledged Morong Shueshue's strength, but acknowledged that she was still somewhat inferior to himself. This also shows how advanced the cultivation technique Chen Fan is currently practicing is. The first half alone is a 9th grade technique. If he obtains the middle and lower halves, who knows what grade the technique will be. After fighting the 2 for a while, Morong Shueshue suddenly unleashed a powerful attack, sending them flying and coughing up blood. They fell to the ground, completely unable to fight anymore. Morong Shueshue, somewhat weak, landed on the ground and rolled her eyes at Chen Fan, saying, "You didn't even come to help, you just stood there watching the show." Chen Fan shrugged and said, "You said you could handle it yourself, and I even took care of the others for you. You're so capable. You could have taken care of them with just a little effort, and I'm the one risking my life here. I'm not just fulfilling your wish. I'm too lazy to argue with you. What are we going to do with these people outside? You can do whatever you want with it, I don't care." After hearing Chen Fan's words, Morong Shueshue showed no mercy to these people and killed them all. Then they collected all their resources, gave half to Chen Fan, and said, "Here, these resources are half for each of us." Chen Fan looked at the resources Morong Shueshue handed him and said with a hint of disdain, "Forget it, I don't want them. You can keep them yourself." It's no wonder Chen Fan looked down on it. The resources were truly appalling. The best were only 5th grade, and the lowest were 1st grade, and there weren't many of them, so Chen Fan really didn't care. Morong Shueshue chuckled at Chen Fan's disdainful look and said, "What's there to complain about? These people only have so few resources. I don't know what they've been doing all this time. They only have so few resources. What Chen Fan and Murong Shueshue didn't know was that it wasn't that they didn't get any resources. In fact, they used most of the resources they did get for cultivation. Generally, cultivators will use the resources they obtain for cultivation and won't save them, since they can only acquire more resources if they become stronger. Not everyone is as cheated as Chen Fan. Resources aren't so easy for others to acquire.
Since you don't want them, then they're all mine.
Murong Shueshue didn't stand on ceremony and collected all the resources. She didn't need these low-grade resources, but there were plenty of people in her family who could use them. Murong Shueshue walked to Zhang Honggu's body again, collected all the resources, and said, "Let's go back." Chen Fan nodded, then the two of them left without looking back. Of the 6 people who went to explore the ancient ruins, only 2 returned with a full load. 3 of them were too greedy and lost their lives in the ruins. Zhang Honggu was extremely careful and managed to emerge from the ruins, but her strength was insufficient, and she was ambushed and killed by Ba Tianhu and his group. It was a bit of a pity, otherwise, she would have had a chance to advance further with the resources she obtained from the ruins. Now that she's died in the Infinite Tower, after deducting her lifespan, it's hard to say whether she can advance any further. After several days of trekking, the two finally returned to Moyang City, and nothing much had changed in Moyang City these past few days. Chen Fan and Murong Shueshue returned to their respective residences to rest after arriving in Moyang City. After returning to his residence and resting for a day, Chen Fan began to take stock of the resources he had acquired during his journey into this world. It's been 7 or 8 months since Chen Fan entered this world, and he has acquired a considerable amount of resources. After clearing out the resources he needed, Chen Fan prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate and improve his strength. To cultivate in seclusion, one must first find a safe place. The safest place right now is the sacred site on the lake, which is protected by a powerful array. One can go there to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. After making his decision, Chen Fan went out and found Murong Shueshue, telling her that he was going into seclusion for a while.
"Do you want me to protect you?" "No need, I've found a secluded place."
"Are you afraid I'll ambush you while you're in seclusion?"
"You don't trust me at all?"
"A little."
"You're so boring."
They're gone. After bidding farewell to Murong Shueshue, Chen Fan headed straight for the sacred place in the center of the lake. Sure enough, after Chen Fan arrived at the sacred site in the center of the lake, those people were helpless against the formation. Compared to the past, there were now many more people in the sacred site in the center of the lake. However, there was still no way to deal with this formation, and Chen Fan instantly teleported into it. The trees on the island are still very lush, covering the entire island. Chen Fan arrived at the island, cleared out a relatively flat area, and prepared to cultivate and go into seclusion there. There was no danger on the island, so Chen Fan didn't set up any powerful formations, only a simple illusion array. Chen Fan first took out a 9th grade diamond level talent fruit, intending to test its effects, since he had plenty of talent fruits anyway. I ate the Tianzi fruit in one bite, and it tasted like a tomato, sweet and sour. After consuming the heavenly fruit, Chen Fan felt a surge of heat enter his dantian, which then spread throughout his meridians, flesh, and bones. Chen Fan suddenly felt as if countless ants were tearing at his body, and the slight pain made him cry out loudly. Shouting loudly wasn't enough, he started rolling around on the ground, but the pain in his body didn't lessen. Instead, it got worse. Chen Fan felt as if his entire body no longer belonged to him, and even his soul was slightly aching. The pain lasted for more than 2 hours before it began to subside. By then, Chen Fan was drenched in sweat and lay on the ground, completely exhausted. Chapter 149: Improving Aptitude in Spiritual Roots. Immortal Level Aptitude and Spiritual Roots. Chen Fan slowly regained control of his body. Having just endured inhuman pain, I have now regained control of my body and feel much lighter. Moreover, I am absorbing spiritual energy much faster. Their understanding of Taoist practices and cultivation methods has also deepened. It seems that the talent fruit really can improve the grade of spiritual roots. If one consumes the immortal talent fruit, wouldn't one instantly become someone with immortal level spiritual root aptitude? However, now is not the best time to take the immortal fruit. The pain has just subsided after taking the fruit, so we need to wait a while. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a while, Chen Fan felt that he was indeed absorbing spiritual energy much faster than before. After half a day, having adjusted himself to his best condition, Chen Fan took out the immortal fruit and swallowed it without any hesitation. Suddenly, an even stronger force surged through my body. This time, it no longer felt like ants tearing at my flesh. Moreover, many small snakes swam and bit inside his body, and the veins and blood vessels on Chen Fan's skin could be seen bulging from time to time. It felt like his blood vessels were about to burst at any moment, and the pain became even more intense. Chen Fan screamed through his teeth and pounded the ground with all his might. Gradually, I stopped feeling the pain in my body, and my body became numb. What followed was wave after wave of soul-wrenching pain, making Chen Fan feel as if his soul was a piece of paper being torn into pieces. The pain lasted all day, and Chen Fan even considered just passing out, but his inner drive to become stronger wouldn't allow him to just faint and lose consciousness. The bonds of family, parents, younger brother, and younger sister gave Chen Fan the belief to persevere. After a day of inhuman torture, the pain gradually subsided, and Chen Fan finally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Fan remained unconscious for nearly 2 days. 2 days later, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chen Fan couldn't remember why he was lying on the ground, looking at the mess on the ground, riddled with potholes. Chen Fan was somewhat bewildered. After being stunned for a while, Chen Fan finally remembered the various scenes after he took the immortal fruit. Recalling the pain he had experienced, Chen Fan couldn't help but tremble. At first, Morong Shueshue said that taking the heavenly talent fruit would be very painful, but Chen Fan didn't think much of it. After taking the heavenly talent fruit himself, he found that the pain was indeed bearable. However, the pain from the immortal fruit is far more intense than that from the heavenly fruit. It is a pain etched deep into the soul. Chen Fan felt that the immortal fruit should not be given to his younger siblings for the time being, because the immortal fruit requires strong willpower to resist the pain. If they do not have such strong willpower, they may die from the pain. They should at least wait until they reach adulthood before they can use it. The immortal fruit is not said to be better the earlier it is taken. It has nothing to do with age. You can give them the heavenly fruit first. As for the parents, they can take the immortal fruit. They have both experienced life and death, so their willpower is still strong. Chen Fan felt that the effect of absorbing spiritual energy was now dozens or even hundreds of times greater than before. As long as he had enough spiritual energy to support him, he could break through to the next realm at any time. However, Chen Fan is not in a hurry to break through now. He has decided to wait until he has consumed the 4th grade immortal golden crow fire lotus before attempting a breakthrough. He wants to push his aptitude and spiritual roots to their limits. Who knows how powerful he will become? Chen Fan rested for a few days, mainly to alleviate the pain from the immortal fruit. Taking the 4th grade immortal golden crow fire lotus would definitely cause even more terrifying pain. After Chen Fan adjusted himself to his best condition again, he took out the golden crow fire lotus. Looking at the golden and fiery red golden crow fire lotus, Chen Fan found it hard to bring himself to eat it. Chen Fan looked at it and decided to swallow it whole. So he ate the whole golden crow fire lotus. The texture was fine, but the taste was a bit bitter. Ugh! Chen Fan gagged. It wasn't just a little bitter, it was absolutely too bitter. After Chen Fan swallowed the entire golden crow fire lotus, he immediately felt as if his body was on fire, burning intensely. His skin began to turn red, and wisps of white gas rose from all over Chen Fan's body. Immediately afterwards, golden red flames erupted from his entire body. This time, it wasn't particularly painful, but rather intensely hot, as if he had been thrown into a raging fire. It made Chen Fan extremely uncomfortable. This flame burned on Chen Fan's body for nearly 3 days and 3 nights before it slowly went out. Chen Fan felt like he was already fully cooked, and he didn't dare to move at all. He felt as if his flesh would fall off if he moved even slightly. Chen Fan could only circulate his internal energy to slowly begin to recover. After circulating his cultivation technique, Chen Fan felt that he was absorbing spiritual energy much faster, at least twice as much as after eating the immortal seed fruit. Don't underestimate this double effect. It's 200 times what Chen Fan experienced before eating the immortal seed fruit. Moreover, Chen Fan could also feel changes within his body, which should be due to the newly generated spiritual root. This golden crow fire lotus is a 4th grade immortal level treasure medicine, and consuming it can increase the existence of a spiritual root, which is an immortal level spiritual root. Chen Fan now possesses 2 spiritual roots, one with spatial attributes and the other with fire attributes, both of which are at the immortal level. One can only imagine how powerful they will become when they grow up. However, having 2 spiritual roots means consuming more resources, but resources are something Chen Fan has no shortage of. Chen Fan took out a lot of spiritual liquid and began to cultivate. As time went by, Chen Fan's cultivation progressed rapidly. He easily broke through to the mid-stage of the out-of-body stage, then the late stage, and finally the nascent soul stage. However, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is not so easy. Chen Fan cultivated for a full month, absorbing nearly a ton of spiritual liquid, before he finally felt the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Although he had touched the threshold of the nascent soul stage, he couldn't break through it. No matter what he did, Chen Fan simply stopped. Forcing a breakthrough when he couldn't would damage his foundation, which would be counterproductive. Since we can't break through to the nascent soul stage, We can only start from other places. Chen Fan's first thought was the void body refining technique. Now that he had spiritual liquid in hand, and had also obtained a lot of rare spiritual herbs from the ruins, he could make some medicinal liquid. Chen Fan prepared all the necessary medicinal herbs for the medicinal liquid according to the void body refining technique and began refining the medicinal liquid. He quickly refined the medicinal liquid he needed and poured it into the pine cloud furnace along with the spiritual liquid. Chen Fan prepared dozens of Songyun furnaces to hold this mixture of medicinal liquid and spiritual liquid, precisely to avoid running out of medicinal liquid when he needed to cultivate the void body refining technique, which would force him to stop. Chapter 150 Breakthrough to the Nascent Soul Stage. Shocking changes outside the array. After preparing the medicinal liquid, Chen Fan jumped into the pine cloud furnace and began cultivating the void body refining technique. After several more days of cultivation, Chen Fan finally reached the 4th level of the void body refining technique. Chen Fan had absorbed almost all of the medicinal liquid in these dozens of Songyun furnaces. Chen Fan's physical strength is now comparable to that of a top grade magic weapon. After completing his training in the void body refining technique, Chen Fan continued his research into the immortal soul technique. After another day of research, Chen Fan also began his cultivation. The immortal soul technique has 9 levels in total. Each time you master a level, your soul power will double. After several days of cultivation, Chen Fan finally mastered the 1st level of the immortal soul technique. Chen Fan immediately felt that the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage had arrived. He took out a large amount of spiritual liquid and immediately began his attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. After several days of intense effort, Chen Fan naturally reached the nascent soul stage. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, your attack methods become more diverse, and you gain a better grasp of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, once one reaches the nascent soul stage, one can develop divine consciousness. Once divine consciousness emerges, nothing can hide from it. Of course, there are also some cultivation techniques and magical treasures that can evade divine sense detection. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, Chen Fan felt that he could cultivate the immortal soul technique with much greater ease. After several more days of cultivation, he also reached the 2nd level of the immortal soul technique. His soul power increased exponentially, and with the increase in soul power, his divine sense also increased exponentially. If Chen Fan's previous soul power was like a bucket of water, then his current soul power is equivalent to 2 buckets of water. Now Chen Fan's divine sense can probe a much wider range. With his current divine sense power, he is at least comparable to a cultivator in the integration stage. This is the difference between those who have cultivated the power of the soul and those who haven't. Moreover, cultivation techniques for cultivating soul power are extremely rare in the cultivation world. They are usually kept secret and rarely circulated outside, so ordinary people simply cannot access cultivation techniques for soul power. Chen Fan continued his seclusion in cultivation. After completing the immortal soul technique, he began to cultivate other spells and techniques, such as the Void Slash, the Void Fist, and the Void Teleportation. Once he had mastered most of the spells and techniques, Chen Fan continued his cultivation. Mid-stage nascent soul, late-stage nascent soul, and after reaching the late-stage nascent soul, another month had passed. Chen Fan's seclusion lasted a total of 2.5 months. The time to leave this world is almost up, and I wonder what's going on outside the formation. It's time to go out and see the world. I only have a month or so left before I can leave this world. For the next month or so, Chen Fan didn't want to look for any more resources, he just wanted to relax. Chen Fan instantly teleported outside the formation. As he expected, there should be more people outside the formation, but when he came out, there wasn't a single person in sight. What's going on? Chen Fan muttered to himself. Could it be that these people knew they couldn't break the formation and left? This is the only explanation that makes sense. Chen Fan stopped dwelling on the issue and decided to go to Moyang City to take a look. As Chen Fan continued his journey, he discovered that the world seemed to be different from before. The situation had been relatively peaceful before, but on the way to the N city, Chen Fan discovered several traces of a major battle. In some places, there are even severed limbs and bloodstains, and in some places, there are even corpses of people who died violent deaths. Chen Fan couldn't understand what had happened outside during the 2 months he had been in seclusion. Chen Fan sped up his journey towards the N city. Along the way, he saw the remnants of various battles, with corpses strewn everywhere. After a day of travel, Chen Fan finally arrived at Moyang City, but the city before him made him wonder if he had gone to the wrong place. The city was in complete disarray, most of the buildings had been destroyed, and corpses were scattered everywhere. Emitting a foul stench, Chen Fan rushed to the place where Murong Shua used to live, only to find that the buildings there had mostly collapsed. He wondered how Morong Shueshue was doing. Chen Fan then went to the house he had lived in and found that it was also half collapsed. Only then did Chen Fan arrive at the holy site of the Yen city. They discovered that the formation of the Holy Land in the Yen city had been broken and opened. Areas that were previously invisible were now fully visible. But what could they do now? The area was in ruins, with virtually no intact buildings. It was impossible to discern its original appearance. They had no idea what had happened to cause the entire Holy Land to become a wasteland. Chen Fan then recalled the old monk's words, saying that there was great terror in Moyang City. Could everything that was happening now be related to the Holy Land of Moyang City? Chen Fan felt he needed to ask someone, so he spread his divine sense and quickly found a place. There was a concealment formation there. Chen Fan teleported there and, sure enough, found a concealment formation inside a house. Moreover, there was a defensive formation behind the concealment formation. Both formations were probably around the 5th rank. This formation has the function of isolating auras, and it is difficult to detect the existence of such a formation without using divine sense. Chen Fan arrived in front of the formation and said to the people inside, "Come out." However, the people inside the formation remained completely still, probably thinking that Chen Fan hadn't discovered them and was just bluffing. Chen Fan spoke again, "Come out. I just want to ask you some questions. These concealment and defense formations are useless to me." However, the people inside the formation remained completely unmoved, as if they would never come out no matter what. Helpless, Chen Fan had no choice but to teleport and appear inside the concealment formation. As for why he didn't teleport directly there at first, it was out of respect for this person. Having failed to get any response from his calls, Chen Fan had no choice but to teleport inside the formation. A young man dressed in blue was looking at Chen Fan with a look of utter disbelief. Chen Fan said calmly, "As I said, this formation has no effect on me." Yes, senior," the young man in blue said with a look of fear. "Don't be afraid, I'm just asking you something. I won't do anything to you. Please speak, senior. I will answer everything I know without reservation." "It's been all over the place lately, with corpses strewn everywhere." "Senior, you don't know?" "I have been in seclusion for the past 2 months and have no idea what has happened." "No wonder, sigh." The young man in blue sighed before slowly speaking. Chapter 151: The changes in the Holy Land of Moyang City. It turns out that a month ago, several array masters suddenly arrived in Moyang City. They reached a consensus with the strongest group here to break the formation together. The formation masters would take 30% of the resources inside, and the rest would be divided among those who broke the formation together. As for how to divide it, the formation masters didn't care. After more than 10 days of trying to break through the formation, a gap was finally found. The nightmare began the moment the formation was broken. Just as the formation was broken and everyone was still celebrating, some things rushed out from the gap in the broken formation. These things are neither human nor ghost. Although they walk on 2 feet and have arms, their skin is dark and their bodies are covered with white downy hair, which stands up like steel needles. These figures covered in white down rushed out and began slaughtering those around them. They were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people had perished. Everyone quickly realized what was happening and began attacking the monsters. However, they soon discovered that the monsters' fur provided extremely high defense, and ordinary spells had no effect on them at all. Some people tried to attack with magical weapons, but it was useless. They could only knock these monsters down or send them flying. However, these monsters seemed to be immune to pain. Those knocked down would get up again and charge at people, and those sent flying would continue to charge. Only a few cultivators could inflict some damage on these monsters, but it was a drop in the ocean. Moreover, although these monsters do not possess magic, they are extremely strong and fast, making it very difficult for cultivators to withstand their attacks. As more and more monsters rushed out, more and more cultivators died. At this point, everyone stopped thinking about the resources of the Holy Land and began to flee. However, these monsters were also extremely fast, and some slow runners were caught up and killed by them. The monsters didn't even spare those who ran fast. These monsters seemed tireless, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing cultivators. Some cultivators, unable to replenish their spiritual energy, were eventually caught and killed by the monsters. Even some cultivators who hide will be found and killed by these monsters. Later, the group realized that these monsters relied on scent to find the cultivators. As long as they blocked their own scent, these monsters would have a hard time finding them. So some people hid using things that could block out smells, while those who couldn't had to keep running. Now those monsters are chasing after people who haven't isolated their scent. The young man in blue had just obtained a concealment formation and a defensive formation, so he fled back here and set up these two formations. He has been inside the formation for almost half a month now, and he doesn't know what the situation is like outside. According to him, he will stay there until the time comes for him to leave this world. During this period, they will not step out of this formation again. After listening to the young man in blue's account, Chen Fan finally understood the great terror of the endless city that the old monk had spoken of. According to the young man in blue, these monsters, neither human nor ghost, are incredibly strong, fast, and have extremely high defense. They are also impervious to pain and death, making them impossible for ordinary people to deal with. Are there any resources within the Holy Land? Chen Fan asked casually. I didn't know that. Everyone was too busy running for their lives to dare to enter the formation to look for resources, the young man in blue said, on the verge of tears. All right then, I'm leaving. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he disappeared into the formation using a teleportation technique. The young man in blue stared at Chen Fan's disappearing figure, speechless for a long time. Chen Fan then teleported to the sacred site within the end city, attempting to find some clues there. However, this place is in ruins, so finding clues would be very difficult. Chen Fan used his divine sense to probe again and again, but the result was still nothing. There were no clues left here at all, so Chen Fan carefully searched the area again, still finding nothing. Chen Fan was about to give up when his divine sense detected something unusual. Chen Fan discovered that beneath a collapsed palace, there was a deep hole that led downwards. Chen Fan intended to use his divine sense to explore the area below. However, when Chen Fan's divine sense was halfway through its exploration, a layer of energy blocked it from reaching him, preventing him from detecting what was below. Something strange, Chen Fan muttered to himself. He had originally wanted to go down and investigate, but considering the old monk's words that the Holy Land of Moyang City offered no opportunities, only great terror, Chen Fan decided against it, as he would be leaving in less than a month. By then, everything here will be irrelevant to me, so why should I create trouble for myself? If there are good resources inside, Chen Fan wouldn't mind taking the risk to go in. The main problem is that nobody knows if there are any even more powerful beings. Inside, Chen Fan glanced at the area again before preparing to leave. He didn't know where he was going, as monsters roamed the area, making the world extremely unsafe. Those monsters find cultivators by their scent, which means that if you stay in a place for a long time, there will definitely be a scent left behind, unless there are formations or treasures that isolate scents. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan decided to return to the sacred place by the lake. It was the safest place in the world, and he could simply stay there and wait to leave. As for rescuing those people, Chen Fan had no time for it. Life and death were predestined, and everyone was left to their own fate. Chen Fan strolled leisurely towards the sacred site by the lake, without encountering any of the monsters the young man in blue had mentioned. Could it be that the young man in blue was lying to him, and that there were no monsters at all? Otherwise, why had he been wandering around for so long without any monsters attacking him? No, impossible. That young man in blue has no reason to lie to me. There's no benefit in lying to me at all. On the contrary, it would only bring me death. Since no monster has attacked him, it means that these monsters haven't discovered him yet. Chen Fan continued strolling along, genuinely curious about what the monster looked like. According to the young man in blue, it seemed somewhat like a monkey or a gorilla. As Chen Fan approached the sacred lakeside, the sounds of fighting finally reached him. His eyes lit up immediately. They had finally arrived. Chen Fan hurried toward the sound of fighting. He was genuinely curious about what the monster looked like. When Chen Fan arrived at the location of the fighting, he was somewhat surprised. He wasn't surprised by the monster's appearance, but rather by the people fighting it. How could it be her? Chapter 152. It feels very comfortable to squeeze. Several white-haired monsters were seen attacking a person, who was none other than Moron Shueshue. Chen Fan truly did not expect to meet Moron Shueshue here. At this moment, Moron Shueshue looked completely exhausted and was clearly unable to withstand the attacks of the white-haired monster. Before long, Moron Shueshue might be torn to pieces by this monster. Without further hesitation, Chen Fan leaped up and unleashed a powerful punch at a white-haired monster. Before the monster could react, Chen Fan punched it away, sending it flying and shattering in mid-air. But no blood was spilled, only a thick, black viscous fluid was present. After killing the monster, Chen Fan came to Moron Shueshue's side and protected her behind him. At this moment, Moron Shueshue was exhausted and dizzy. Just as she was about to faint, she suddenly saw a figure blocking all the monsters. At that moment, Morong Shueshue felt that her Prince Charming had appearing when she needed him most. She felt so safe, and she vowed to repay him with her body after she was rescued. Then Morong Shueshue fainted. Chen Fan looked at Morong Shueshue, who was lying on the ground, and wondered if she had suffered any serious injuries. He needed to finish this quickly, so he swung his fist and charged forward. When the white-haired monsters saw Chen Fan charging towards them, they also charged at him in return. When it came to physical strength, they had never been afraid of anyone. The first white-haired monster to rush over also swung its claws at Chen Fan's fist, but between the collision of fist and palm, the white-haired monster's hand broke into pieces. Chen Fan's fist shattered the monster's hand into fragments, and then his fist slammed into the monster's head without any hindrance. Bang! Like the sound of a watermelon shattering, the monster's head broke open, and thick black liquid drenched the monsters rushing towards it. However, these white-haired monsters still charged towards Chen Fan without fear. Chen Fan punched them one by one, blasting them into pieces that scattered on the ground. In terms of physical strength, Chen Fan is still superior. After dealing with all the monsters, Chen Fan clapped his hands and looked back at where Morong Shueshue was lying quietly. Chen Fan walked over and patted Morong Shueshue's cheek, saying, "Wake up, you can't sleep here." However, Morong Shueshue did not react at all. Chen Fan then pinched Morong Shueshue's smooth face. It had a really nice feel to it, and her skin was bouncy and elastic, making Chen Fan want to pinch it again and again. After playing for so long, Morong Shueshue still hasn't woken up. It seems she really has passed out. Chen Fan picked up Morong Shueshue and continued towards the sacred place by the lake. Before long, Chen Fan carried Morong Shueshue into the sacred area by the lake and placed her on a relatively wide tree trunk, which was at least 4 or 5 meters wide, so no matter how much Morong Shueshue rolled over, she wouldn't fall off afterwards. Chen Fan went to an open space and started grilling barbecue. He enjoyed a small barbecue meal, but Morong Shueshue still did not wake up. It seems that Morong Shueshue has truly exhausted all her strength this time, and it will be difficult for her to recover in a few days. Seeing that Morong Shueshue wouldn't wake up so quickly, Chen Fan resumed his cultivation. Now that Chen Fan was in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, his cultivation was becoming more solid and refined, and he might enter the next realm at any time. Chen Fan did not go all out to advance to the next realm. He wanted to enter the next realm naturally so that his foundation would be more solid. After 2 or 3 days of uneventful life, Morong Shueshue finally woke up. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a lush expanse of green leaves. "Where am I?" Morong Shueshue rubbed her head, staring blankly at the thick tree trunk and lush green leaves. "Woke up?" Just then, a voice came from the side, and then several skewers of grilled meat were handed to Morong Shueshue. Morong Shueshue was startled by the sudden sound. Then, she saw several skewers of grilled meat appear in front of her and swallowed hard. She slowly sat up, turned her head to look at the source of the sound, and saw a handsome guy who thought he was very handsome looking at her with a smile. "Would you like some? Chen Fan? It's you?" When Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan with a surprised expression, she never expected that Chen Fan would save her. "It's me, what's wrong? Do you want something to eat?" Chen Fan asked again. "No, it's nothing," Morong Shueshue stammered. She couldn't very well say that Chen Fan was far from her ideal Prince Charming and that he was a little disappointed. Seeing Morong Shueshue's dazed expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but pinch her cheek again. "Ah! What are you doing?" Unexpectedly, Morong Shueshue suddenly screamed and looked at Chen Fan with a bewildered expression. Chen Fan was also startled by Morong Shueshue's scream. He looked at Morong Shueshue with some confusion and said, "What are you doing? Why are you screaming so loudly?" Looking at Chen Fan's innocent expression, Morong Shueshue was immediately furious and said angrily, "Why did you pinch my face?" "It's fun to pinch, your face feels really comfortable to pinch," Chen Fan said matter-of-factly. "It feels good to pinch, but just because it feels good, does that mean you can randomly pinch girls' faces? I only pinch when it feels good. If someone else asks me to pinch, I pinch from the inside." "How many girls' faces have you pinched, too? Who are these two?" "You are my 5th sister. Besides me and your 5th sister, you've never pinched the cheeks of any other girl?" "No. That's more like it." "Humph, I'll let it slide this time." Morong Shueshue then let Chen Fan go, and then smiled and waved to Chen Fan, saying, "Bring the barbecue." Chen Fan handed the barbecue to Morong Shueshue, muttering, "What a strange person." In his previous life, Chen Fan was a homebody who only knew how to play games and read novels. In addition, he was a bit of a straight man and had never had much contact with women, let alone a girlfriend. Having come into this world, he hadn't had much contact with girls, so he didn't have any thoughts about girls at all. Therefore, when Chen Fan interacted with girls, he didn't think about them in the direction of being boyfriend and girlfriend. While eating her kebabs, Morong Shueshue kept an eye on Chen Fan and found that he was just an ordinary person, not handsome at all. But beneath this ordinary appearance, his strength was surprisingly strong. She wondered how he cultivated himself. It seems that Chen Fan was the one who saved her. Before she fainted, she was thinking of repaying her savior with her body. Now that she found out that it was Chen Fan who saved her, Morong Shueshue is a little conflicted about whether she should still repay him with her body. Chapter 153. I saved you, and you still lust after my body. Chen Fan didn't care what Morong Shueshue was thinking. Instead, he leaped down to the ground and continued his barbecue business. After finishing her skewers, Morong Shueshue jumped down and sat down next to Chen Fan, staring intently at him. Chen Fan, sensing something amiss, looked at Morong Shueshue and asked, "What are you looking at?" Morong Shueshue came to her senses and said, "No, it's nothing." "You, by the way, have you been in seclusion cultivating for the past few months?" "Yes, I just came out of seclusion a few days ago. As soon as I came out, I went to the inn city, only to find that the inn city was in ruins and many people had died. Later, I found a guy who was hiding and learned some information from him. He said that many white-haired monsters had run out of the holy land of the inn city and that they were very difficult to kill. Later I was preparing to return here, and I happened to run into you on the way, and then, as you know, that's how it happened." As Chen Fan turned the barbecue in his hand, he slowly told Morong Shueshue what was going on. After listening to Chen Fan's story, Morong Shueshue finally spoke up. "Yes, these monsters are not afraid of death or pain. Once they are targeted, they will relentlessly pursue you. I have killed dozens of them, but there are just too many of them. After I kill one, another one comes along. It's like there's no end to them. No matter where I hide, they can always track me down. These past 2 weeks have been exhausting. Luckily I met you, otherwise I might have died here. Thank you. Do you know what I was thinking when I was about to die in front of this white-haired monster?" Morong Shueshue asked Chen Fan earnestly. "What were you thinking?" Chen Fan replied casually. "I was thinking, whoever saves me, I will repay them with my body." Chen Fan's hand, which was grilling the barbecue, suddenly paused, and he looked at Morong Shueshue with disbelief. Seeing Chen Fan's reaction, Morong Shueshue thought smugly, "Looks like my charm hasn't diminished at all. Look at this idiot, he's so excited he can't even speak after hearing that I'm going to offer myself to him." Chen Fan stared blankly at Morong Shueshue for a long time before exclaiming, "No way. I saved you, and you're still lusting after my body?" While Morong Shueshue was still boasting about her charm, she suddenly heard Chen Fan's words and immediately went berserk. She stood up, kicked Chen Fan twice, and left angrily, saying, "You chauvinist." Chen Fan was kicked by Morong Shueshue for no apparent reason. If anyone else had dared to kick him, he would have beaten them to a pulp long ago. It was only because he considered Morong Shueshue a friend that she allowed him to be so unrestrained. Morong Shueshue angrily ran to the side. She really didn't expect Chen Fan to say such a thing, saying that she was lusting after his body, as if she were that hungry. But one thing also proves that Chen Fan is destined to have no future with other women. Given Chen Fan's chauvinistic personality, probably not many women could stand him. This further solidified Morong Shueshue's idea. From childhood to adulthood, Morong Shueshue has always been a person of her word. There has never been a case where she said something but did not do it. Even if she did not do it, it was just that the time had not come yet. Since she said she would repay the person who saved her with her body, then she must do it, even if she lusts after his body. "Chen Fan, you can't escape my grasp," Morong Shueshue said to herself, clenching her fists tightly as if Chen Fan were right in her palm. Morong Shueshue returned to the barbecue place where Chen Fan was and sat down again. When Chen Fan saw Morong Shueshue return, he said, "Weren't you angry?" "Who said I'm angry? By the way, where is this place? Why can't we see that white-haired monster?" "Guess where it is." "I won't guess, just tell me already." "You would never guess what this place is. Actually, you brought me here before." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Moro Shueshue looked around curiously and discovered that she was actually on an island, with a huge tree on the island that covered the entire island. He wondered to himself, when had he brought Chen Fan here before? I've only taken Chen Fan to a few holy sites and ancient ruins, so it's impossible for him to visit the ancient ruins. That leaves only a few holy sites, and judging from the current environment, there is only one holy site in this world that matches.
The description. This is a sacred place by the lake.
Morong Shueshue asked in a tone that was both affirmative and questioning. Chen Fan gave Morong Shueshue a thumbs up and said, "Smart."
Upon receiving Chen Fan's affirmative answer, Morong Shueshue said in disbelief, "How is that possible? How did you get into this sacred place?"
Hearing Morong Shueshue's words, Chen Fan naturally couldn't say that he had teleported in, so he could only say, "I found a weak point in this formation, and after several days of research, I finally found a way to get in."
So lucky?
Morong Shueshue looked at Chen Fan with some suspicion. Chen Fan replied seriously, "Of course, I am the chosen one."
TCH, someone like you, the chosen one of destiny. So, what resources and treasures does this holy land have? Did you collect them all? Baby? Isn't she right here, even though she is far away? Where? I was just testing your intelligence. How come you turn stupid the next second?
It's this big tree in front of us,
Chen Fan said, and couldn't help but pinch Morong Shueshue's cheek.
He was getting a little addicted to pinching her cheek. Morong Shueshue slapped Chen Fan's hand away and asked, "What kind of treasure is this big tree?
Why don't you go up and see for yourself?"
Upon hearing this, Morong Shueshue quickly flew to the top of the tree and indeed saw many small white flowers and some small green fruits. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to tell that they were fruits. Morong Shueshue flew a little closer to look at the fruit, comparing it with the resource treasures she knew.
A huge tree, small white flowers, and small fruits. What was it again? I think I remember it.
Morong Shueshue tapped her little head, thinking carefully.
What was it again? What was it again? Yes, that's right, it's the talent fruit. This is a gifted fruit tree. How is this possible? Morong Shueshue was too shocked.
She never expected that a gifted fruit tree would exist here. After her initial shock, Morong Shueshue quickly began circling the giant tree again, muttering to herself.
No, none of them are ripe.
After circling around a few times and flying in and out of the leaves, Morong Shueshue finally flew high into the sky with a disappointed look and said, "Why isn't there a single ripe one?"
No, Chen Fan.
Morong Shueshue shouted and rushed towards Chen Fan.
Chen Fan, did you pick all the ripe talent fruits?
Morong Shueshue rushed up to Chen Fan and asked.
Chapter 150 for the 5 Sacred Realms. Yeah, what's wrong? Chen Fan replied. No, it's nothing.
Morong Shueshue said somewhat disappointedly. She also felt that Chen Fan's answer was quite reasonable, since Chen Fan had arrived first and there was nothing wrong with him picking all the ripe Tianji fruits. Even if I am the first one to arrive here, I will definitely pick all the ripe fruits of talent, and I will not say that I will leave some fruits of talent for those who come later. Everyone looks out for themselves. If there's something good, of course you should take it all.
Chen Fan's decision not to take the entire fruit tree for himself is already quite considerate. Chen Fan, how many talent fruits have you picked in total? Can I trade one with you? Morong Shueshue asked Chen Fan. There are only a few.
I took one myself, and I'm giving the rest to my family, Chen Fan said.
Only a few?
Morong Shueshue asked, somewhat disappointed. If it's only a few, Morong Shueshue can't force it. After all, everyone hopes that their loved ones can embark on the path of cultivation. Morong Shueshue wanted a heavenly talent fruit because she had a younger brother with extremely poor aptitude in spiritual roots. She wanted to exchange a heavenly talent fruit with Chen Fan to improve his aptitude in spiritual roots, so that her younger brother could have an easier time on his cultivation path.
Can't you really give me one?
Just one, I'll trade all my resources for it. Morong Shueshue said in a coquettish tone. Hearing Morong Shueshue's coquettish tone, Chen Fan couldn't help but shudder.
Even a straight man like Chen Fan couldn't resist and was about to agree.
Ahem, that's not impossible. It depends on what resources you have, Chen Fan said after coughing twice. Morong Shueshue took out a storage ring and generously handed it to Chen Fan, saying, "Take a look and feel free to take whatever you need." Chen Fan did not accept the storage ring. He did not believe that Morong Shueshue would put all her resources in this storage ring. Everyone has selfish motives and secrets. Some important things certainly won't be given up for exchange, Chen Fan said. Let me think about it some more. Morong Shueshue knew she couldn't be too hasty, as it would backfire, so she put the storage ring away. You're really lucky to have discovered the weakness in this formation and thus gained a great opportunity. Morong Shueshue's voice was a little sore. She admitted that she was envious. It's nothing special. I already told you I'm the chosen one, now you believe me, right? Chen Fan casually flipped the barbecue in his hand and sprinkled on some seasoning. TCH, you're really getting cocky just because I said you're fat. Morong Shueshue said sourly. To be honest, she really did think Chen Fan was the chosen one. Here you go. Chen Fan handed a few skewers of seasoned grilled meat to Morong Shueshue, then took a few for himself and began to eat them heartily. Chen Fan, we've known each other for so long, but you still haven't told me which star region you belong to, Morong Shueshue said, taking a bite of her grilled skewer. The Azure Dragon starfield is right next to yours, Chen Fan said casually. Azure Dragon starfield? That's not far at all. In a way, we're practically in the same world, Morong Shueshue said. In the same world? Chen Fan asked in confusion. He hadn't been in this world for very long, and the place he was in was relatively remote, so his knowledge was incomplete, not to mention someone like Chen Fan, who was a relatively ordinary person. All Chen Fan knows about is the Azure Dragon Star region, and even then, he doesn't know much about it. They only knew that their planet was in the Azure Dragon Star region, let alone any knowledge about what lay beyond it. Yes, the world we live in is called the Five Saints Realm. There are many other worlds outside the Five Saints Realm. Morong Shueshue explained patiently. Our 5 sacred realms are divided into 5 domains, the Azure Dragon domain in the east, the White Tiger domain in the west, the Vermilion Bird domain in the south, the Black Tortoise domain in the north, and the Qilin domain in the center. Your Azure Dragon domain often clashes with the White Tiger domain, while my Vermilion Bird domain often clashes with the Black Tortoise domain. The central Qilin domain often mediates the relationship between us. In fact, our 5 sacred realms are relatively peaceful. I heard from my great-grandfather that some worlds are constantly at war, with severe internal strife and the continuous fall of powerful beings. This can lead to a world being unable to resist invasions from other worlds and ultimately becoming their slaves. So although there are many conflicts of interest in our 5 sacred realms, we are still relatively peaceful, and of course, the mediation of the central Qilin domain is also indispensable. Tens of thousands of years ago, other worlds attacked our 5 sacred realms. In the end, our 5 domains united and finally drove the enemy out of the 5 sacred realms. Of course, we also suffered heavy losses. In recent years, we have been slowly recuperating and nurturing the next generation, preparing for another invasion from other worlds. This was the first time Chen Fan had heard news about the area outside the Azure Dragon domain. He had previously thought that the Azure Dragon domain was already quite large, but he hadn't expected that it was only 1/5 of the 5 Saint Realms, let alone that there were other worlds outside the 5 Saint Realms. Most importantly, other worlds may invade the 5 sacred realms again, just like tens of thousands of years ago. If the 5 sacred realms are not strong enough this time, they may be swallowed up by other worlds, then his family and friends might become slaves to others, which is not what Chen Fan wants to see. Therefore, only by becoming stronger can we better protect our family and friends. Seeing that Chen Fan remains silent, Morong Shueshue patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry too much. There are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls. Our 5 Saints realm still has many strong people, including some who have gone to other worlds to train." Chen Fan pinched Morong Shueshue's cheek and said, "I'm not worried about that. I'm just a nobody, so worrying won't help. I just think that our 5 Saints realm is already so big. How big are the other worlds?" Morong Shueshue angrily slapped Chen Fan's hand away and said, "If you dare to pinch my face again, I'll chop off your hand." Chen Fan quickly pinched Morong Shueshue's face again before leaving. Chen Fan, Morong Shueshue angrily chased after Chen Fan, but unfortunately, the difference in their strength was too great, and Morong Shueshue chased Chen Fan for an hour without catching up. Finally, Morong Shueshue stopped, annoyed, and said, "I'll let you off this time, but if there's a next time, I won't let you off the hook." After saying that, Morong Shueshue walked to Chen Fan's barbecue grill, took the skewers that Chen Fan had grilled in her hands, and took a few big bites. As if the skewers in her hands were Chen Fan's meat, Chen Fan lay leisurely on the tree trunk, watching Morong Shueshue eat her kebabs with resentment, and thought that Morong Shueshue could be quite cute at times. Chapter 155 Studying Ergonomics. The two spent about 10 days peacefully in this sacred lakeside spot. Besides their daily cultivation, the two spent their time barbecuing and bickering. These past 10 days or so have been the most comfortable days the two of them have had since they came into this world. Neither of them planned to leave the formation and continue searching for resources outside. As the outside world had become a world of white-haired monsters, the remaining cultivators are either hiding or being chased around by the white-haired monster. Now everyone is condemning those who broke the formation of the Holy Land of Moyang City. If it weren't for these people breaking the formation of the Holy Land of Moyang City, these white-haired monsters would not have appeared in this world, and everyone could have left safely. And now, things are really bad. Less than 1 in 10 cultivators are left. Even those who are left live in constant fear, hiding and running away. They don't have a single good day. Now everyone is praying that the time to leave this place will come soon. Compared to the hellish lives of those outside the formation, Chen Fan and his companion were living in paradise, enjoying a comfortable and leisurely existence every day. That day, after Chen Fan finished his cultivation, he didn't see Morong Shueshue. He didn't know where she had gone. Over the past 10 days, they had gotten used to each other's presence. Now that he didn't see Morong Shueshue, Chen Fan was really a little unaccustomed to it. However, Chen Fan didn't care and started arranging the barbecue on his own. He believed that Morong Shueshue would appear soon after smelling the barbecue. Just like the previous times, whenever Chen Fan starts grilling barbecue, Morong Shueshue always appears immediately, as if afraid that Chen Fan will eat a few more skewers. After Chen Fan grilled for a while, the aroma of barbecue began to waft out. Sure enough, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and Morong Shueshue appeared soon as Chen Fan had expected. "You're a dog." Chen Fan looked up, wanting to say a few sarcastic words to Morong Shueshue, but he was shocked by Morong Shueshue's appearance. Halfway through his sentence, Morong Shueshue appeared in a white dress, her hair meticulously combed and draped over her shoulders, reaching down to her waist like a black waterfall, adorned with a few small white flowers. A white jade fork held her hair in place on her head. Wearing this white dress, Morong Shueshue looked like a fairy from a myth, leaving Chen Fan momentarily stunned. Seeing Chen Fan's stunned expression, Morong Shueshue nodded with satisfaction and said sweetly, "Is it beautiful?" "Okay, it looks good." Chen Fan had to admit that Morong Shueshue was really beautiful now. "Where did you get this outfit?" Then Chen Fan asked the question that had been bothering him. "In the ruins. This is a dress that's a low-grade magic treasure," Morong Shueshue said proudly. "You actually wore someone else's clothes? Don't you mind that the person had body odor?" Chen Fan said, dumbfounded. Morong Shueshue nearly choked to death upon hearing Chen Fan's words. "This is a magic weapon with its own cleaning function, do you understand?" Morong Shueshue said angrily. But the magic weapon was also worn by someone else. Morong Shueshue really didn't want to discuss with Chen Fan anymore whether this magical garment had been worn by someone else. Male chauvinism. After muttering something to herself, Morong Shueshue picked up the hem of her skirt with both hands and twirled around in front of Chen Fan a few times, saying, "Am I pretty or not?" "Beautiful." Chen Fan had to admit that Morong Shueshue looked absolutely stunning in that white magical artifact dress. Her whole body radiated a faint magical artifact light, which made her skin appear even more fair and rosy. This made Chen Fan want to pinch Morong Shueshue's cheeks even more. Hearing Chen Fan's praise, Morong Shueshue was secretly delighted. After spending the past 10 days together, Morong Shueshue had come to approve of Chen Fan even more. Even though Chen Fan was a straight man, however, he is very sincere towards his relatives and friends, as can be seen from his conversation with Chen Fan. It was almost time to leave, and Morong Shueshue knew she didn't have much time left to wait. So she dressed up carefully today, intending to win Chen Fan over first, lest he be snatched away by another woman. Morong Shueshue would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. A woman like Morong Shueshue is very opinionated. She doesn't care how many women Chen Fan has, but any other woman who wants to get close to Chen Fan must first get past her. Morong Shueshue said sweetly, "Chen Fan, do you think I'm beautiful?" Hearing Morong Shueshue's sweet, delicate voice, Chen Fan couldn't help but shudder and stammered, What do you want to do, think?" Chen Fan looked completely bewildered. What kind of answer is this? But Morong Shueshue had already given him the answer. Morong Shueshue moved closer to Chen Fan, hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed her fiery red cherry lips against his. When Chen Fan saw Morong Shueshue approaching and hooking her arms around his neck, he instinctively tried to pry her off. But when Morong Shueshue's lips came close, Chen Fan's head exploded. This Chen Fan was at a loss for what to do. He wanted to push Morong Shueshue away, but the soft sensation on her lips made him reluctant to do so, and he froze there for a moment. Morong Shueshue clearly sensed Chen Fan's nervousness. What she feared most was that this straight man would push her away, which would make her incredibly embarrassed. Seeing that Chen Fan did not push her away, Morong Shueshue proceeded to the next step. Chen Fan's body, which had been stiff, suddenly felt as if a small fish was swimming into his mouth, with a sweet taste. Although Chen Fan is straight, it doesn't mean he doesn't understand these things. After all, he is a guy who has studied film technology from a certain country. Although he doesn't have practical skills, he can still put what he has learned to use. With Morong Shueshue taking the initiative, Chen Fan couldn't resist. He turned the tables, picked up Morong Shueshue, and carried her to a huge tree trunk, which was at least 7 or 8 meters wide, enough for the two of them to fight. The two were like dry tinder, ready to ignite at any moment. They started studying ergonomics right there on that broad tree trunk. Both of them were so engrossed in their research that they neglected to eat or sleep, and because they were both powerful cultivators, their research was even more endless. After a day and a night of research, the two finally reached a consensus, and only then did they feel tired and begin to rest. After a day of rest, Chen Fan was the first to wake up. Looking at Morong Shueshue beside him, Chen Fan felt like he was dreaming. How could he suddenly have gone from a boy to a real man? Looking at Morong Shueshue's exquisite face, Chen Fan couldn't help but touch it, and then naturally. Chapter 156: The 3-Year Agreement. Morong Shueshue let out a soft moan, a sound that was utterly deadly. This led to renewed disagreements between the two regarding ergonomics, forcing them to continue their research. Finally, after a day of reasoned argument by Chen Fan, Morong Shueshue had no choice but to give in. After the two slept together in each other's arms all night, Chen Fan still got up and went to get some barbecue. After grilling the barbecue, Chen Fan called Morong Shueshue to get up and eat. After Morong Shueshue finished dressing, she came to Chen Fan's side. Chen Fan saw that Morong Shueshue's charm had increased even more after he had aroused her, and just looking at her made him aroused. Morong Shueshue felt a little embarrassed by Chen Fan's stare and said, "Still looking? Didn't you get enough yesterday?" "No, how about we finish eating and continue?" "Keep going, my foot. I'm not tired." Morong Shueshue said coquettishly. Hearing Morong Shueshue's words, Chen Fan scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Indeed, Morong Shueshue had said no yesterday, but he had been like a tireless ox. Several times, Morong Shueshue almost fainted. If she weren't a nascent soul cultivator, she really wouldn't have been able to endure it. This is also thanks to Chen Fan's void body refining technique. Chen Fan did not expect that this body refining technique is not just about physical strength. Even the little brother has increased significantly, which is a pleasant surprise. After finishing the barbecue, Morong Shueshue refused Chen Fan's request again. She just couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Morong Shueshue was truly unable to bear it, Chen Fan had no choice but to give up. He obediently went to cultivate. After a day and a night of cultivation, Morong Shueshue recovered, but Chen Fan dragged her away to study her again, and so, the two spent nearly 10 days practicing and studying human engineering. Neither of them knew what was going on outside, nor did they want to know. "It's time for me to leave this world." "We're about to leave this world," Morong Shueshue said with some worry. After spending more than half a month with Chen Fan, Morong Shueshue was already reluctant to leave him. Although Chen Fan was a straight man, he wasn't so straight after becoming Chen Fan's woman. It even felt warm, which was why Morong Shueshue was reluctant to leave Chen Fan. Yes. Chen Fan was also reluctant to part with Morong Shueshue. "After we leave this world, it won't be so easy for us to meet again, and we don't know when we'll be able to see each other again," Morong Shueshue said to Chen Fan. Chen Fan hugged Morong Shueshue and said, "Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long. I'll come find you." "Really? How long will it take for you to come see me?" "Really, at most 3 years, I will definitely come to find you." 3 years? Are you sure? "I'm sure," Chen Fan assured him. "Yes, I believe you," Morong Shueshue said, turning around and hugging Chen Fan. The two of them then made a 3-year pact, all lovey-dovey. On this day, both of them sensed that it was time for them to leave this world. "Chen Fan, don't forget our 3-year promise. You must come to find me then." "If you don't come to find me, I will come to find you," Morong Shueshue said, hugging Chen Fan. I will definitely come to find you, don't worry, Chen Fan said again, hugging Morong Shuashua tightly. Morong Shuashua broke free from Chen Fan's embrace, cut off a section of her long hair, and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, "This is my hair. When you come to the Vermilion Bird domain, you will be able to sense your presence with this hair." Chen Fan took the long hair, solemnly put it away, and said, "Okay." At that moment, both of them sensed that they were about to leave. Chen Fan quickly took out a storage ring and handed it to Morong Shuashua, saying, "This is for you."
"What is this?"
Morong Shuashua asked curiously. "Some cultivation resources," Chen Fan said. Morong Shuashua hurriedly tried to return the ring to Chen Fan, saying, "You need resources more than I do, you should keep it for yourself." But Chen Fan pushed it back, saying, "Take it, I have plenty more." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash of light. Immediately afterwards, Morong Shuashua also turned into a beam of light and disappeared. In the Vermilion Bird domain, on a vast continent, within the infinite tower of the Flame Sun continent, Morong Shuashua appeared inside the teleportation array holding a storage ring in her hand. Morong Shuashua stared at the ring in her hand, speechless for a long time. From her conversation with Chen Fan, Morong Shuashua learned that Chen Fan's place was not wealthy, and that Chen Fan's family was not like those large families with abundant cultivation resources. In this way, Chen Fan also gave her the resources he obtained in the infinite world. Morong Shuashua said it was impossible not to be moved. Morong Shuashua didn't know what was inside the ring, and planned to check it out when she got back. After exiting the Infinity Tower, a middle-aged woman with two maids greeted her, saying, "Princess, welcome back." The two maids behind her also bowed and said, "Princess." Morong Shuashua was also very happy to see the middle-aged woman and said, "Aunt Lu. Princess, how was the harvest this time?" Aunt Lu asked curiously. Morong Shuashua put away the storage ring in her hand and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." "All right, let's go." "The prince has been eyeing the princess for a long time," Aunt Lu said happily. Morong Shuashua and Aunt Lu chatted and laughed all the way, and soon arrived at a large courtyard located in the center of the city. This compound is extremely large, occupying roughly 1/5 of the entire city. It's like a palace, only without the same splendor and magnificence. It was just simple blue bricks and green tiles, but a remarkable array enveloped the entire courtyard. A row of guards stood at the entrance of the compound, and two pairs of huge bronze monsters stood in front of the gate. The huge plaque with the words Morong hanging at the entrance also highlights the identity of the owner of this grand courtyard. That's right, he is a prince of the Morong dynasty, one of the 5 great dynasties on this continent. He is the half-brother of the current emperor and was granted the title of Prince Yongle by the emperor. This place was also the fiefdom of the Yongle king, named Yongle City. Of course, the Yongle king's fiefdom was not limited to just Yongle City. Yongle City is just one of the main cities in the fiefdom of King Yongle. There are 9 other cities and 18 other places under King Yongle's fiefdom. These 9 cities and 18 territories would supply the Yongle prince with a considerable amount of resources and wealth every year, so the Yongle prince's palace was not really lacking in resources, but some rare resources were still scarce. Morong Shuashua was also the daughter of this Yongle king, who had 1 son and 1 daughter. The woman was naturally Morong Shuashua, and she also had a son named Morong Yunhai. Morong Yunhai's innate spiritual veins were only of the 2nd rank. As a result, the royal family and Prince Yongle tried every means to obtain resources, but they could only raise Morong Yunhai's spiritual veins to the 3rd rank. The amount of manpower and resources required to further improve Morong Yunhai's aptitude and spiritual roots is unimaginable. Chapter 157 Morong Prince's Mansion. This is why Morong Shuashua previously said she was willing to give up all the resources she acquired in that world to exchange for the talent fruit. Morong Shuashua, Aunt Lu, and the others soon arrived at the gate of the Morong Prince's mansion and entered the mansion chatting and laughing. The guards at the door bowed and said, "Princess, Lord Lu." After waving to the guards, Morong Shuashua walked into the palace chatting and laughing with Aunt Lu. After entering the palace, Morong Shuashua smiled and said to Aunt Lu, "Aunt Lu, I'll go wash up first. Could you prepare some food for me? There's absolutely nothing to eat in this world. I'm so hungry." Yes, I'll go and arrange your favorite food right away." "Can't you change your gluttonous temper?" Aunt Lu said, half scolding and half doting. Her princess was good in every way, except that she was greedy. Hearing Lu Zhou's words, Morong Shuashua nodded happily and said, "I knew Aunt Lu was the best to me." After saying that, she went briskly to her room to wash up. Aunt Lu shook her head and smiled as she went to make the arrangements. After returning to her room, Morong Shueshue washed up and sat down at her dressing table. Taking out the storage ring that Chen Fan had given her. Upon opening the storage ring, I discovered that it contained a great many items. Morong Shueshue looked at them one by one. The majority of the spiritual herbs and medicines are of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th grade. But they are superior in terms of variety and quantity. On average, there are thousands of each type of plant. There are nearly 300 kinds of spiritual herbs and medicines. If there are thousands of each kind, there are as many as 300,000 plants. There are also more than 30 varieties of grade 8 and 9 plants, with about 500 plants of each variety, which brings the total to 15,000 plants. There are also more than 10 kinds of materials for refining weapons and pills of the 8th and 9th grades, with about 500 of each kind. When Morong Shueshue saw what was below, she was even more surprised. The number of top-grade spirit stones is as high as 50 billion. You should know that even the Morong Royal Palace only produces a few 100 million top-grade spirit stones a year. What happened next left Morong Shueshue so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Morong Shueshue thought that 50 billion top-grade spirit stones was already a lot, but she didn't expect that there would also be spirit liquid. This spirit liquid was stored in a gourd, and the gourd was also a spatial item. Judging from the amount of spirit liquid inside, it was at least 100,000 tons. 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid. What does that even mean? It's important to know that sometimes when a magical liquid appears, it's sold in large quantities, measured in grams. Smaller quantities are sold in drops. This 100,000 tons is not just 1 or 2 tons. As far as Morong Shueshue knew, there was a time when a powerful force brought out nearly a ton of spiritual liquid from a secret realm in the infinite world. It is unknown how many high-level cultivators were trained, which increased the overall strength of this major force by nearly 30%. How many advanced cultivators can I cultivate with my 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid? However, these 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid cannot all be taken out. They can only be taken out little by little. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Morong dynasty, and might even bring about its annihilation. However, what she saw next was something Morong Shueshue could never have imagined. There were 50 heavenly talent fruits. Back then, Morong Shueshue was willing to give up all the gains in that world to exchange for just one heavenly talent fruit, but Chen Fan didn't agree. Unexpectedly, Chen Fan gave her 50 heavenly talent fruits in the blink of an eye. When Morong Shueshue examined the next item, she discovered that it had writing on it. Upon closer inspection, she found that it read Immortal Fruit. Morong Shueshue's head was about to explode. Immortal fruit? She couldn't believe it. Chen Fan actually had immortal fruit, and not just one, but 5. Although Morong Shueshue was not sure if the immortal fruit was the kind she was thinking of, she dared not underestimate anything with the word immortal in its name. The next thing that drove Morong Shueshue completely mad was the 4th grade immortal medicine, the Golden Crow Fire Lotus. This is a celestial medicine that can regenerate a celestial grade spiritual root. Normally, it's rare to find even one. I currently have 5 in my storage ring. It's not that Morong Shueshue had never seen celestial grade items before. She had seen them quite often, but those were just ordinary celestial grade resources. Items like the Immortal Talent Fruit and the Golden Crow Fire Lotus are practically priceless and unavailable. After all, these kinds of things are rare to begin with. Even the 9th grade diamond level heavenly talent fruit is priceless and unavailable, let alone the Immortal Talent Fruit and the Golden Crow Fire Lotus. In large families, not all offspring are born with cultivation talent. There are plenty of people without it. That's when rare and precious materials that can change one's aptitude in spiritual roots come in handy. However, these rare and precious materials are extremely scarce and cannot be obtained simply by wanting them. Basically, every time they appear, they are snapped up in a frenzy. No one can guarantee that their offspring will have cultivation talent. If they don't have cultivation talent, these rare and precious materials can come in handy. Therefore, as long as such rare and precious materials exist, regardless of whether they are currently useful, anyone with the strength will try to seize them. Ever since Morong Tianhai was found to have extremely poor cultivation talent, the Morong royal family has been searching for rare and precious materials to improve cultivation talent. However, after so many years, they have only managed to raise Morong Tianhai's talent root to the 3rd grade, and have not found any more rare and precious materials to improve cultivation talent since then. And now, not only do they have immortal fruits that can elevate one's spiritual root to the immortal grade, but they even have Golden Crow Fire Lotuses that can regenerate an immortal grade spiritual root. How could Morong Shueshue not go mad? The next few items were also of immortal quality. including more than 10 level 3 immortal quality Azure Flame Phoenix eggs. These level 3 immortal quality Azure Flame Phoenix eggs are quite impressive. The Morong royal family kept quite a few mythical beasts, including some of the 7th rank mythical beasts, which shows how powerful the Morong royal family was. The remaining materials are some celestial grade refining materials. These materials are relatively common for the Morong royal family, but they are still celestial grade and therefore quite valuable. Finally, there was a jade slip.
Morong Shueshue took it out and placed it on her forehead.
A large amount of information entered Morong Shueshue's mind. After digesting it, Morong Shueshue realized that it was a cultivation technique for the soul, and it was even at the immortal level. The Morong royal family also possesses cultivation techniques for harnessing the power of the soul, but it is only an 8th grade technique. Although it is only an 8th grade technique, it is vastly superior to those forces that do not cultivate soul techniques. Now, Morong Shueshue will have even more powerful soul energy to cultivate her techniques. Morong Shueshue tidied up everything. She put the items that could be used for cultivation into a storage ring, and left the rest of the items that could not be taken out into the storage ring that Chen Fan had given her. After tidying everything up, Morong Shueshue adjusted herself before slowly walking out of her boudoir. Chapter 158. Eating from a different pot. After leaving the Infinite Tower and identifying his own direction, Chen Fan teleported there and appeared directly in his room. Chen Fan washed up first before leisurely opening the door to his room. It's only noon now. Chen Fan just used his divine sense to check the house. His younger siblings should be at school, since they still have to attend classes. The parents must have gone to the store, and their youngest daughter, Chen Ru, probably went with them. Chen Fan's family should be safe in this city now. Chen Fan went downstairs, where 2 maids who were cleaning and picking vegetables saw him suddenly come down from upstairs. Although they were a little surprised, they were used to it. They knew that the young master of this family had gone to the infinite world to cultivate, and he should have returned by now.
Young master. The 2 maids hurriedly stood up and said.
These 2 maids were hired by Chen Fan and were named Lu Choying and Li Baibing respectively. Chen Fan waved his hand and said, Aunt Lu, Aunt Li, don't be so polite, you go about your business. After saying that, Chen Fan went to the sofa in the living room and picked up a newspaper to read. After sitting for a short while, Li Baibing, who was in charge of sanitation, brought over a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Chen Fan.
Thank you, Aunt Li.
Young master, you're too kind, Li Baibing said, waving his hand hastily. By the way, I saw Aunt Lu preparing lunch.
Will my parents be back for lunch?
Chen Fan asked casually. Yes, the master and madam come back for dinner every day after they finish their business at the shop. They should be back around this time, Li Baibing replied.
Okay, I understand, Aunt Li, you can go ahead and do your work.
Okay, young master, call me if you need anything, Li Baibing said, and then went to attend to his duties. Chen Fan hadn't been reading the newspaper for long when he heard a sound from the doorway. It must be Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei returning with the little girl. Chen Fan also got up and walked towards the door. Sure enough, Chen Guotao and his wife came in with their little girl. Chen Fan hurriedly went to greet them and said, Dad, Mom, you're back.
Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei both looked over with surprise and delight. Fong Bingwei even rushed over and took Chen Fan's hand, saying, Son, when did you get back?
Chen Fan patted Fong Bingwei's hand and said, You just got back not long ago.
At this moment, the little girl ran over happily and called out, Brother, brother. Chen Fan smiled, bent down, picked up the little girl, and said, Did you miss your brother?
He then kissed the little girl on the cheek. The little girl was initially very happy, but after Chen Fan kissed her, her face immediately fell, and she said, I don't want to. After saying that, she rubbed her face hard with her hands, trying to struggle to get down. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan burst into laughter and kissed the little girl's face a few more times. The little girl was almost crying, calling out, Mommy, Mommy, save me, as she struggled to get out of Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan didn't dare to hold Chen Ru too tightly, for fear of hurting her, so he let her struggle to leave his embrace. After breaking free from Chen Fan's embrace, Chen Ru quickly grabbed Fong Bingwei's leg and complained to her, Mom, my older brother is so mean. He got my face all spit on him. You should scold him. Chen Ru's action caused everyone to burst into laughter. Chen Guotao laughed and said, Alright, your older brother was just teasing you. Fong Bingwei smiled and said, Okay, Mom will scold him later. Chen Ru looked up at Fong Bingwei and asked, Are you really going to scold him later? Fong Bing affectionately patted Chen Ru's head and said, Really? Let's go inside. Your Aunt Lu has already prepared a delicious meal for us. After saying that, Fang Bingwei took Chen Ru's hand and walked into the house. Chen Guotao and Chen Fan followed them in with smiles. At the dinner table, Fang Bingwei kept putting food on Chen Fan's plate, saying, "Xiao Fan, eat more. You've lost weight. Come on, eat this, it's delicious. Give me some of this too." "Mom, that's enough, I can't put any more in." Chen Fan looked at the full bowl of food in his bowl and didn't know where to start eating. At this moment, Chen Guotao put another piece of food into Chen Fan's bowl and said, "A young man like you, a little bit is not enough." Chen Fan hesitated, looking at the pile of rice bowls, and said, "Should I change the bowl?" "Changing the pot is fine too, Aunt Lu, get a pot for Xiao Fan," Fang Bingwei said to Lu Qiuying, who was still in the kitchen. No, Aunt Lu, it's okay, I was just joking with my mom." Chen Fan quickly stopped her. The little girl stared at Chen Fan and Fang Bingwei with curiosity, then asked Fang Bingwei, "Mom, when do you scold my brother?" Fang Bingwei also put a piece of food on Chen Ru's plate and said, "Eat first, then you can scold her after you finish eating." "You'll start scolding me after dinner," Chen Ru reminded her again. Chen Fan couldn't help but flick Chen Ru's nose and said, "You really want to see your brother get scolded?" Chen Ru nodded firmly. Chen Fan was speechless. After a joyful meal, Chen Guotao and his wife went to cultivate, while Chen Fan took his daughter Chen Ru out for a stroll all afternoon. In the afternoon, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping were all dismissed from school. Chen Fan then took his family out for a delicious seafood feast. After eating, we took a stroll in the nearby park before heading home. After returning home, his younger siblings began to pester Chen Fan, asking him to tell them about what happened in the infinite world. The little ones listened with great interest, and even Mr. and Mrs. Chen Guotao were completely engrossed. Of course, Chen Fan only told a part of the story about Morong Shua. Although only a part of it was told, it probably won't mean much to Chen Fan's younger siblings. However, Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei were able to keenly sense that their son had an unusual relationship with this girl named Morong Shua. As people with experience, Chen Guotao and his wife knew very well that Chen Fan was definitely interested in this girl, but they never imagined that their son had already slept with another girl and done things he shouldn't have done. They talked until 10 p.m., and only after Fang Bingwei urged them did Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping reluctantly leave the living room and go back to their rooms to sleep. As for Chen Ru, she had already gone to sleep. Seeing that his younger siblings had gone back to sleep, Chen Fan then began to take out some of his gains from this trip to the infinite world. First, he took out the immortal talent fruit and the golden crow fire lotus of the 4th grade of immortal level and said, "Mom and Dad, these are the immortal talent fruit and the golden crow fire lotus. The immortal talent fruit can improve a person's aptitude in spiritual root, and can improve it to the highest grade of immortal spiritual root. And this golden crow fire lotus can even allow a person to regenerate a fire attribute spiritual root, and it is also a celestial grade 1. Take this when you have time. The only side effect of taking this immortal fruit is that it's very painful. When I took it, I was in excruciating pain, but the effect was also very obvious." Chapter 159. Dabai had already learned to bark like a dog then. Chen Fan gave Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei 100,000 tons of spiritual liquid and 50 billion top-grade spiritual stones each. He also gave the Immortal Soul Technique and the 9th rank Cultivation Technique, the Celestial Phenomenon Overlord Body Technique, to Chen Guotao and his wife. Chen Fan also gave a lot of items below the 5th rank, which were used to replenish the shop. After handing these items over to Chen Guotao and his wife, Chen Fan specifically instructed them to inform him if they wished to consume the immortal fruit and the golden crow fire lotus, so that he could protect them. As for his younger siblings' share, Chen Fan decided to wait until they were a little older. For the next few days, Chen Fan spent his days taking the little girl out shopping and playing. The Chen Guotao couple planned to take the Tianzi fruit. After several days of preparation, they finally decided to take it. Chen Fan was well aware of the pain of taking the immortal fruit, but Chen Guotao and his wife had experienced the baptism of death, so they could grit their teeth and persevere. With Chen Fan protecting them, Chen Guotao and his wife managed to overcome the pain brought on by the heavenly talent fruit without any serious injury. His aptitude in spiritual roots have finally been upgraded to the immortal grade. After a few days of recuperation, Mr. and Mrs. Chen Guotao started taking Jinwu Huolian again. It also succeeded in giving birth to a celestial grade fire spirit root. Now Chen Fan, Chen Guotao, and Fang Bingwei all have dual spiritual roots, and they are all immortal grade spiritual roots. After Chen Guotao and Fang Bingwei both acquired dual spiritual roots, their cultivation speed was like a rocket. With the aid of spiritual liquid, it was as if a booster had been added to the rocket, allowing them to progress by leaps and bounds. After Chen Fan entered the infinite world, Chen Guotao and his wife did not slacken their cultivation progress. When Chen Fan entered the infinite world, Chen Guotao and his wife were already at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, and now almost 4 months have passed.
Both Chen Guotao and his wife reached the 7th level of body tempering.
With Chen Fan's unlimited resources, they were able to advance 1 realm per month, even though their aptitude in spiritual roots limited their advancement speed. Now that both of them have dual-grade immortal level spiritual roots, their cultivation levels are changing every day. After a day of cultivation, he actually reached the 8th level of body tempering, and 2 days later he reached the 9th level. 3 days later, they broke through to the qi refining stage. The thrill of this upgrade was irresistible to Chen Guotao and his wife. He basically spends all day in his room practicing. Chen Fan was left to take care of Chen Ru. During the day, he would take Chen Ru out to play, and at night he would go back to his room to cultivate. Otherwise, you could guide Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping in their cultivation. These 3 siblings also worked hard and did not neglect their cultivation as their family's living standards and status improved. After 3 months of training, Chen Bing has reached the 7th level of body tempering, while Chen Dong and Chen Ping have reached the 3rd level of body tempering. Respectively, with Chen Fan's guidance, they will surely break through to the next level soon. For their age, this level of achievement is already considered above average among their peers. Of course, they can't compare to those geniuses, but there's no need to worry. When Chen Bing and the others are a little older, Chen Fan will give them immortal fruit and golden crow fire lotus. By then, Chen Bing and the others will all become geniuses. That day, Chen Fan was playing with Chen Ru in the yard when suddenly a dog barked from the doorway, then a white figure jumped in from outside the courtyard wall. Chen Fan initially thought it was some mad dog and was about to make a move, but they discovered that the dog looked a bit like a tiger. Wait, a tiger? Isn't that Baymax? At this moment, Chen Ru had already run over first, hugged Debai's neck, and wanted to climb onto Debai's body. After Debai jumped over the wall, he suddenly became alert when he discovered that there was a young man in the house. Could this person be a human trafficker, trying to kidnap the little master, etc.? Why does this person look so familiar? Isn't this the cheap owner who has been missing for a long time? The man and the tiger stared at each other like that. Finally, Chen Fan spoke first. You dead dog? Oops, no, you dead tiger. Where have you been all this time?
After hearing Chen Fan's questioning, the big white dog became unwilling and started barking at Chen Fan. How dare you ask me where I went? How long has it been since you've been home? Have you forgotten all of us? I come back to stay for a month or 2 every now and then. Tell me, where did you go? Have you forgotten about me?
Big White unleashed a barrage of attacks on Chen Fan. Chen Fan was completely bewildered by Debai's barking.
Wasn't this a white tiger? Why was it barking?
Chen Fan reached out to stop Debai from barking, saying, Aren't you a tiger?
Why are you barking like a dog?
When Debai heard Chen Fan's words, he was also stunned for a moment.
That's right, he was the king of all beasts, how could he bark like a dog?
Sigh, it's all because he spent too much time with those dogs and got infected. At this moment, Chen Ru explained, Debai already knows how to bark, didn't you know that, brother?
What, it already knew how to bark like a dog? How would I know? Where did you learn it? Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. Debai learned these skills in the government's doghouse.
Debai also often helps the government track down bad guys. The government even rewarded Debai with a lot of money and bought me lots of delicious and fun things, Chen Ru said proudly, stroking Debai's fur. What? Chen Fan could hardly believe that this big white dog could actually hang out with the government's dogs and even help the government track down bad guys. After hearing Chen Ping's praise, Debai actually raised his chin proudly and looked at Chen Fan with a disdainful attitude. Chen Fan was both amused and annoyed. He looked at Debai and said, You're wasting your cultivation level. Right now, in this family, apart from Xiao Ru, your cultivation level is the lowest. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Debai immediately lowered his raised chin. Chen Fan was right, even Chen Dong and Chen Ping's cultivation levels were now higher than his. Ever since Chen Fan brought it to this world, it has never improved its cultivation level. When it came, it was a first-grade diamond spirit beast, and it is still a first-grade diamond spirit beast now. Chen Fan's words made it somewhat withdrawn. He walked listlessly to the corner of the room and lay there motionless. No matter how much Chen Ru pried at its fur, it remained unmoved. Chen Fan felt that this dog was acting a bit. No, it was more like a tiger. Chen Fan took out a bottle of bone-strengthening pills and poured out a pill with a slightly fishy smell. Debai had been watching. Chen Fan's movements ever since Chen Fan took out the jade bottle after Chen Fan poured out a bone-strengthening pill, Dubai finally couldn't help but shake its head and walk over to it came to Chen Fan's side, wagging its tail frantically and barking incessantly. Chen Fan looked at the white tiger, which resembled a dog, and was truly speechless. A perfectly good white tiger had been turned into a dog. It seemed that the tiger was gone forever. Chapter 160 Azure Dragon Auction House. Chen Fan handed the bone-strengthening pill to Dubai, who swallowed it in one gulp. Then, looking at the jade bottle in Chen Fan's hand, he gestured for Chen Fan to continue. Chen Fan put away the jade bottle and said, "You should digest it first. I'm afraid you'll overeat and burst." It wasn't that Chen Fan was stingy, it's just that Dubai's cultivation level was too low, and Chen Fan really didn't dare to give it too many pills, but Big White still wouldn't let go of Chen Fan, so Chen Fan simply kicked it aside. Go, digest the pill properly." After saying that, he pulled Chen Ru out the door, leaving Dubai there with a resentful look as Chen Fan and Chen Ru left. When Chen Fan and Chen Ru returned, it was already evening. Dubai was fast asleep under the eaves, and it was estimated that he wouldn't wake up for several days. Spirit beasts are different from human cultivators. As long as they have enough energy, they can break through to the next realm simply by sleeping. Of course, it takes longer for spirit beasts to break through than for humans. That day, just as Chen Fan was about to take Chen Ru out for some more fun, guests suddenly arrived at their home. The people who came were also people Chen Fan knew: Jin Buwan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhangyi, who had wanted to follow Chen Fan in the past. Chen Fan led the three into the living room, and they greeted him in unison. "Greetings, young master." Chen Fan waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities. What brings you here?" Jin Buwan said, "It's nothing. I just came to pay my respects upon hearing that you have returned, young master." Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhangyi also nodded. "I didn't expect you to come here first, since I had something to ask you." "I was planning to come to you in a few days." "Please give your orders, young master," the three said in unison. "It's nothing major. I just need you to find some information about various resources. The more the better, and the higher the grade the better, the more the merrier. It doesn't need to be recorded too thoroughly. Just knowing what resources are used for and what they are used for is enough." Jin Buwan said, "If you only need this information, you can probably find it quickly. If you need more comprehensive information, I suggest you go to the Qinglong auction house in the provincial capital. You should be able to buy more comprehensive information there." Azure Dragon Auction House? Yes, the Azure Dragon Auction House is an auction house jointly operated by several major forces in the Azure Dragon Star region. Although it is an auction house, it also engages in buying and selling transactions on a regular basis, but it holds auctions from time to time. Speaking of auctions, the Azure Dragon Auction House in the provincial capital will be holding an auction in 2 days. If you are interested, young master, I can accompany you. I have some experience with the Azure Dragon Auction House, Jin Buwan said to Chen Fan. Upon hearing this, Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhangyi quickly added, "We can also accompany you, young master." After considering for a moment, Chen Fan said, "This trip is just to buy some necessary items, so we don't need so many people to go. Just Lao Jin will accompany me." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Jin Buwan exclaimed with delight, "Yes." Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhangyi had no choice but to agree, secretly cursing Jin Buwan as an old fox. "If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Old Jin, come with me to the Azure Dragon Auction House in a couple of days." "Yes." All three nodded and prepared to leave. Etc. Just as the three were about to leave, Chen Fan called them back. "Here are some resources. Take them back and use them for cultivation. After all, you can't afford to have a low cultivation level while you're with me." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out 3 storage bags and gave them to the 3 of them respectively. The 3 hurriedly accepted the storage bag and said with great gratitude, "Thank you, young master." "All right, you can go now." "Yes." The 3 of them then turned and left. The reason they had come here so eagerly was to become familiar with Chen Fan. If he could give them some cultivation resources, they would be satisfied. They hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so generous and straightforward, directly providing them with resources for cultivation. This made them realize they hadn't followed the wrong person, and they secretly vowed to work hard for Chen Fan. After the 3 left Chen Fan's villa, they each looked at each other. Jin Buwan said, "Gentlemen, I have some things to attend to at home today, so I'll be leaving now." Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi nodded with forced smiles and said, "That's perfect.
We all have things to do, so let's get together another time."
After saying that, they went back to their respective places. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that they just wanted to go back as soon as possible to see what resources Chen Fan had bestowed upon them. The three of them returned home and couldn't wait to open the storage bag and take a look. There are about 300 4th grade spiritual herbs, about 100 5th grade herbs, about 50 6th grade herbs, and 3 7th grade herbs. And these are just the spiritual herbs. In total, there are about 400 herbs, besides elixirs. Spirit stones made up the majority of the items, with about 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This is already a huge resource, one that none of the three of them could even imagine. For example, the resources they obtained from entering the infinite world combined were less than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but Chen Fan suddenly gave them more wealth and resources than they could earn in several lifetimes. With these spirit stones, they could purchase the pills and cultivation techniques they needed for their own cultivation. They were certain that if they turned these spirit stones into resources, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be no problem. This further strengthened their resolve to cling to Chen Fan's coattails. Even a tiny bit of Chen Fan's generosity would be enough to feed and entertain them. In fact, these resources were just a drop in the ocean for Chen Fan, not even a drop in the ocean. 2 days later, Jin Buwan arrived at Chen Fan's villa very early. Not long after he arrived, Chen Fan opened the door and came out. "Young master. Let's go." "Yes." Jin Buwan led the way, and at their pace, they arrived at the Qinglong auction house in the province in a short while. Qinglong auction house is located in the most central and bustling area of the province and city, and covers a very large area. Although the Qinglong auction house occupies a vast area, its building is not tall, only 3 stories high. The first floor is the open free trading area, the second floor is the auction venue, and the third floor is the VIP area, which can only be accessed by becoming a VIP of Qinglong auction house. Jin Buwan first led Chen Fan to the free trade area. Here, not only was there a trading venue for the Qinglong auction house, but other merchants also rented space to conduct free trade. The trading area of Qinglong auction house occupies only a small part. The rest of the space is rented out. However, the rent here is extremely expensive. Just a small shop costs as much as 500 low-grade spirit stones a month. Despite the high rent, shops here are still in short supply. Chapter 161. Entering the auction venue, Jin Buwan led Chen Fan directly to the shop of Qinglong auction house. The shops were still bustling with customers, and business was booming. At that moment, a male waiter came over and said warmly, "Welcome. Is there anything I can help you with?" Knowing that Chen Fan wanted to buy information about the functions and uses of various resources, Jin Buwan asked, "Do you have any information about various resources here?" "What do you mean?" the waiter asked, somewhat confused. "It's information about the functions and uses of various resources," Jin Buwan explained. The waiter nodded in understanding and said, yes, but I don't know what level of resource information you need. The price is different depending on the level." Jin Buwan didn't know what level Chen Fan needed, so he turned to Chen Fan and said, "Young master, what do you think?" "I want it all, everything you can offer," Chen Fan said generously. "Both?" "Sir, are you sure?" "Yes, I want them both." "Okay, sir, please come with me, and I will explain the prices for each level to you." After the male waiter finished speaking, he led Chen Fan to a private room and served tea to Chen Fan and Jin Buwan. Then he took out a notebook and said, "Sir, please allow me to introduce the resource information and pricing you need." Chen Fan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and gestured to the waiter that he could continue. The male waiter then spoke up, "Sir, it's like this, the lower level information resources are relatively cheap. The higher the level, the more expensive the information will be. The highest level information I have here is only at the first grade of the immortal level." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan frowned and said, "Only up to the first rank of immortal? Is there no higher level?" "Sir, it's like this. Although I only have first grade immortal level here, if we want something higher, we'll need to get the relevant resource information from headquarters." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's brows relaxed, and he said, "Then go and retrieve it. Remember, go for the highest possible value, price is not an issue." "Yes, sir. However, there is a deposit required to retrieve the resource information, and it will also take some time. I don't know if you can accept that." "Oh, how much deposit do you need, and how long will it take to retrieve it?" "Sir, this is the situation. Retrieving the highest level resource information requires a deposit of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Moreover, regardless of whether you want the retrieved information or not, this deposit of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones will not be refunded. In addition, it will take half a day to retrieve the information.
Do you have any problems with that? What? You want 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you won't pay it back whether you want it or not? Isn't that outrageous? Before Chen Fan could say anything, Jin Buwan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
Sir, this isn't a trap. It's just that retrieving the highest level information requires the integration of resources from all over the country, which takes a lot of manpower and resources.
If the end customer doesn't want it, the manpower and resources we waste are unimaginable.
The waiter was not displeased or looked down on Jin Buwan because of his words, but patiently explained. Jin Buwan wanted to say something more, but Chen Fan waved his hand to stop him. Okay, I'll come back this afternoon.
You can go and tidy up.
After saying that, Chen Fan took out 50,000 high-grade spirit stones as a deposit. The waiter deftly put away the spirit stones and said, "Yes, sir, we'll be waiting for you this afternoon." After Chen Fan and Jin Buwan left the Qinglong auction house shop, Jin Buwan couldn't help but say, "Young master, this Qinglong auction house shop is such a rip-off. No matter whether we need this resource information later or not, they won't refund the 50,000 high-grade spirit stones deposit."
That's 50,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Chen Fan smiled and said, "Old Jin, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones are nothing to me. Any problem that can be solved with spirit stones is not a problem." "Young master, I'm just a little heartbroken about those spirit stones," Jin Buwan said with some pain. After hearing this, Chen Fan laughed and said, "Old Jin, when you follow me, you need to have a long-term vision and be generous and decent in your actions.
Don't be stingy. I can still afford to give you a little money."
"Yes, young master is right," Jin Buwan hurriedly replied.
"When does the auction start?"
Chen Fan asked again. Jin Buwan checked the time and said, "It will start in half an hour."
"We can go in now. Do I need any proof to enter the auction?"
"I've seen many places require some kind of certificate or proof," Chen Fan asked again. He had seen many TV shows and novels where you needed some kind of proof to enter a venue, and he figured it would be the same here.
"Yes, young master, you need to receive an invitation to enter the auction."
"I also received an invitation, and one invitation allows 3 people to enter."
"Oh, I knew it.
It seems the TV dramas and novels were right. You really do need some kind of proof or pass to get into any venue." Jin Buwan and Chen Fan went up to the second floor, where several young women dressed in traditional Chinese cheongsams were standing. When someone comes up, they greet them with a sweet welcome. This simple greeting makes you feel right at home, warming your heart. Then someone came out and led Chen Fan and the others to a large gate. There were 4 bodyguards in black standing in front of the door, all of whom were at the Golden Core stage. The fact that 4 Golden Core cultivators were stationed at the gate speaks volumes about the strength of the Azure Dragon auction house. After being led to the door by the woman in the ancient-style cheongsam, Chen Fan and his group left. One of the bodyguards extended his hand to Chen Fan and his group, saying, "Please show us your invitations." Jin Buwan took out a red notebook with gold thread inlaid along the edges. The front of the notebook had the words Azure Dragon printed on it, and below it was an image of an auction hammer. The bodyguard took the notebook, glanced at its contents, and after confirming them, let Chen Fan and his group pass. Chen Fan and Jin Buwan entered the auction venue. By this time, quite a few people had already arrived, and some areas were already full. At this moment, another young woman walked over and said, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please show me your invitations." Jin Buwan had no choice but to take out the invitation again. The young woman looked at the invitation and said, "Please follow me, both of you. Your seats are over here." The reason for looking at the invitation was to confirm where Chen Fan and his group would be seated. Chen Fan and Jin Buwan were led by the young woman to a seat that was in a relatively secluded location. Chen Fan glanced at the other seats and noticed a pattern. The closer to the front, the higher the cultivation level. It seems that the seating arrangement is also based on cultivation level. Chapter 162. The auction begins. While Chen Fan and Jin Buwan waited, many more people entered the clubhouse. Soon, the auction hall was filled with people. The auction began as scheduled. An elderly man then walked out from the stage in the hall. The old man came to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, coughed a few times to test the microphone's sound quality, and probably felt it was pretty good before he started rambling.
"First of all, welcome everyone to this auction. I believe you are all familiar with me. If you are not, that's okay. I believe you will be very familiar with me after today. To accommodate those friends who are not familiar with me, please allow me to introduce myself first. My surname is Ching, and my given name is Luasua. Of course, some friends who like me affectionately call me long-winded, and I quite like that nickname. Chen Fan whispered to Jean Buwan, "Is this guy always this long-winded?" Jean Buwan nodded somewhat sadly and said, "Yes, but this person's cultivation is quite high, which is why everyone is so tolerant of him." After hearing Jean Buwan's words, Chen Fan looked at Cheng Luasua on the platform. Sure enough, this person's cultivation had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The highest cultivation level among those sitting in the hall was no more than that of Cheng Luasua on the stage. No wonder everyone had no choice but to listen to King Lusua's nonsense. Alright, I won't waste any more words. The auction is now officially starting. Cheng Luasua finally stopped talking nonsense and began auctioning the first item. At this moment, a beautiful young woman came up carrying a plate lined with red silk, on which was placed a magical herb. Cheng Luasua announced loudly, "The first item is a 5th grade diamond grade spiritual herb, an indispensable herb for refining 5th grade pills. The starting bid is 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Those who are interested should act quickly. 110.120.150. Soon, someone bid up to 150 mid-grade spirit stones, and that was the highest price they could go. In the end, the person who bid 150 won the 5th grade diamond spirit herb. Alright, congratulations to this friend for obtaining the elixir of a 5th grade diamond." Cheng Luasua didn't even bother to create a lively atmosphere with the first item before auctioning off the 5th grade spiritual herb. He knew that this 5th grade diamond quality herb was only worth this much, anything higher would be undesirable. Then the second item is also a spiritual herb, but this time it's a 6th grade platinum spiritual herb, which can be used to refine 6th grade pills. Friends who need to refine 6th grade pills should hurry up and make their move, because this opportunity will be gone in a while. The starting price for the 6th grade platinum spiritual herb is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bidding will begin now. 2,100 mid-grade spirit stones, 2,200 mid-grade spirit stones, 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. No one can take it from me, I'm going to have it. This friend has already offered 2,500 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone offering a higher price? This is a spiritual herb used to refine a 6th grade pill. Cheng Luasua began to lighten the mood. 2,600 mid-grade spirit stones, 2,600 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who bid higher? If not, then this 6th grade spirit herb belongs to the friend who bid 2,600, 2,700 mid-grade spirit stones. I told you, I'm going to take this medicinal herb. 2,700 already. Are there any higher numbers? Is there nothing better? Then you'll have to let this medicinal herb slip through your fingers. 2,700 for the first time, 2,700 for the second time, 2,700 for the third time. Okay, congratulations to the friend who got 2,700 for obtaining this 6th grade spiritual herb. 2,700 mid-grade spirit stones is already considered a premium. Unless someone really needs it, there's no way anyone would offer 2,700 mid-grade spirit stones to buy it. Chen Fan had absolutely no interest in this spiritual herb. He didn't know how many 5th or 6th grade spiritual herbs he had in his ring. There were just too many for him to bother counting. Even the 7th grade spiritual herbs were piled up like mountains, and no one knew how many there were. Although there aren't many 8th or 9th grade plants, there are still over 1 million of them. Therefore, Chen Fan has no shortage of spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, and materials for refining weapons. Jean Buwan has lost interest in these medicinal herbs now. If it were before, he would have sold everything he owned to snatch 1 or 2. Now things are different. We have no choice but to do good deeds for this young Master Chen next to us. Even a little bit of hot water that leaks from his fingers is enough to keep him going for several years. Next came some spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as materials for refining weapons. The scene was quite lively, but Chen Fan felt sleepy. These things were really boring. At this moment, the young woman brought out another item, which was no longer a spiritual medicine or refining material, but a white and transparent jade pendant. Alright, next we will auction a low-grade magic weapon. This is a defensive magic weapon. It can withstand a full force attack from a nascent soul cultivator, and can withstand up to 5 attacks. This is a rare treasure. The starting bid for this magic weapon is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Those who are interested can start bidding. A low-grade magic weapon? This is a good thing. Yes, it actually withstood a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. It's a good product, but I can't afford the price. 105,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 110,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The competition for this low-grade magic weapon was fierce from the start, with the price immediately rising to 120,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the competitors are all cultivators at the nascent soul stage sitting in the front. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage have no right to compete, nor do they have the strength. 130,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The price skyrocketed to 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which can be considered the limit for this magic weapon. At this point, it was time for King Lusuo to step in and liven things up. 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anything higher? This is a magic weapon that can withstand a full-force attack from a nascent soul stage expert. Even I couldn't break it in one hit. Buying it is definitely worth it. Even if you don't use it yourself, it's quite good for self-defense. It's like having an extra life. Perhaps after hearing King Luosua's words, a voice came from upstairs. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Who is this person who actually offered 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones? As soon as the announcement of 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones was made, the entire venue erupted in noise. Chapter 163 Auction Fan also became interested. He was not interested in the man's offer of 200,000, but also in the fact that the auction even had private rooms. Although Chen Fan was at the nascent soul stage, it was impossible for him to use his divine sense to explore every place he went. Moreover, in crowded places, it would be disrespectful to use one's divine sense to probe others without a valid reason. So when Chen Fan entered the auction hall, he wouldn't have known there were private rooms if the people in the private rooms hadn't started bidding. It seems that those who can enter the private room are either very powerful or have an extraordinary family background. Seeing the commotion below, King Lusuo quickly picked up the microphone and shouted, all right, everyone quiet down, everyone quiet down. Hearing King Lusuo's words, everyone gradually quieted down. Seeing that everyone had quieted down and stopped arguing, King Luosuo spoke again. Room number 6 has bid 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who would bid higher? However, the scene was completely silent. The 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones were far more than the value of the magic weapon and were not worth it at all. Only wealthy tycoons would buy it. 200,000 the first time, 200,000 the second time. Is there any higher price? Is there any? 200,000 for the third time. Good, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room number 6 for winning this treasure. After this magic treasure was auctioned off, another low-grade, cone-shaped magic treasure was brought out. King Lusuo started promoting it again, and the cone-shaped low-grade magic weapon was eventually sold for 170,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was taken by someone in a private room, this time from room number 3. After the two magical artifacts were auctioned off, what came up this time was not a magical artifact, but a jade bottle. King Luosuo said, friends, in the world of cultivation, besides having magic weapons, we also need sufficient cultivation. After all, one must be strong to forge iron. To improve our cultivation, besides relying on our own efforts, we also need sufficient resources and pills. The pill in front of us is a pill that can improve our cultivation, the divine aperture pill. If a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage takes this pill, he can easily advance to the nascent soul stage. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator takes it, he can still improve his cultivation by a lot. King Lusuo finished speaking in one breath, even though he had to catch his breath first. It's actually a divine aperture pill. Yes, it is said that as long as a person in the late nascent soul stage takes this pill, they will definitely be able to advance to the out-of-body stage. This is the first time I've ever seen a divine aperture pill. These kinds of pills have nothing to do with us, they're resources that the big shots are fighting over. The moment the divine aperture pill was produced, the venue erupted in noise again, forcing King Luosuo to pick up the microphone once more and ask everyone to quiet down. Once everyone had quieted down, King Luosuo spoke up, alright, I believe everyone understands the preciousness of this pill. There are 5 divine aperture pills in this bottle. They will not be auctioned separately,
but as a whole bottle. The starting price is 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
The auction is now starting.
After Chang Luosua finished speaking, the venue fell silent.
Surprisingly, no one made a bid. However, Chang Luosua was not worried.
He was not afraid that this kind of pill would not sell. The main reason is that there are very few people in the venue who can afford 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and those who can are not in a hurry and want to see how things go first. Since no one has made a bid yet, I'll start by offering 510,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a middle-aged man sitting in the front row said first. His cultivation level was also at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. When someone spoke up, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. This is Ma Huigua, the head of the Ma family in the provincial capital.
No wonder he can afford this price.
Yes, I heard that the Ma family has made a lot of gains in infinite time in the past 2 years, and now it seems to be true. It seemed that many people in the venue recognized Ma Huigua, and that he was quite well known in the provincial capital. Alright, Patriarch Ma will start by offering 510,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ching Luosua said 510,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing.
My Huang family will offer 530,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
At this moment, an old man sitting not far from Ma Huigua spoke up. Everyone was drawn to the old man's voice again. This is Huang Qiaying, the eldest elder of the Huang family.
That explains it.
I've heard that the Huang family and the Ma family have always been at odds.
No wonder the Huang family stepped forward.
550,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ma Huigua glanced at Huang Qiaying and replied casually. My Huang family will offer 580,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Huang family's eldest elder retorted, not to be outdone, 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ma Huigua replied calmly, as if he had plenty of spirit stones in his hands and was not afraid of the Huang family's elder raising the price further. In truth, they were also extremely panicked. The 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones were already the limit that the Ma family could afford. If they were to add any more, even the Ma family would suffer heavy losses, which would not be worthwhile. When the Huang family elder heard Ma Huigua raise the price, he knew in his heart that he could not raise the price any further. If he raised the price any further, the Huang family would not be able to come up with that many spirit stones.
He could only snort and say, "You win." Ma Huigua returned the smile to the Huang family's elder, demonstrating the magnanimity of his Ma family.
Of course, he also knew that he had no chance of acquiring this bottle of divine aperture pill for 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones, just as he expected. Before Ching Luosua could even start to liven things up, sounds came from the private room upstairs, 650,000 mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, King Lusuo also began to get excited. It seemed that the big shots upstairs were about to make their move. The VIP in room number 8 has offered 650,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
Are there any bids higher? Spending tens of thousands at a time is a waste of time. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
At this moment, a younger voice came from the private room on the second floor again. The VIP in room number 3 has bid 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones.
800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Anyone bidding higher?
Cheng Luosua announced loudly. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. A voice came from room number 8. Before Cheng Luosua could speak this time, another voice came from room number 3, 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. The moment the voice announced the 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones, the entire venue fell silent. Is this insane? 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even mid-grade spirit stones that cost more than 1 million are already overpriced. This 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones is truly an astronomical price. Even Cheng Luosua was briefly stunned before excitedly saying, the distinguished guest in room number 3 has offered 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones.
Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?
You should know that there are 5 divine aperture pills here.
If a nascent soul cultivator takes them, they can create 5 out-of-body stage experts. Don't miss out.
Chapter 164 Auction 2. Although Cheng Luosua's words were tempting, after all, everyone wanted their faction to have 5 more nascent soul stage cultivators, but my financial situation doesn't allow it.
Not everyone can come up with 1.5 million. Even if they could, it would be a huge financial loss, not worth it. 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else bidding?
Xing Luosua shouted again. Jin Buwan was considering bidding for the bottle of divine aperture pills, as Chen Fan had rewarded him with 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and 100,000 high-grade spirit stones a couple of days ago. Based on the spirit stone ratio, 1 high-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, Jin Buwan has a total of 11 million mid-grade spirit stones, so acquiring this bottle of divine aperture pill is not a problem, regardless of the price. What he
wants most right now is to break through to the nascent soul stage.
If he had this pill, breaking through to the nascent soul stage wouldn't be a problem.
Otherwise, with his current aptitude in spiritual roots, it would be impossible for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. He turned to Chen Fan and hesitated, saying, "Young master, how about we bid for it?" He mainly wanted to see if Chen Fan was interested. If Chen Fan was interested in the pill, he would never try to take it from him, and he couldn't win anyway. This divine aperture pill is completely useless to Chen Fan, and even his parents can't use it. Now that his parents' aptitude and spiritual roots have reached the immortal grade, breaking through to the nascent soul stage is a piece of cake for them. Chen Fan glanced at Jin Buwan and was speechless at his longing look. "If you want to take the picture, just take it. Why are you looking at me? Do you want me to pay for it? If you want, take a picture of it yourself."
"Yes, young master," Jin Buwan said happily after hearing Chen Fan's words. Then he announced loudly, 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones, 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first bid. Cough, my god, this friend has bid 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. What a bold move. Xing Luosua had thought that no one would continue bidding, and just after he shouted 1.5 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first bid, someone bid 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the person who made the offer wasn't a guest in the upstairs private room, but an ordinary nascent soul stage cultivator sitting in the main hall, which Xing Luosua found somewhat unbelievable. Not only did he not believe it, but even the crowd in the main hall was somewhat skeptical, unable to understand how a nascent soul cultivator could have so many spirit stones. You should know that anyone who dares to bid recklessly at the Azure Dragon auction house will be severely punished. So no one dares to bid recklessly at the Azure Dragon auction house. If you bid, you have to take out the corresponding amount of spirit stones. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to leave the Azure Dragon auction house. Xing Luosua still wanted to confirm again. "Friend, was it you who just bid 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones?"
Jin Buwan wasn't intimidated.
He had spirit stones and the young master was there to back him up, so he said, "Yes."
Xing Luosua spoke again. "Friend, do you know the consequences of our Azure Dragon auction house engaging in reckless bidding?" "No."
"All right, this friend has offered 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones.
Is there anyone offering a higher price?
Are there any higher-priced options? 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones for the first time, 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones for the second time, 1.8 million mid-grade spirit stones for the third time."
"Okay, let's congratulate this friend on winning the divine aperture pill."
Xing Luosua said excitedly. "How could I not be excited? You know, the higher the auction price, the higher my commission." After Jin Buwan won the divine aperture pill, a beautiful young woman came over and handed him a token, saying, "Sir, after the auction, you can use this token to pay the spirit stones backstage and collect the auction items." After Jin Buwan put away the sign and nodded, the young woman left. Next, they started auctioning other items, but none of them interested Chen Fan. The items here were too low level. Until the end of the auction, Chen Fan didn't find anything that caught his eye. He felt that coming to the auction was a waste of his time and that he would have been better off staying home with his little girl. After the auction, Chen Fan accompanied Jin Buwan to deliver the spirit stones and collect the auction items. After Jin Buwan paid 18,000 high-grade spirit stones, he received his auction item. Nothing unexpected happened. Unlike in TV shows or novels where you'd encounter clueless people causing trouble wherever you went, those who cultivate immortality are not fools. How could someone without absolute power dare to expose their wealth? After Jin Buwan received his auction item, he went with Chen Fan to the Qinglong auction house shop on the first floor. Upon seeing Chen Fan and his companion, the male waiter hurriedly approached them, saying, "Welcome, gentlemen.
Your needs have been prepared. Please follow me."
The male waiter led Chen Fan and Jin Buwan back to the same private room as before. After serving the tea, he took out a notebook and said, "Dear guests, all the materials you need have been prepared. Now I will explain the fees for each stage of the materials." Chen Fan picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and waved his hand, saying, "No need, just tell me how many spirit stones you need in total." The male waiter was clearly surprised that Chen Fan would ask him to quote the total price directly. He paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Okay, the total price is 11 million top-grade spirit stones."
What? How much?
Upon hearing the waiter's quote, Jin Buwan jumped up from his chair, thinking he had misheard. However, Chen Fan remained calm as he sat in his chair, sipping his tea.
To Chen Fan, the 11 million top-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. Is the information detailed? What's the highest rank of the information?
The waiter was initially startled by Jin Buwan's loud exclamation. After all, the astronomical price of 11 million top-grade spirit stones was something that even he had just received. That's why he was thinking of offering a price. He just hoped the customer would buy the information mentioned earlier, so his commission would be quite high. Hearing Chen Fan's question, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The resource information is very detailed, the highest being the 9th rank of
Chaos. 9th rank of chaos? Isn't there anything higher? I don't know either.
The information I have is that the highest level reached is the 9th rank of chaos."
"Alright, give me a copy based on this information,"
Chen Fan said, taking out a storage ring and placing it on the table. The waiter was taken aback when he heard Chen Fan's words.
He hadn't expected Chen Fan to actually want this information.
It was 11 million top-grade spirit stones, not low-grade spirit stones.
If it were low-grade spirit stones, how much would that be? He couldn't even imagine how much commission he would get.
Chapter 165 Purchasing Resource Information and Alchemy Technique Materials. Jin Buwan was also taken aback by Chen Fan's words.
"Young master, are we really going to buy it?"
He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so extravagant. 11 million top-grade spirit stones. He spent them without even breaking a sweat, and the items he bought weren't even things that could improve his cultivation. The waiter, realizing what was happening, quickly said, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment.
I'll get our manager right away.
After all, I can't make the decision on such a big transaction on my own, the manager has to come and review it."
Chen Fan nodded and said, "Go quickly and come back quickly."
"Okay, I'll be right there," the waiter replied quickly, and then jogged out. "Young master, this is 11 million top-grade spirit stones." Jin Buwan was still a little unsure of what to say, and could only say that it was 11 million top-grade spirit stones. "Old Jin, I've told you before, you need to broaden your horizons when you follow me," Chen Fan said again. "Yes, young master," old Jin bowed and nodded. The two didn't have to wait long before the male waiter brought over a middle-aged man with a small mustache. The waiter quickly introduced them. "Distinguished guests, this is Manager Tian from Qinglong Auction House in our province."
"Manager Tian, these are the two guests who want to purchase that information."
The manager, Mr. Tian, greeted them with a smile and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, gentlemen.
I am Tian Yuliang, the person in charge here." Chen Fan and Jin Buwan also stood up, cupped their hands in farewell, and said goodbye. Chen Fan. "Priceless. Please have a seat, both of you."
Tian Yuliang gestured for them to sit down. After Chen Fan and Jin Buwan sat down, Tian Yuliang also sat down. Then he said, "Gentlemen, the information you need is ready. The total price is 1,100 top-grade spirit stones, and we can deliver it at any time." Chen Fan pushed the storage ring on the table and said, "The spirit stones are all inside.
Steward Tian can take a look." After hearing this, Tian Yuliang didn't stand on ceremony.
He picked up the storage ring, looked at it, and then put it down with a smile, saying, "The quantity is correct." Then, he took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Fan, saying, "Mr. Chen, please take a look." Chen Fan took the jade slip, probed it with his divine sense, and after examining it, confirmed that it contained the information he needed.
He then put the jade slip away and said, "Not bad, it's what I need." "Excellent, Mr. Chen.
This is a gold membership card from my Qinglong Auction House. You can get a 10% discount wherever Qinglong Auction House is located, and you can also participate in all auctions of any auction house with this card." After the transaction was completed, Tian Yuliang first put away the storage ring containing the spirit stones on the table, and then took out a golden card and handed it to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the gold card and looked at it. It had a majestic blue dragon on the top and the words "Blue Dragon" below. The back had an auction hammer pattern. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan said, I wonder if your Azure Dragon auction house has any information about alchemy.
Tian Yuliang asked, Mr. Chen, do you want to learn alchemy? Chen Fan nodded and said, yes, I want to learn. Tian Yuliang said, Mr. Chen, it's like this. We do have some information about alchemy, but it's not very comprehensive. Generally, people learn alchemy with a master. It's difficult to make progress by learning on your own. Moreover, alchemists rarely pass on their alchemy techniques and skills. Even if they do, they are incomplete. Therefore, it is difficult to achieve success through self-study unless one can inherit the knowledge. Chen Fan nodded in understanding, but still said, okay, thank you for letting me know, but I still want to buy the techniques and materials related to alchemy. After hearing that Chen Fan still wanted the information, Tian Yuliang hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment while I prepare. With that, he quickly left. Chen Fan and Jin Buwan didn't have to wait long before Tian Yuliang hurriedly returned. After sitting down and taking a sip of water, Tian Yuliang took out a jade slip and said, Mr. Chen, this contains information about alchemy and some pill formulas, but the only technique for controlling fire is a common third-grade technique. Is that all right with you? Third rank? Isn't there anything higher? Chen Fan was still somewhat dissatisfied with the third-rank cultivation technique. Tian Yuliang said with a bitter expression, there's nothing we can do. Ordinary alchemists don't lack spirit stones at all. Even if we wanted to pay a high price to buy them, we couldn't. Alchemists have their own lineages and they won't sell them, so it's very difficult to get high-quality cultivation techniques. Chen Fan finally understood that if he wanted to learn alchemy, he had to find an alchemist to teach him. Otherwise, high-quality fire control techniques simply couldn't be bought with money. Okay, that's all for now. I'll take a look first. Chen Fan wouldn't make things too difficult for Tian Yuliang. Tian Yuliang handed the jade slip to Chen Fan and said, Mr. Chen, the contents of this jade slip are worth a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Since they are all basic things, they are not very valuable. The more valuable things are just a few pill formulas. Chen Fan didn't waste any time and directly took out 1 million high-grade spirit stones and gave them to Tian Yuliang, who then put the spirit stones away. Mr. Chen, is there anything else you need? Tian Yuliang asked with a smile. A money god like Chen Fan is a rare find on this planet, so of course he had to make the most of it. Chen Fan shook his head and said, I don't need anything for now. Could you keep an eye out for me and collect any pill formulas or information about alchemy? I'll take them all. Price is not an issue. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Tian Yuliang's eyes lit up and he said, okay, Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for it. As soon as I find it, I'll definitely contact you immediately. Okay, thank you for your help. Then, Chen Fan and the others exchanged contact information. Mr. Chen, I have prepared food and drinks. Please join Mr. Chen and Mr. Jin for a meal, Tian Yuliang said warmly. After exchanging contact information, Chen Fan was about to leave, but Tian Yuliang extended an invitation to Chen Fan and his companions. Chen Fan thought about it and agreed. Then they went to the place that Tian Yuliang had prepared for their meal. After exchanging toasts and chatting at the dinner table, they all began to address each other as fellow Taoists. During this process, Chen Fan also inquired with Tian Yuliang about how to leave this planet. According to Tian Yuliang, there are 3 ways to leave this planet. One option is to take the Nebula shuttle directly, but it takes longer, though it's cheaper. One option is to leave via a teleportation array, which is very fast, but extremely expensive. The last one is that after reaching the immortal realm, one's physical body can traverse the void, and the speed depends on one's own cultivation level. Chapter 166 Jingyan Mountain. After finishing their meal at Tian Yuliang's place, Chen Fan and Jin Buwan returned to their respective residences. When Chen Fan returned, it was already evening. Little girl Chen Ru had already gone to sleep, and Chen Bing, Chen Ping, and Chen Dong had all gone back to their rooms to cultivate. Needless to say, Chen Guotao and his wife cultivated all day long. In the past, their aptitude and spiritual roots were not good, so their cultivation speed was slow and they made no progress, but things are different now. Their aptitude and spiritual roots are already at the immortal level, so naturally they need to work hard to cultivate. They don't want to keep holding Chen Fan back, and at least they don't want Chen Fan to worry about the family,
so they cultivate whenever they have time. Chen Fan didn't disturb them and went back to his room to check the information on the various resources he had brought back from the Azure Dragon auction house. Its resource information is truly comprehensive, recording everything from grade 1 to grade 9 chaos resources in great detail, including various elixirs. Chen Fan spent a little time memorizing everything in the Jade Slip. Now Chen Fan finally understands the resource information he didn't know before, and he will know what to do with any resources he gets next time. Next, Chen Fan took out a Jade Slip containing knowledge about alchemy and began to read it carefully. Just as Tian Yuliang said, the alchemy techniques recorded here are indeed only of the 3rd grade. In other words, even if Chen Fan learns them, he can only refine pills of the 3rd grade or lower at most. However, it's enough for practice in the early stages. As for the pill formulas, there are more than 10 kinds, 8 of which are grade 1 to 3, and the remaining 4 are grade 6. The 6th grade elixir formula should be the somewhat valuable one that Tian Yuliang mentioned. Chen Fan first looked at the basic knowledge of alchemy. To become an alchemist, certain requirements must be met regarding one's aptitude in spiritual roots. Firstly, one must have a fire spiritual root, because cultivators with a fire spiritual root can more easily control the fire, thus increasing the success rate of pill formation. Secondly, there is the wood spirit root, because these spiritual herbs all belong to the wood element, so the wood spirit root is better able to analyze the properties of spiritual herbs and medicines. If one possesses both fire and wood elemental roots, then that is the best alchemist. However, cultivators with these 2 elemental roots are extremely rare, so to become an alchemist, one must at least have a fire or wood elemental root. Chen Fan had just consumed the Golden Crow Fire Lotus and developed a celestial grade fire spirit root, meeting the requirements for an alchemist. The only problem is that the alchemy technique is a bit lacking. I must get a better technique when I have the chance, otherwise it's so frustrating to only be able to refine pills of grade 3 or lower. Moreover, alchemy requires a furnace, and Chen Fan happens to have a Songyun furnace with an 8th grade diamond. The higher the quality of the furnace, the higher the success rate of alchemy and the higher the quality of the pills produced. Everything is ready, now all that's left is to cultivate the technique properly and wait for the pill refining to begin. After 2 days of practice, Chen Fan finally mastered the fire control technique. We can start refining pills now, but before that, let's take the little girl out to play first. I've been busy researching the fire control technique these past 2 days and have neglected her. Chen Fan took the little girl out for a trip. After returning, Chen Fan first prepared to refine a 1st grade marrow cleansing pill. This grade of marrow cleansing pill is the best medicine for mortals to cleanse their marrow and tendons during cultivation, effectively expelling impurities from the body. Moreover, the materials are all 1st grade spiritual herbs and plants. Chen Fan has plenty of 1st grade spiritual herbs and plants now, enough for him to practice with. Chen Fan took out his alchemy furnace and 1st grade spiritual herbs and plants. Just as he was about to refine the pills, he discovered a problem. He had no fire at all. Of the best fires for alchemy are terrestrial fire and celestial fire. The so-called earth fire is fire that emerges from the ground, just like the fire that erupts from a volcano. This earth fire can be modified according to one's needs through the formation to form the fire intensity one desires, so that one can refine pills. Heavenly fire is a kind of flame that exists between heaven and earth. Its greatest characteristic is that it can give birth to spirituality. Moreover, heavenly fire can be absorbed into the body and can be used to refine pills. Unlike earth fire, which requires a specific environment and cannot be carried on one's person, heavenly fire is the most popular flame among alchemists. Chen Fan doesn't even have 2 kinds of flames right now, so he definitely can't refine pills. He can't exactly use firewood or the fire from the natural gas stove at home to refine them. The temperature of the flame alone is insufficient, let alone anything else. Therefore, Chen Fan's alchemy project had to be put on hold. Forget about heavenly fire, because it's something that's extremely rare and hard to come by. Even if someone gets their hands on it, they'll usually sell it to a famous, high-level alchemist, and only these high-level alchemists are worthy of possessing it. As for earth fire, it's relatively easy, but you have to go to a specific place to refine pills. We'll ask Jin Buwan and the others when the time comes to find out where there's subterranean fire. Unable to refine pills now, Chen Fan had no choice but to calm down and continue cultivating. He had been back for half a month, and apart from cultivating at night, he had basically not cultivated during the day, spending all his time playing with the little girl Chanru. Although he only cultivates at night, Chen Fan has accumulated knowledge over the past half-month in the infinite world and the past 10 days since leaving the infinite world. With the nourishment of spiritual liquid, he has almost reached the threshold of advancing to the integration stage. If Chen Fan wanted to break through, he could almost certainly reach the integration stage, but he didn't try to break through directly. Instead, he focused on self-improvement and allowed the breakthrough to happen naturally in the future. The next morning, Chen Fan called over Jin Buwan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhangyi.
Young master.
The three of them arrived very quickly, practically on call. Chen Fan nodded and then said, I called the three of you here today because there's something I want to ask you about. The three exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled as to what the young master wanted to ask them. Jin Buwan was the first to ask, I wonder what business you have with us, young master? Chen Fan said, it's like this, I originally planned to learn alchemy, but unfortunately I don't have any fire to refine pills, so I asked you if you know where I can find earth fire to refine pills. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, the three of them brightened up and said in unison, Jingyan Mountain.
Jingyan Mountain?
This time, Lian Qingtian answered first, yes, young master, there is earth fire on Jingyan Mountain, but it is now controlled by the people of the Alchemy Association. If we freelancers want to enter the alchemy field, we must pay a certain amount of spirit stones to enter, and the fee is not cheap. It costs 500 low-grade spirit stones a day. Moreover, the earth fires that can be used to refine pills for us lone cultivators are of relatively poor quality. The better spots are reserved by the members of their alchemy association, and no one else is allowed to enter. Chapter 167 begins alchemy. After hearing this, Chen Fan felt that 500 low-grade spirit stones were nothing. As for the position, he didn't care. Anyway, he was just learning alchemy, so it didn't matter if the position was a little worse. Where is Jingyan Mountain located, young master? Jingyan Mountain is not far from where I live. I can take you there, Lian Qingtian said. Okay, then you take me there, you two can go back first. Yes, young master, the three replied in unison. Then, Chen Fan followed Lian Qingtian to Jingyan Mountain. Actually, Jingyan Mountain is not far away, it only takes less than 20 minutes to fly there from Chen Fan's villa. Young master, we've arrived.
This is Jingyan Mountain.
Lian Qingtian pointed to the mountain path in front of him, which was made up of rocks. Chen Fan looked at the mountain peaks in front of him, which were entirely composed of rocks, and thought that the name was indeed fitting. Although the mountain is not high, it is enormous, and there are many houses built on its slopes. Chen Fan asked Lian Qingtian, are there any other conditions required to go up? Lian Qingtian said, no, as long as you go to the main hall upstairs, explain your purpose, and then pay the spirit stones to receive the gate token, you're good to go.
Alright, you can go back now. Young master, shall I accompany you upstairs? No need.
After saying that, Chen Fan flashed off towards the mountainside of Jingyan Mountain. Seeing that Chen Fan had already left, Lian Qingtian had no choice but to head back home. Chen Fan soon arrived at the largest hall located halfway up the mountain. This time, there were many tables and chairs in the main hall, and people were sitting on them, discussing something in twos and threes. On one side of the main hall, there was a row of counter windows, each with a person inside, but there were few people outside the windows. Chen Fan approached one of the windows, and a young woman inside, seeing someone arrive, greeted him warmly. Young master, are you here to refine pills? Chen Fan nodded and said, yes, I came here to borrow the earth fire to refine pills. Okay, young master, the alchemy room here costs 500 low-grade spirit stones a day, the girl said sweetly. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, then give me 5 days first.
5 days, young master, are you sure?
The girl looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, because the alchemists who usually come here to borrow the alchemy room are all independent cultivators, and they are relatively low-level alchemists, such as alchemy apprentices, and the highest level they can reach is no more than a junior alchemist. Low-level independent alchemists are generally quite poor. They have no choice but to rely on taking on odd jobs to improve their alchemy skills, and can only charge a small fee for their efforts. Very few people would rent a pill refining room for 5 days at once like Chen Fan, so it's no wonder the girl was surprised. Even the people chatting in the main hall turned to look at the girl with curiosity when they heard her exclamation. When they heard her ask Chen Fan if he was renting for 5 days, they were all taken aback. You should know that those who rent alchemy rooms here, like them, are usually independent cultivators without any power or influence. Skilled alchemists usually have their own private alchemy rooms and don't need to rent one from here. Among the rogue cultivators, low-level alchemists are generally quite poor. Those who are a little richer usually rent an alchemy room for a whole day, while those who are poorer only rent for half a day. And sometimes several people even rent for half a day or a whole day together. So when they heard Chen Fan say he wanted to rent it for 5 days, they all looked at Chen Fan and started talking about it. Where did this greenhorn come from, renting the alchemy room for so many days? He's obviously a fledgling with no experience. Yes, he'll soon find out that his elixirs are all used up and he still has so many days left.
They won't refund the money then.
Yes, if it's just for one day, wouldn't it be better to use the extra spirit stones to buy spirit herbs? I guess she's a fledgling alchemist who's just getting into it and is recklessly wasting her spirit stones because she has a few left.
Of course, Chen Fan heard their discussion, but he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to them.
He had so many spirit stones that he could kill them all, so what were a few thousand low-grade spirit stones? Chen Fan nodded to the girl in front of the counter and said, "Can I rent it for 5 days?"
The girl realized what was going on and said, yes, but we don't offer refunds or exchanges here.
It's alright, just rent for 5 days, we can extend it if it's not enough time. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out 2,500 low-grade spirit stones and placed them on the counter. The girl quickly put away the spirit stones and handed Chen Fan a doorplate, saying, "Young master, number 8. After you leave the main hall, turn left and keep walking straight ahead. You will find alchemy room number 8. Chen Fan accepted the nameplate, thanked him, and walked out of the main hall. After leaving the main hall, following the information provided by the girl, he turned left and kept walking. Then Chen Fan found the first alchemy room. It was actually a cave carved out of the stone wall. A large red one is carved above the cave, making it easily recognizable. Chen Fan continued walking forward and soon arrived at the cave dwelling marked with the number 8. Using the doorplate given by the girl, I opened the cave, and a wave of heat rushed out. Chen Fan entered the cave and found that there was only a pill furnace and a futon inside, nothing else. Below the alchemy furnace is an opening, and below that is surging earth fire. At this moment, the opening is sealed by an array. Once the sealing array is opened, the earth fire can be used to begin refining pills. This formation that seals the earth fire is the most basic element in the fire control technique, so Chen Fan knows how to use it. Chen Fan closed the cave door, then went to the futon. He first opened the array that sealed the earth fire, and instantly, the earth fire surged out. Chen Fan quickly used the fire control technique to control it. After controlling the fire to the desired intensity and temperature, Chen Fan proceeded with the preparatory work, such as cleaning and heating the furnace. Chen Fan originally intended to use his own pine cloud furnace directly, but he thought it would be better to try using an ordinary alchemy furnace first. After Chen Fan had prepared all the preliminary work, he took out 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual herbs needed to refine the first-grade marrow cleansing pill. Following the steps in the prescription, I began to perform the procedure one by one. Not before long, black smoke began to billow from the alchemy furnace, directly indicating that Chen Fan's alchemy attempt had failed. Chen Fan didn't care. Generally speaking, which alchemy apprentice who learns alchemy can succeed without experiencing a few failures, unless they are alchemy prodigies? Chen Fan resumed washing and heating the furnace, and then began refining the second batch. Before long, another plume of black smoke appeared, and it was another failure. Continue with the third batch. Fail, the fourth batch. Fail, the fifth batch. Still a failure. Thankfully, the oven didn't explode, otherwise everyone here would probably have kicked Chen Fan out. Chapter 168. Can alchemy also enhance abilities? Although the oven didn't explode, the continuous failures made even Chen Fan somewhat discouraged and want to give up. I wonder if I simply don't have any special talent for alchemy, which is why I keep failing. Why don't you try using your own alchemy furnace? But Chen Fan thought about it and decided against it. If he were to use a higher-level alchemy furnace, his future achievements in alchemy would be very limited. After all, no alchemist starts out using a high-grade alchemy furnace. They all start with ordinary furnaces and work their way up step by step. One cannot rely too much on external tools. True strength lies in one's own exceptional skills. After figuring out the key points, Chen Fan calmed down again and began to summarize the reasons for the failure before starting a new round of refining. However, failure was inevitable, and it was another 2 failures in a row. But Chen Fan finally found the reason. His fire control technique was not perfect enough, and the fire intensity was inconsistent, leading to the failure of the alchemy. Once you figure out the reasons, you'll know how to improve the situation. Sometimes the worst thing is not knowing why you failed. Once you find the reason, you can then effectively solve the problem. After several attempts, Chen Fan finally figured out how much heat was needed to refine the marrow cleansing pill, when to increase the heat and when to reduce it. He was now confident in all of this. Let's continue. This time, Chen Fan went into the refining process with 100% confidence. He was already extremely skilled at cleaning and heating the furnace. After completing the previous preparations, Chen Fan began refining pills. This time, he did it in one go and controlled the temperature perfectly. Before long, the aroma of pills began to waft from the furnace, indicating that it was about to be completed. Sure enough, nothing went wrong at the last step. Chen Fan extinguished the flames, and the aroma of medicine still wafted from the furnace. He waved his hand to open the alchemy furnace and took out 2 pills from it. Although the quality was not very good, they were still pills at least. Received 2 grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills, increasing the quantity by 2 million, and obtained 4 million grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills. Chen Fan was caught off guard by the system's notification. He never expected that his alchemy could enhance his abilities. That means if I refine a batch of pills, I can get hundreds of thousands of pills, which is a bit outrageous. First, I enhanced the spiritual herbs, and then I enhanced them again by refining pills. That's equivalent to enhancing them twice. It seems that choosing to refine pills was the right choice. Chen Fan thought for a moment. Then could his weapon crafting and talisman making also be amplified? Then I absolutely cannot waste this talent. If I succeed once, it will be equivalent to others succeeding hundreds of thousands of times. Most importantly, there is also the quality amplification aspect. How come I never noticed this before? If I had known earlier, I would have started learning alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman drawing long ago. Since alchemy and other techniques can enhance abilities, I shouldn't waste the system's enhancement. He then began refining a first-grade marrow cleansing pill. It wasn't that Chen Fan didn't want to refine other pills, but rather that he needed to practice more since the marrow cleansing pill had just been successfully refined. Obtained 3 grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills, increasing the quantity by 1 million times, obtaining 3 million grade 1 bronze marrow cleansing pills. I obtained 2 grade 1 silver marrow cleansing pills, increasing the quantity by 5 million times, and obtained 10 million grade 1 silver marrow cleansing pills. I have obtained a grade 1 golden marrow cleansing pill. As Chen Fan continued to refine the marrow cleansing pill, his proficiency increased. Although he would occasionally fail, the success rate was higher than the failure rate. Moreover, as proficiency increases, the quality of the refined pills also improves, eventually leading to the refinement of diamond quality marrow cleansing pills. Later on, Chen Fan really didn't want to refine it anymore. Anyway, he had already mastered the method of refining the marrow cleansing pill, and he could refine it whenever he needed it in the future. After taking stock of what he had gained from refining the marrow cleansing pills over the past half-day, he was surprised to find that he had accumulated quite a lot of them. Bronze pieces number as many as 500 million, silver pieces 200 million, gold pieces 80 million, platinum pieces 34 million, and diamond pieces 12 million. This is only the result of Chen Fan's one day of refining. If he hadn't failed so many times before, he probably would have made even more marrow cleansing pills by now. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that Chen Fan had a lot of resources at his disposal. The resources consumed in a day of refining were only a drop in the ocean. Chen Fan planned to give all the marrow cleansing pills below the diamond quality to his parents to sell in their shop. As for the diamond quality pills, he would keep them for later, as these resources would be indispensable if he wanted to develop his power later. And next, he began refining the second-grade body tempering pill. Chen Fan had taken this body tempering pill before. It was an indispensable pill in the body tempering realm, greatly accelerating the cultivation process. Having gained experience from refining the marrow cleansing pill, refining the body tempering pill was no longer as blind as it had been at the beginning. At least he knew where to look for the cause, and after several failures, Chen Fan finally succeeded in refining it. Obtained 1 grade 2 bronze body tempering pill, the quantity increased by 9 million times, obtained 9 million grade 2 bronze body tempering pills. After the first success, it became much easier, although there were still occasional failures. However, as his proficiency increased, the chance of failure decreased and the quality improved. Chen Fan only stopped after successfully refining several diamond-level body tempering pills. Then they began refining second-grade qi refining pills. After the qi refining pills were finished, they started refining third-grade pills. There were 2 types of third-grade pills, foundation building pills and bigu pills. Chen Fan maxed out his proficiency with all these pills until they reached diamond quality before stopping. Chen Fan tried all the remaining pill formulas below grade 3, but they were all relatively obscure pills that few people would use. However, there is a type of third-grade pill called the lesser longevity pill, which is made from rare ingredients that even Chen Fan does not possess, so he has not refined. This lesser longevity pill increases lifespan, but the increase is not significant, hence the name lesser longevity pill. After trying all the pills he could refine, Chen Fan set his sights on the 6th grade pill formula, thinking he might as well give it a try. Without thinking, Chen Fan prepared to start a batch, but ended up failing pointlessly. However, it doesn't matter if you fail. Based on Chen Fan's experience, it's probably because he didn't control the firepower well, so he should try a few more times. However, after several attempts, he still failed. Chen Fan refused to give up and continued refining. After dozens of failures, Chen Fan had to stop. It wasn't that he didn't have enough spiritual medicine, but rather that the continuous failures had exhausted even his patience. Chapter 169, The hatching of a rank 3 immortal beast egg begins. It seems that the alchemy technique plays a crucial role in refining 6th grade pills. At present, I can only refine pills of grade 3 or lower at most. I can't refine pills of grade 3 or higher. The only solution is to find a better alchemy technique, otherwise, continuing to refine them will only be a waste of spiritual herbs. Although Chen Fan has plenty of spiritual herbs, he can't just waste them since we can't refine pills of grade 3 or higher. There's no need to stay here any longer. Counting the time, more than 4 days have passed. Chen Fan opened the stone door of the alchemy room and walked out. Just then, the afterglow of the sun shone down. Chen Fan couldn't help but squint his eyes, stretch, and loosen his muscles a couple of times before saying comfortably, "Let's go home." Chen Fan went to the main hall of Jing'an Mountain to return the gate plaque, and then quickly went home. As soon as they arrived at the door, Dabai jumped out, wagging its tail wildly and barking a few times, as if urging Chen Fan to do something. Chen Fan slapped his forehead speechlessly. It seemed that this big white had been completely ruined. Seeing the big white dog still wagging its tail frantically, Chen Fan took out a bloodline pill and tossed it to the dog. The big white dog swallowed the pill in one gulp and looked at Chen Fan with hopeful eyes, as if to say, "Give me another one." Chen Fan kicked it away and said, "Go and refine it properly, don't be afraid of overreading." Then, Chen Fan opened the villa door and went inside. Big White was kicked away by Chen Fan and barked at him in dissatisfaction, then followed him into the villa. Hearing Dabai's barking, Chen Fan wanted to slap it a few times. It wasn't that Chen Fan was stingy, but he was really afraid that Dabai would really burst. Although Chen Fan has been giving Dabai pills for the past few days, Dabai has advanced from a first-grade diamond spirit stone to a second-grade platinum spirit stone, and its leveling speed is very fast. Now that Chen Fan has given Dabai a 5th-grade bloodline pill, he really doesn't dare to give it anymore, for fear that it might kill itself. Looking at the big white dog still surrounding him, Chen Fan kicked it to a corner of the yard and left it alone to take a nap. Hearing Dabai's voice, the little girl inside the villa also came out of curiosity and peeked out. Then she saw Chen Fan walk in, and immediately went up to him, looking aggrieved, and said, "Brother." Chen Fan squatted down, pinched her nose, and said, "What's wrong, little girl?" "Humph. You go out to play without taking me with you, how annoying." Chen Ru said, grabbing Chen Fan's hand with dissatisfaction. Chen Fan laughed and said, "Brother went out on business, not to play." Chen Ru looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes and asked, "Are you really not going out to play?" "Really? But I can take you out to play later." Okay, let's go then." Chen Ru was very happy to hear Chen Fan say that he wanted to go out to play, and pulled Chen Fan to go out. Chen Fan patted Chen Ru's head and said, "Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower." Chen Ru looked at Chen Fan with her big eyes and said, "Then you'd better hurry up." Chen Fan smiled and said, "Okay, let's go inside and wait." Chen Ru obediently followed Chen Fan into the house to wait. Chen Fan returned to his room, quickly washed up, and then took Chen Ru out. Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping were just getting out of school, so I picked them up, took them out for dinner, and then we strolled around the streets for a bit and bought a lot of things. It was almost 9 o'clock when Chen Fan finally took his younger siblings home. When they got home, Chen Guotao and his wife were already waiting for them in the living room. When they saw Chen Fan and the others return, they urged Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping to hurry up and do their homework, and then take a shower and go to bed. Then he took Chen Ru to take a shower and go to bed. Chen Fan returned to his room and suddenly thought of Dabai. He used his divine sense to check on Dabai and saw that Dabai was fast asleep with its 4 legs in the air, so he felt relieved. Thinking of Dabai, Chen Fan also thought of the immortal beasts in his void space, which were ready to be hatched. After obtaining information on various resources purchased from the Azure Dragon auction house, Chen Fan already knew how to hatch the 3rd-grade immortal beast, the Azure Flame Phoenix egg, first. In order to hatch this 3rd-grade immortal beast, the Azure Flame Phoenix, there must be enough fire attribute materials and a huge amount of spiritual energy for the egg to absorb. As long as there are enough fire attribute materials and spiritual energy, it will hatch in a few days. However, before hatching, you must first drip a few drops of your own blood onto the egg so that the hatched mythical beast will immediately recognize you as its master. Chen Fan possessed both fire attribute materials and a large amount of spiritual energy. He could use 7th grade fire cloud stones for the fire attribute materials, as he had plenty of them, over 200 million. If the 7th grade fire cloud stones were insufficient, he also had 3rd grade immortal level flame dragon divine stones. As for spiritual energy, Chen Fan decided to just use spiritual liquid, since he still had plenty of it. After thinking it over, Chen Fan decided to arrange eggs for his parents and younger siblings tomorrow. He would give each of them 11 eggs, enough for a football team, so they could play football together when they were bored. The next morning, when Chen Fan finished his cultivation and came down from his room, Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping had already gone to school. Chen Fan planned to arrange for these mythical beasts to be given to his parents and Chen Ru first. Chen Fan first took out 22 grade 3 immortal beast eggs and gave 11 to Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei, saying, "Mom and Dad, these are immortal beast eggs. Later, you will each drip your own blood on these immortal beast eggs and then hatch them. That way, you will also have powerful immortal beast pets." Chen Guotao and Fong Bingwei were stunned when they heard this. A mythical beast. It was a mythical beast. While everyone else was still happy to have obtained a spirit beast, their family started bringing in mythical beasts, and not just one or two, but a whole football team for each person. Isn't that a bit terrifying? The Chen Guotao couple stood there blankly, holding the mythical beast egg. They cut their hands and dripped their blood onto the egg, which slowly seeped into it and disappeared. And next, Chen Fan led Chen Guotao and his wife to move all the immortal beasts to a room. In this room, they set up an array to prevent the loss of spiritual liquid in fire cloud stone energy. First, they laid enough fire cloud stones on the floor of the room, and then poured in the spiritual liquid. When all the spiritual liquid had submerged the fire cloud stones, Chen Fan placed the immortal beast eggs on top of them. After the immortal beast eggs came into contact with the fire cloud stones and spiritual liquid, as if activated, they all began to slowly absorb the spiritual liquid in fire cloud stone. Next, it was time to help Chen Ru, but she absolutely refused, saying she was afraid of bleeding and pain. Ultimately, under Fong Bingwei's tyranny, it was forced to shed tears of blood onto the fairy beast egg, and then Chen Fan moved it to that room. Chapter 170. What a melodramatic plot. As for Chen Fan himself, he'll leave it for now. He'll be fine with his own big white dog. I simply don't have the energy to take care of them. I've already almost ruined my one big white dog. I don't know what it would be like if I had more. Chen Fan planned to equip each of his subordinates with a mythical beast egg if he wanted to cultivate his own power later. Just thinking about it made him feel really cool. As Chen Fan stepped outside, he saw that Dubai was already waiting at the door. When it saw Chen Fan come out, it wagged its tail and barked twice. "Well, they've come for food." Chen Fan looked at Dubai. After consuming the bloodline pill yesterday, it had actually become a 3rd grade silver spirit beast, showing considerable potential. Chen Fan tossed another bloodline pill to Dubai, which Dubai swallowed in one gulp and then obediently went to sleep under the eaves. This surprised Chen Fan a bit. Why wasn't Dubai acting up today? It felt a little strange. Chen Fan didn't pay much attention to Dubai. He practiced his martial arts in the yard for a while, and then notified Jin Buwan, Lian Qingtian, and Huang Zhangyi to come over. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the villa entrance. Chen Fan let them in and gave each of them 2 fairy beast eggs. The 3 of them stared at Chen Fan with blank expressions, not understanding what Chen Fan wanted them to do with the egg. Chen Fan said, "Drip your blood on this egg." The 3 of them then realized what was happening and dripped their own blood onto the egg. Jin Buwan was the first to ask, "Young master, what kind of spirit beast egg is this? What's the highest rank it can reach?" Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhangyi also looked at Chen Fan with eager expressions. Chen Fan smiled and said, "You'll know once they hatch. Let's just leave the eggs here. You probably won't be able to find a suitable place to incubate them anyway." The 3 answered in unison, "Yes." "Okay, then you can go back first. I'll let you know when the egg hatches." Chen Fan put the egg away. He had originally intended to give them some of the 7th grade fire cloud stone and spirit liquid, but then decided against it. The spirit liquid was too precious, and Chen Fan was afraid they wouldn't have enough, which might harm them in the end. Moreover, it will also implicate my parents. Although even if someone at the tribulation transcending stage comes now, there is nothing I can do about them. What if someone above the tribulation transcending stage comes? Therefore, I should still hide my talents. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the 3 of them left Chen Fan's villa. After leaving Chen Fan's villa, Huang Zhangyi couldn't help but ask, "What do you think the spirit beast the young master gave us is of what grade?" Lian Qingtian said, "I think the lowest rank will be no less than the 3rd rank, and the highest rank is probably the 5th rank."
The most likely rank is between the 3rd and 5th ranks. Jin Buwan shook his head and said, impossible, impossible. Huang Zhongyi and Lian Qingtian looked at Jin Buwan with puzzled expressions when Jin Buwan shook his head and said it was impossible. Lian Qingtian asked doubtfully, you mean it's impossible to be higher than the 3rd rank?
Huang Zhongyi also said, that's right, those below the 3rd rank are the most likely, while those above the 3rd rank are too precious. It should be noted that spirit beasts of the 3rd rank or higher are equivalent to Foundation Establishment cultivators, 4th rank is Golden Core cultivators, and 5th rank is Nascent Soul cultivators. Jin Buwan shook his head and said, I mean, young master wouldn't bring out such a low-level spirit beast. I think it should be at least rank 6 or higher. Upon hearing Jin Buwan's words, Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi were both astonished and exclaimed, how is this possible?
This can't be true. Jin Buwan smiled at their surprised looks and said, nothing is impossible.
You'll see when the egg hatches. After saying that, he stepped out and left. Lian Qingtian and Huang Zhongyi looked at each other, still incredulous. I wonder what kind of expression they'll have when the egg hatches and they discover it's a mythical beast. After Jin Buwan and the others left, Chen Fan took all the eggs to that room and then took the little girl Chen Ruo to play. Later that evening, after dinner, Chen Fan gave Chen Bing, Chen Dong, and Chen Ping each a football team's worth of mythical beast eggs. They still made them bind the divine beast eggs with their blood before placing them in that room. Now all we have to do is wait for these eggs to hatch that day. Chen Fan originally planned to take Chen Ruo to play again, but he received a phone call.
Hey, Fatty Jean, what brings you to call me? Brother Fan, how have you been lately? Did you get anything from the Infinite Tower? It's all right. As for you, did you inherit your father's business? Sigh, don't even mention it.
My dad has an illegitimate child outside, and he actually wants to bring him and his mother back.
What?
Such a melodramatic plot. This fat guy is so cunning. He'd probably be helping his younger brother count the money even after being sold out. How old is your younger brother?
He's 12 now, Brother Fan, what do you think?
Should I accept him as my younger brother? This, Chen Fan really couldn't say. After all, it was someone else's family matter. My dad said we should get along well, but my mom disagrees.
Chen Fan was speechless. Was there even a question?
It would be a miracle if his mother agreed.
So what do you think?
I don't know either, it's driving me crazy. Fatty, I shouldn't pry into your family affairs, but I think you should be careful so you don't get scammed.
Got scammed? Brother Fan, are you talking about my brother? Who else could it be? Your dad, perhaps?
Chen Fan was speechless.
Oh, okay. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Call me if you need anything. Okay, Brother Fan.
Chen Fan hung up the phone, but he was a little worried about Fatty Jean. After all, Fatty Jean was Chen Fan's only friend in this world. It seems I need to find some time to visit Fatty Jean. At least if he encounters danger, Chen Fan can save his life. Because of Jean Pangxi's matter, Chen Fan didn't take Chen Ruo to play anymore. After feeding to buy a pill, he stayed at home with the little girl to watch TV and play some games, and then went to check on the hatching of the fairy beast egg in the room. The day passed quickly. During his evening cultivation, Chen Fan suddenly sensed that his cultivation level was about to break through. He had been using spiritual liquid to cultivate these past few days. He could no longer suppress his cultivation level, and his cultivation had settled down to a sufficient level. In addition, he already possessed dual elemental immortal spiritual roots, which made his cultivation even faster. Everything happened naturally. After Chen Fan consumed the spiritual liquid, his cultivation level broke through without any obstacles, unlike those who needed to go into seclusion for a long time to break through. Of course, with the accumulation of unlimited resources like Chen Fan, anyone with a bit of talent could easily break through their current realm, just like Chen Guotao and his wife, who are now at the Golden Core stage.